Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1 possesses a stealing system, but can only steal from national football players. August 13, 2014, Real Madrid training base, cloudy. On the green field, the two teams are doing simple warm-up exercises. At that moment, a tall, cool-looking foreigner in a suit walked out of the players' tunnel. Holy crap, Li Chu, look who's coming over there. It's my idol. Huang Xiaotian, with his blonde hair, excitedly grabbed the boy next to him and frantically pointed at the foreigner beside him. Li Chu looked up and saw the foreigner, and was momentarily stunned. That foreigner was none other than someone else. He is none other than Zidane, a prominent figure in the football world, the former captain of the Republic of Rome, who led the Republic of Rome to win the World Cup, and a three-time FIFA World Player of the Year. Looking at the midfield position in football history, he is one of the top two men. Moreover, Zidane not only had a stellar playing career, but also led Real Madrid to a glorious three-peat in the Champions League from 2016 to 2018 as a coach. However, Zidane becoming Real Madrid's coach is still 2 years away. He is now the coach of Real Madrid B team. Why would Li Chu know all this? Because Li Chu is a time traveler from 2022. An accident took his life, and he was reborn in 2012, into the body of a boy also named Li Chu. On the day of his rebirth, Li Chu awakened the sports field talent stealing system, and as a football enthusiast, he embarked on the path of a football player without hesitation. With the system combined with his own hard work, Li Chu quickly shone and joined a youth football club. During his time at the club, Li Chu made rapid progress and also deeply felt the harshness of the domestic football environment. It's not that the environment is actually bad, but rather that the entire player training and selection system is bad and corrupt. Take, for example, Huang Xiaotian, the blonde guy who just dragged me to watch Zidane. Although we have a pretty good relationship, the reason he's been able to maintain his starting position on the team isn't because of his terrible, high-flying shots, but because of his coal-mining father. Every year, Huang Xiaotian's family sends enough money to the club to build a brand new football stadium. This is just a microcosm. Although it comes with the talent stealing system, by default, in domestic clubs, the opponents are all young players from domestic clubs, which leads to a problem. No matter how much Li Chu steals, he's only stealing the most talented young players in the country, they're all just average or even low-level talents. These young players not only lack solid basic skills, but their overall ability ratings are also pitifully low. Occasionally, a talented player might excel in one area, but their other abilities are simply appalling. Slipping and flying kicks, exhaustion after the first half, these have become almost standard occurrences for everyone. Talent stealing system. The stolen talents can only be used in 3 matches or kept permanently. Li Chu dared not keep them permanently. Therefore, Li Chu has been looking for an opportunity to go overseas, to a truly pure football field, to hone his skills, to grow through intense competition, and to meet those globally renowned players. If only we had the chance to randomly steal the talents of those star players. A week ago, this opportunity finally came. The Chinese Football Association selected promising young players from various youth clubs and signed them to U18 contracts. The opportunity they received was the chance to travel to Spain to participate in overseas trials with Real Madrid. Real Madrid, a La Liga powerhouse, is arguably one of the best football clubs in the world. Li Chu certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity, so he signed a contract and joined the U18 youth team. Today is the day of the trial, and Li Chu will represent the Chinese Football Association U18 team against Real Madrid B. TSK, Zidane, being able to play football in front of my idol is a dream come true for me. Huang Xiaotian looked excited, while Li Chu was speechless. So, your dad spent so much money just to fulfill your dream of chasing after celebrities. Why aren't you saying anything, Li Chu? What's wrong? Have you lost confidence seeing Zidane here? You're one of Yan's top young midfielders. I heard this match will be broadcast live in China today. I know my own limitations. But for you, this is a tremendous opportunity. I'll kick him into Zidane's sights and become his disciple. Li Chu rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaotian, but felt a warmth in her heart. Although Huang Xiaotian wasn't much of a teammate, he had always been very supportive and loyal as a friend. She asked, "So? I want a Zidane signed football. Preferably with an inscription, a gift for Huang Xiaotian. You've got guts." Huang Xiaotian's teasing reassured Li Chu, who had been tense, and made him relax considerably. A piercing sound suddenly rang in Li Chu and Huang Xiaotian's ears. And he even managed to kick Zidane into his sights. Doesn't he know his own limitations? Li Chu glanced sideways. The speaker was Wu Qian, the top striker of his domestic club's formidable rival. Like himself, he also chose to sign with the national U18 team and will play as a center forward in this match. "If you ask who has the best talent among all of you, it must be me, Wu Qian. You people who have only played in domestic competitions have no idea how cruel the international arena is. But I'm different. My dad spends money every year to send me to overseas star training camps. Just pass the ball to me later." Huang Xiaotian was never one to swallow his pride. "What do you have besides your old man's measly money? Aren't you insulting yourself in the process?" Li Chu remained silent. In his 2 lifetimes, Wu Qian was nothing more than a child, and he was well aware of Wu Qian's skills. He had already copied his abilities through the talent stealing system. In the very first game, he missed a penalty, conceded 7 goals, and even took a fall, almost losing his starting position. I've never used his talent since then. The match is about to start. Look over there, the reporters are all coming over. Li Chu didn't want to get entangled with Wu Qian, so he diverted Huang Xiaotian's attention. Chapter 2, An absolute gap in strength. The goal was breached in 5 minutes. Reporters from the bullfighting kingdom entered the base, eager to witness Yan Kingdom's overseas trial training. As is customary, the Chinese national team will undoubtedly get thrashed by Real Madrid again, and then they will release press releases mocking Chinese football to generate traffic. Many reporters had even prepared their press releases in advance, coming today simply to take photos of the match. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the match in Yen has also started, and Yen fans have once again rekindled their confidence in supporting the national football team, cheering and shouting in the live broadcast room. Although the players couldn't see the supportive comments on the screen, it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the domestic fans at all. Comments: Go China. Crush Real Madrid B. This time they have elite players from all youth teams, maybe they can even make for a more entertaining game. Comments: Exactly. These are all super talents from our U18 team. Putting everything else aside, just getting one into the league would be great, especially against Real Madrid. Especially Li Chu, Su Bai, and Wu Qian. Comment: I approve of Su Bai and Li Chu, but Wu Qian is just all looks and no substance. Comments: Stop arguing. I support all players from Yen. Comments: Keep it up. Look at the results of the Football Association's big investment this time. Meanwhile, Li Chu took his starting position on the green field. Because it was an away game, Real Madrid B team kicked off. He glanced back at Zidane, who was still standing on the sidelines with a blank expression. Go for it, Chu, prove yourself. Huang Xiaotian gave Li Chu a thumbs up, and Li Chu smiled knowingly. With the sound of a whistle, the competition officially began. Real Madrid B team players kick off. An unexpected yet logical situation occurred. Not long after the start of the game, as the Madrid B team controlled the ball, almost half of the players pushed forward into the attacking third. This formation is destined to be an offensive frenzy, while also minimizing the defensive pressure on the backcourt. Go ahead and attack, let's see who can defeat whom. This is incredibly disrespectful. Huang Xiaotian was furious and, along with another teammate, stepped forward to press the opposing attacking midfielder who was controlling the ball. Double team. As a result, the opposing attacking midfielder calmly chipped the ball between the two players. Damn, that was fast. Li Chu, I'm counting on you. Li Chu quickly followed up, forming a one-on-one defense. At this moment, he used the talent stolen by the system, which is the talent of Su Bai, the most outstanding genius player in the country. Even two of you can't stop me, do you dare come alone? Remember my name, I'm Jack. The opposing player spoke up, his tone full of disdain. Aside from football matches, Li Chu's only hobby was learning various languages, which was also to prepare for playing in international competitions in the future. so he understood the sarcasm. However, with the opponent accelerating with the ball, Li Chu was easily bypassed. Wow, so fast. Is this the difference? Li Chu didn't have time to make any move. He really is a piece of trash. Wu Qian's voice rang out. He stepped forward in an attempt to defend Jack one-on-one, but he was also outmaneuvered by a speed boost. One player from Madrid B team easily dribbled past 4 U18 players. As Jack dribbled the ball, it had already reached the edge of the U18 team's penalty area. We must guard against him. But how can we defend against it? Li Chu was willing but unable to do so. He was well aware that the current U18 defenders were probably not as strong defensively as he was. Sure enough, with 4 Madrid B players pressing forward in front of the penalty area, they began passing and controlling the ball among themselves. The ball seemed glued to the feet of the Madrid B team players. The U18 team players were not given any opportunity to even touch a football. Li Chu could even sense that his team's goalkeeper was watching the ball being passed around with a sense of helplessness and tension. With a lobbed cross from the wing by the opposing winger. The light, floating ball was quickly deflected by the opponent's center forward's powerful header, curving into the goal. 0:1. Just 5 minutes into the game, the U18 players didn't even touch the ball before Madrid B scored a goal. With that powerful header, the morale of the entire U18 team plummeted right from the start. Zidane, who was watching from the side, shook his head slightly. It seemed that with such a performance in the trial, there would be no gain today. Holy crap, that's amazing. Huang Xiaotian's face was full of resentment. Wu Qian's face turned pale. Li Chu clenched his fist and looked at the Madrid B team players who weren't even celebrating. It seemed that to them, the goal was insignificant. At this moment, the reporters from Bullfighting Kingdom were high-fiving each other with smiles on their faces. Some reporters were even boasting to their colleagues that it seemed their pre-written articles would definitely come in handy. Meanwhile, a sigh of despair rippled through the Yen Kingdom's live stream room. Comment: they conceded a goal in the first 5 minutes. Are they going to concede 18 goals in the entire 90 minutes? Comment: it's hopeless, utterly hopeless. These youth teams are the hope for the future of the national football team. It seems like it's going to be another hopeless year. Comment: 4 people were beaten by 1 person, ugh, I'm not watching anymore, isn't this just asking for trouble? The U18 team kicks off. Having learned from conceding a goal within the first 5 minutes, the U18 players completely retreated into a defensive mode, with no one daring to dribble the ball forward and instead frantically chipping it around in their own half. That's it. He was almost dispossessed by Madrid B team players several times. Pass the ball to me. Li Chu shouted, unable to resist calling out as the ball was almost within his own penalty area. If the ball gets intercepted, won't that help the other team control the ball? Fortunately, this time when the ball reached Huang Xiaotian's feet, he passed it to Li Chu without hesitation. 9 minutes into the game, Li Chu touched the ball for the first time. With the ball at his feet, Li Chu slowly rediscovered a familiar feeling. An opposing player charged towards him, and Li Chu accelerated with all his might, barely managing to shake off the player. I just taught you how to attack, now I'll teach you how to defend. Jack, who had just passed 4 people, appeared in front of Li Chu with a mocking expression. Li Chu's expression turned slightly cold. Chapter 30:5. Odd goal as Zidane goes out of bounds to steal the young Zidane. Li Chu wanted to get rid of Jack, but Jack stuck to him like chewing gum. At this moment, another player from Madrid B team took the opportunity to move forward and try to double-team Jack. Li Chu was confident he could control the ball against one opposing player, but then he was double-teamed. Li Chu saw Su Bai's figure on the side and passed the ball out. Su Bai ran towards the trajectory of the ball with all his might. Midway through the game, a player from Madrid B team suddenly appeared out of nowhere, seemingly anticipating the trajectory of the ball, and intercepted it. Li Chu, do you even know how to pass the ball? Wu Qian yelled. Li Chu, however, felt helpless. This goal wasn't their fault at all. It was because Su Bai was too slow that the opponent intercepted the ball. If Su Bai receives the ball at the position where he passes it, it could create a very favorable opportunity for a wing attack. The ball reached the feet of a Madrid B team player, and the opposing players immediately pressed forward, unleashing an unstoppable offensive momentum. Then, as if the scene were being reenacted, the ball was treated like a toy at the feet of the Madrid B team players. Even if the U18 players try their best to press forward, or even double or triple teams, they still fail. They couldn't get the ball back. And the ball is getting closer and closer to the U18 goal. This time the ball was at Jack's feet. Li Chu desperately tried to get back to defend, but could only watch as Jack quickly adjusted the ball and then unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The ball went through the center-back's head and into the net. 0:2. Just 13 minutes into the game, the U18 team had already scored 2 goals. The U18 players remained silent, exchanging glances and seeing the helplessness on each other's faces. This is an absolute difference in strength. It's not just a difference in the players, but the entire team is inferior to the opponent. Then the familiar scenario unfolded. The U18 team kicked off and began dribbling the ball around in their own half, leaving Li Chu helplessly watching the ball being passed back and forth. But this time, an unexpected incident occurred during a short pass. The player receiving the ball was caught off guard and was blocked by a Madrid B team player, who cut off the short pass of less than 5 meters. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Wu Qian, equally clueless, shamelessly yelled at his teammate. The ball hadn't been passed around a few times by the opposing player when it reached the goal, where it was unleashed with a powerful shot. Fortunately, one of the defenders stepped up this time and headed the ball away. Corner kick. All the U18 players surrounded the goal, with Li Chu sticking tightly to the opposing center forward. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air. Just as I guessed, the pass was meant for the center. Li Chu jumped up with the opposing center, right next to him. But then he found himself already on the ground, while the other person was still in the air. This is an absolute difference in talent. With a header from the opposing center, the U18 team's goal was easily breached once again. 0:3. Within the first 18 minutes, Madrid B scored 3 goals. This time, Li Chu volunteered to kick off the game and passed it to Huang Xiaotian, who then passed it back to him. "You guys push forward, or you'll never have a chance to score." Seeing that Wu Qian and Su Bai didn't even dare to go to the front, he shouted at them. Su Bai pressed forward without hesitation, while Wu Qian moved slowly and leisurely. Jack came up to Li Chu again, and Li Chu tried to use his speed to dribble past him. "This time, I won't let you get away with it." As Jack continued his teasing, the ball rolling at Li Chu's feet was intercepted by Jack. That was too fast. It turns out he wasn't serious at all before, he was just teasing me. Li Chu was filled with rage. But what can we do? All my hard work over the years. It's utterly insignificant compared to absolute talent. You're really useless. You almost made me come all this way for nothing. Just then, Wu Qian's sarcastic voice rang out. Without any surprises, as soon as the ball reaches the feet of Madrid B team, a goal is inevitable. 0:4. The opposing player chipped the ball into the net from just outside the 6-yard box. Within the first 24 minutes, Madrid B team scored 4 goals. 0:5 after 28 minutes. In less than 30 minutes, the U18 team had already been scored 5 goals. No one on the U18 team could dribble the ball safely across the frontcourt, and no one could take that damn ball away from the opposing players in the backcourt. Charge forward. Charge forward. Li Chu kept urging his teammates on. Don't rush forward. They're always just targets for the enemy to shoot at. Could it be that the U18 team couldn't even score a single goal in the entire 90 minutes? Perhaps it was Li Chu's words that had an effect. Or perhaps the U18 players have already started to tank and given up on defense. Quite a few players actually pushed into the opponent's attacking third after the kickoff. The U18 team has finally found some rhythm. The ball slowly advanced towards the front as the players cautiously passed it around. But it was still after a long pass. It's been disconnected. This time, the U18 players pressed hard in their own half, and Huang Xiaotian managed to tackle the ball away by sheer luck. Li Chu, charge. Following the tacit understanding between the two clubs, Li Chu began to run hard, and with a long kick from Huang Xiaotian in the backfield, the ball flew through the air. The Madrid B team players were surprised that Huang Xiaotian would launch a long ball directly. Or perhaps they think, with such meaningless long balls, is there anyone in the attacking third capable of receiving the ball? Li Chu slapped them in the face hard. Years of tacit understanding allowed Li Chu to accurately predict the landing point of Huang Xiaotian's big foot. He caught the ball. There were only 3 defenders in front of them at this moment. Meanwhile, following Li Chu's earlier call, Su Bai and another teammate rushed to the front. The best opportunity. 3v3. Li Chu, pass this on to me. Because of the Madrid B team players' underestimation, the left flank where Su Bai was located was completely empty. Li Chu naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by, and delivered a long pass with all his might. Everyone held their breath as the pass was made. It seems there's hope. However, the ball grazed over Su Bai's head and flew out of bounds. As the ball flew out of bounds, Li Chu's heart sank. My passing is terrible right now. At such a distance, it's impossible to control the force effectively. The ball went out of bounds and headed straight for Zidane. This made Li Chu's heart sink even further. Zidane, of course, also clearly saw his own pass. Zidane calmly controlled the incoming ball with his chest, bringing it to his feet. Reporters from the bullfighting kingdom quickly snapped photos and applauded. The Yen Kingdom player passed the ball to the opposing coach. The players of such a great nation can't even pass the ball. Brothers, what do you think of my headline? A reporter said with a grin to his companion. Look at that kid who passed the ball, he's frozen in shock. Lin Chu was indeed stunned at this moment, but the reason was not the pass, but the system's voice that suddenly rang in his ears. Triggering random stealing mode. Steal opponent's talent, Zidane's youth team talent, upgradable. This talent is a top-tier SSS level talent. Steal the skill Marseille turn, max level. Steal the skill Celestial Immortal, max level. Please choose to keep this permanently or use these 3 matches. The system actually stole Zidane's abilities for me. Chapter 4, A Complete Transformation. Single-handedly tearing through the defenses. System, open the latest attribute panel. Li Chu couldn't contain his excitement. The system is opening Zidane, Youth, attribute panel. Offensive attributes, speed 78, shooting skill 74, shooting power 80, shooting accuracy 78, penalty kick 87. Passing and possession attributes, short passing 83, vision 91, long passing 81, ball control 80, free kick 74, reaction 88. Defensive attributes, man marking 57, tackling 71, heading 80, tackle 53. Physical attributes, strength 84, stamina 84, jump 71. Marseille turn, max level, while dribbling forward, perform a 180-degree spin to turn and get past your defender. After using it, you can choose to pass, shoot, or continue dribbling. A top-tier dribbling skill. Celestial shot, max level, facing the incoming football, you can unleash a powerful shot without stopping the ball, ignoring its original curve and power. A top-tier offensive technique. Li Chu was unexpectedly overjoyed. Unexpectedly, an own goal pass allowed him to steal the ability value of young Zidane, making his ability value more than 20 points higher than Su Bai's previous ability value. Moreover, the skills, Marseille turn, and flying dagger, are the top-tier dribbling and attacking skills in football. Confidence returned to Li Chu's heart. Even if it was just the ability of a young Zidane, it was enough to surpass all young football players in history. System, select permanent retention. Without further hesitation, Zidane's position is a midfielder, and his attributes are a perfect match for him. Once you miss this opportunity, you might not find another one. The host has chosen to permanently retain the attributes of the young Zidane. System upgrade. The system has been upgraded to the Infinity Gauntlet system. Instead of randomly stealing the opponent's player attribute panel, it now randomly steals skills, attribute points, traits, items, and these can be combined. System upgrade. An absolutely delightful surprise. Mbappe's speed, Ronaldo's headers, Messi's dribbling. However, Li Chu was unaware that his own goal pass had completely broken the defenses of the fans in the Yen Kingdom's live broadcast room. Comment, Do any of you guys have any quick-acting heart medicine? Send me one. Comment, no expectations, no disappointments. Look at the Football Association leadership, they're still laughing even though it's 0-5. Comment, so-called overseas trials are just a way to give young players a superficial boost before reselling them at a high price. Of course, they don't care. Comment, there's absolutely no hope for Chinese football. Although Madrid B team has already scored 5 goals, the game has only been going on for 30 minutes. It's alright, Li Chu. You've already done a great job catching that big kick. Huang Xiaotian comforted the dazed Li Chu. Li Chu snapped out of his daze. The match was still going on, and he said with a determined look in his eyes. Brother, I'm going to make sure you win today. Okay, win the game, and you'll give me a football signed by Zidane. Huang Xiaotian replied jokingly, assuming Li Chu was just stubborn and wouldn't give up. The game continues. The Madrid B team kicked off, and Jack dribbled the ball to Li Chu's side. This time, Li Chu clearly sensed that Jack's movements had slowed down. The ball, right in front of him, seemed like a toy within easy reach. Young Zidane's defense might not have been top tier among those who defended against heavy-hitting players. But against Jack, it's an absolute game-changer. You still won't give up. The ball is mine now. Li Chu made a steal, and the ball was at his feet, dribbling past him. Jack realized what had happened and was filled with disbelief. It was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How could his kick be so fast? Li Chu snatched the ball from Jack's feet, giving all the U18 players a lifeline. This is the U18 team's first steal in the first 30 minutes of the game. Su Bai, Wu Qian, Huang Xiaotian, charge forward and wait for my pass. Li Chu calmly directed the operation. Wu Qian originally wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but Li Chu's undeniable voice suppressed his thoughts, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. Why does this kid suddenly seem like a completely different person? This thought suddenly popped into Wu Qian's mind. The Madrid B team players could not tolerate Li Chu dribbling the ball so recklessly, and 2 players quickly moved forward to double-team him. Li Chu remained calm and composed, pinpointing Su Bai's position before delivering a direct cross. Before Su Bai could react, the ball, with incredible speed, drew a perfect arc in the air, swept past the 2 players, and came to his feet. That pass was incredibly precise. Su Bai had never received such a comfortable cross. Unfortunately, although Li Chu's pass was exquisite, the ball was barely warmed up under Su Bai's feet before a defender reacted quickly and intercepted it. Back on defense. Li Chu roared. The ball, at the feet of the Madrid B team players, began another round of passing sprees. But this time, Li Chu wouldn't give them another chance to attack the goal. Because Li Chu's improvement goes beyond just passing the ball. The passing routes of Madrid B team were so clearly depicted in Li Chu's mind. Seizing the opportunity, they waited behind Jack early on. Like a hunter who has set a trap, waiting for the latecomer to fall into the cage. The opportunity has arrived. Suddenly, the ball was lobbed from midfield towards Jack. Now the ball is mine again. Jack heard a familiar voice suddenly come from behind him. Li Chu darted out from behind him like a ghost, blocked his way, stopped the ball with his chest and landed smoothly without pausing for a moment, and launched a counterattack with the ball. It's him again. It was just pure luck again. Jack felt like he'd been slapped hard across the face again. Beautiful. Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The reporters from the bullfighting kingdom hadn't even reacted yet. One of them frowned in disbelief. If I remember correctly, this is the second time this Yen Kingdom teenager has made a steal in less than 2 minutes, right? It was pure luck. The Madrid B team players were too complacent. At this moment, Li Chu didn't care what others thought, he only had one belief in his mind, he had to get at least one in. For the first time, Li Chu heard Zidane's shouts directing his players from the sidelines of the football field. Move forward and seize it. Keep an eye on him. Is this considered an affirmation of one's own performance? But Zidane, can your players really stop me now? A player from Madrid B team charged forward aggressively, and Li Chu had an idea. Skill, Marseille turn, triggered. Then the ball seemed to be glued to Li Chu's foot, following his 180-degree turn without slowing down at all, and he flipped over the defender. The players who were beaten were all stunned for a moment by the Marseille turn. Meanwhile, Jack, who had the ball stolen by Li Chu, sprinted back to defend and was once again in front of Li Chu. "Your luck has run out." "Yeah." Li Chu wouldn't give Jack any face after he'd intercepted the ball twice. He triggered the Marseille spin again, easily sweeping past him with a 180-degree turn. Jack stood there, pale-faced, bewildered. How could this be? In just a few minutes, this Yan Chinese player's dribbling and ball control were completely different. "Give me the ball. Li Chu, give me the ball." Wu Qian shouted back from a short distance in front of Li Chu. Two Madrid B team players formed a goal-closing formation to block Li Chu's passing lanes. But Li Chu had already undergone a complete transformation. A precise through ball, passing under the feet of two defenders. There was only one defender behind each of the two players. This is a one-on-one opportunity. Holy crap! What kind of pass was that? How could it be so fast? Wu Qian certainly didn't disappoint. It was as if he slapped away the food that was being fed to him. This exquisite through ball finally reached the feet of the opposing defender, who made a timely run into position. The attack failed. Li Chu ignored Wu Qian's mindless insults. What a great opportunity. Depend on. Chapter 5, Taking Control of the Attack. A clueless teammate creates a corner kick opportunity. At this moment, Zidane on the green field was still immersed in Li Chu's dribbling. "This kid can do the Marseille turn too. You should know that this is his signature move. Moreover, that precise through ball could have been received by any slightly normal player. This kid suddenly exploded, and his playing style is very similar to mine back in the day. It can be said that this young man from Yen Kingdom almost single-handedly broke through his own team's defense. That's quite interesting." Li Chu was unaware that he had successfully attracted Zidane's attention, and the enthusiasm of the knowledgeable football fans in the Yanguo live broadcast room was rekindled. Comments: I didn't see that wrong, did I? A Marseille turn. Comment: isn't that Zidane's signature move, the Marseille turn? A 180-degree somersault over his opponent. Comment: and this kid's movements are so fluid, he did 2 Marseille turns in a row, getting past 2 people. Comment: it's a pity that forward Wu Qian is such a good-for-nothing, he's a complete failure. The game continued, and Li Chu, now with experience in dribbling past opponents, became even more confident. He was certain that as long as he kept creating opportunities, the Yen Kingdom players would be able to score. The prerequisite is to change the striker who receives the ball. Su Bai is somewhat more reliable, but Wu Qian is someone I will never trust again. There were 7 minutes left in the first half. Huang Xiaotian, go and take your place over there. One man can't carry the whole team, football is a team game after all. At this moment, Madrid B team was in possession and attacking. Li Chu found his position and began to arrange his teammates' defensive positions. Huang Xiaotian had absolute trust in Li Chu. Even in the position Li Chu assigned him to, there weren't any opposing players available. The opposing player had already brought the ball to a spot not far from Li Chu. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chu rushed over and made a sliding tackle. Although my sliding tackle ability is not high at the moment. But Li Chu would not let any opportunity slip by. Strive for it. Got it. Huang Xiaotian, ball. Huang Xiaotian was overjoyed when he saw Li Chu shoveling the ball over to him. Li Chu had actually delivered the ball to him. Rush. With a command from Li Chu, the U18 team's forwards and midfielders began to push forward. Block the receiving route of number 10. Stop him. Number 10 is Li Chu's number. Zidane has realized that the number 10 attacking midfielder from Yen has now become the absolute core and brain of the Yen team, and the ability of other players to handle the ball is simply not worth mentioning. But that number 10 has the ability to break through the team's defense on his own. Li Chu didn't expect Zidane to figure out his idea so quickly and make adjustments from the sidelines. He truly deserves to be a future great coach. No wonder he was once the team's mastermind. However, Li Chu also had his own strategy. He accelerated past the defender and made a forward run. Huang Xiaotian, pass the ball over here with great force. Don't be afraid, just keep spreading the word. Seeing that Huang Xiaotian was about to be double-teamed by the opposing players, Li Chu shouted with all his might. Huang Xiaotian looked at the defenders who were pressing him with some panic, and kicked the ball away with all his might. The ball's trajectory was low, and its speed was slow. Li Chu could only try his best to accelerate towards the ball. At that moment, no player on the field could match his speed. Ultimately, Li Chu received the ball before the opposing player. To everyone's surprise, Li Chu, upon receiving the ball, didn't hesitate and kicked it away. Zidane's eyes lit up as he watched the ball fly out. Could this pass be? Watching the ball pierce the sky and fly precisely to Su Bai's feet. Zidane was also amazed by Li Chu's ability to handle the ball. That's absolutely amazing. An ordinary person could never have handled the ball so well in such a short time. This pass created an excellent opportunity for the striker. It's so much like me. If it were me, I would have handled that ball the same way. Su Bai received another unexpected pass, with only one defender in front of him. 1-on-1. However, the defenders of Madrid B team are not the same as those of domestic clubs. At this moment, Su Bai was on the left flank, and the defender pressed forward at an extremely fast speed. This is to prevent Suarez from having any space to dribble. Send it to me. Just as Su Bai's mind went blank, Li Chu's voice came. Before anyone knew it, Li Chu had arrived not far from Su Bai. After making that pass, Li Chu anticipated the situation Su Bai might face. Make a quick run to create an opportunity for Su Bai to pass the ball. Su Bai passes it back. Seeing the power and angle of the pass, Li Chu thought to himself, oh no. Sure enough, the pass was intercepted by another defender who had tracked back. There's still a chance. Li Chu stepped forward to press, and the defender clearly did not expect Li Chu to be so fast, pouncing on him like a beast. As a result, Li Chu anticipated the pass and intercepted it. An opportunity in front of the penalty area. The ball was indeed very close to the goal at that moment, but the Madrid B team players retreated too quickly. At this moment, Li Chu was surrounded by 5 defensive players. Give me the ball. Li Chu, give me the ball. Wu Qian, whom we all know, is back. Li Chu quickly determined that Wu Qian's position was indeed good. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. Li Chu passed the ball over, but Wu Qian, as expected, did not disappoint Li Chu's trust once again. It was a perfect opportunity to control the ball. Wu Qian jumped up and caught it with his head. Li Chu was speechless. With 5 players in front of the goal, how can you expect to score a header from that distance? Even if Ronaldo had scored that header, his chances would have been extremely slim. Wu Qian's header took Li Chu by surprise. The trajectory wasn't even aimed at the goal, it completely deviated from its path and headed towards a defender. The defender hadn't even anticipated that this unreasonable header would go so wide and come straight at him. The ball hit a defender and went out of bounds. Corner kick opportunity. Damn, I'm awesome. Wu Qian wasn't embarrassed at all by his accidental success. Although Li Chu was speechless, his heart was also boiling. Sure enough, even a pile of excrement could have its uses. Wu Qian, who had wasted one opportunity, finally created one. All the U18 team members came to the goal, and even the goalkeeper ran over. Nobody knows if this is the U18 team's only chance to score. Zidane placed his hands on his chest, his eyes fixed on Li Chu. This kid's technique is so similar to mine. With the skills he's shown so far, he definitely won't miss this corner kick opportunity. Huang Xiaotian took the corner kick, searching for Lin Chu's position in the crowd. He trusted no one but Lin Chu. Lin Chu was also holding his breath, searching for a suitable position. It's time to score a goal for Yen. As Huang Xiaotian kicked the ball, it flew through the air. Oh no, it went too high. Huang Xiaotian regretted kicking the ball as soon as he did it. Lin Chu looked at the football high in the sky, a thought flashed through his mind, and his skill, Celestial Immortal, was triggered. Chapter 6, a celestial shot finally scores for the Chinese national football team. A ball flew through the sky, triggering Li Chu's Celestial Immortal skill. Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, Li Chu raised his left leg high. That height surprised many people. What is he going to do? Shoot. That can't be right, that was from a corner kick, the ball was traveling at that speed. Only. Li Chu's left leg swung without any resistance and struck the football that was flying rapidly through the air. In an instant. Bang! With a loud bang, the football that Li Chu had just pulled out flew towards the goal like a cannonball. The Real Madrid B team goalkeeper stood there dumbfounded, showing no reaction whatsoever. The football grazed his shoulder. It was instantly connected to the network. 1:5. Goal. The U18 team scored. Li Chu's incredible celestial flight was truly astounding. He scored an unparalleled goal, a beautiful goal that left everyone speechless. Li Chu stood still and slammed his fist heavily into the sky, venting the anger that had been suppressed for 30 minutes. At this moment, all the players of Madrid B team and the other members of U18 were still immersed in the shock of Li Chu's incredible kick. That Yen countryman actually scored a goal. Damn it, he actually kicked the ball into our goal. God, I must be dreaming. Flying immortal from beyond the heavens. My idol's signature move, flying immortal from beyond the heavens. Huang Xiaotian roared as he rushed towards Li Chu. As all the U18 players gradually recovered from their shock, they all rushed towards Li Chu, picked him up, and tossed him high into the air. Goal! We scored! Li Chu! Li Chu! This scene made it seem as if the U18 team had already won because of this goal. At this moment, in the hearts of all the U18 players, Li Chu was a hero. Comments: Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Comment: Was that goal real? Is it really something a player from Yen country could do? Comment: I said before the match, Li Chu is no ordinary kid. Comment: If I remember correctly, this is definitely Zidane's signature move, a celestial volley. Zidane, who witnessed his signature move being replicated, was also shocked. He hadn't expected the kid to seize the opportunity to score. But I never expected that this kid would not only seize the opportunity, but also blast the ball into the goal with such a beautiful shot. Beyond the shock, Zidane was overjoyed to discover the potential of the young talent, as he had initially intended this trial to be just a practice match for the team. They never expected to discover any promising talents within Yen country's youth team. But after gradually adapting to the intensity of the game, that number 10 surprised himself time and time again. Although he was happy inside, Zidane knew his identity as the coach of Madrid B team, and he yelled at his still bewildered players. In the next game, keep a tight grip on that number 10. If we concede another goal, our entire week's rest is cancelled. The Madrid B team players also snapped out of their daze because of Zidane's shout, especially Jack, who fixed his eyes on Li Chu. On the sidelines, the reporters from the bullfighting kingdom were shocked and frustrated, pounding their chests in disbelief. Out of contempt, none of them believed that this corner kick could lead to a goal. Such a beautiful goal, it's definitely news material today. Did you take a picture? I didn't take a picture either. Did you take a picture of that one? I also. As a journalist, the most important thing is the material. Regardless of whether the impact on Donyogwa football is positive or negative, the fact that Li Chu, as a Yengwa player, was able to break through the goal of Madrid B team with a spectacular goal will definitely cause a stir in the football circle. Great job. This kick has really boosted this kid's value. Looks like he'll fetch a good price when he gets back to China. Several football association leaders on the sidelines were all smiles at Li Chu's goal. However, they weren't considering the future of national football at all. Their only concern was whether they could make more money from it. The price will start at 5 million more. Today's trip was definitely worth it. The Football Association leaders exchanged smiles. All the U18 players had signed contracts with the Football Association beforehand, and according to the contracts, it was up to them to decide where these players went. The game continued with 2 minutes remaining in the first half. With Li Chu's goal, the anger of all the Madrid B team players was ignited. For them, conceding a goal to Yengwa would likely make them a laughing stock in the entire Donyo football circle. In order to wash away this shame, their desire to attack swelled even more intensely. Madrid B team continued their previous attacking momentum as soon as they kicked off. Li Chu's mind had calmed down, and he led his team to set up a defense. Even Wu Yong obediently shut his mouth and followed Li Chu's orders. Block the flank, don't let him break through. Seeing Jack accelerate with the ball, Li Chu shouted to the right back. The defender quickly moved forward to close the gap, but Jack ruthlessly accelerated past him. On the other side, the three forwards of Madrid B team also pushed up to the edge of the penalty area. Is he trying to head the ball again? Li Chu figured out Madrid B team's tactics. They quickly retreated and blocked Jack's passing lane. Jack saw Li Chu and crossed the ball from the byline without hesitation. The tall center forward of Madrid B team was currently vying for position with Li Chu. The other person used their shoulder to press Li Chu backward forcefully. This time, Li Chu will not give the opponent the same easy header opportunity as before. Leap high into the air. He and the center forward fought desperately for the header in the air. That's it. Li Chu headed the ball out of the penalty area, but due to the aerial confrontation with the center forward, Li Chu lost his balance in the air. The ball barely flew towards their own defender. Fortunately, the defender caught the ball. Then, without hesitation, the defender kicked the ball away with a long kick. Li Chu just wanted to curse. It was the Chinese national football team's usual clearance technique, a long kick. However, there were no teammates available to receive the kick. It's essentially the same as giving possession of the ball back to the opposing players. Meanwhile, the Madrid B team's defenders easily received the clearance and continued to send the ball forward to launch an attack. This one made Li Chu deeply understand what it means to be unable to support a single tree alone. After all, it's Madrid B team, a Segunda División team. Any player who can establish themselves in Madrid B team would be a top-tier talent and technical player in the national team, crushing 99% of the players. Football is a team sport of 11 people. How can one person fight against 11 people? With Madrid B team's exquisite passing and control, the ball was once again pushed into the goal. 1:6. The whistle blew, and the first half ended. Li Chu was panting heavily. He had just run from the front field to the back field, and from the left flank to the right flank, all to defend against the opponent's attack. However, they still failed to disrupt the opponent's attack. The sky over the bullfighting kingdom was overcast all day, and perhaps coincidentally, the sound of the halftime whistle was followed by rumbling thunder. A torrential downpour began. Zidane didn't use an umbrella, letting the rain lash his bald head as he thoughtfully watched the number 10 boy giving his all in the downpour. With such heavy rain, it seems the match cannot continue. But that boy's brief performance has already proven a lot. Chapter 7, If you want Li Chu, you have to give us 10 million. Inside the U18 locker room, Huang Xiaotian was still excitedly telling Li Chu about his spectacular goal. Chu, you're amazing. You actually used my idol's signature move. Were you keeping it all under wraps, waiting to make a splash on the national live broadcast today? From now on, I'll be your number one fan, Li Chu. Li Chu responded helplessly to his lively friend, while secretly worrying about something else. With such heavy rain, will the match still be played today? If I stop playing, does that mean my overseas trial trip is over? Thinking of this, Li Chu's heart sank even further. The lads did a good job, especially you, Li Chu, that goal was excellent. Several leaders from the Football Association walked into the locker room, looking quite pleased. Sir, can the competition continue? Li Chu asked upon seeing his superior. The leader being questioned by Li Chu frowned. What, isn't 1:6 ugly enough? Because of the heavy rain, we've already informed Real Madrid that the match is cancelled. Upon hearing the words, the match is cancelled, the other U18 players all beamed with joy. Having lived a life of luxury in China, they are now under immense pressure and have lost face in front of the entire nation on a live broadcast. That's perfect, my legs are sore from running. When we get back to Yen, I'll treat the brothers to foot massages. Wu Yong was the first to stand up and clap his hands in approval. Li Chu's mood grew increasingly gloomy. Perhaps it was because of Li Chu's outstanding performance today, the leader stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Little Chu, it's normal that there is a gap between our Yen country's football and foreign football, but with your skills, you'd be getting a top salary back home. To be honest, it's because of this overseas trial that your previous club offered you a high price. When I return to my old team, my salary will double. Go back to the original club. Li Chu shook his head. This was definitely not the result he wanted, even though he knew beforehand that the Football Association was just signing them to gain prestige. Gain exposure and brand recognition, then sell it back at a high price. But my goal has always been to improve myself in the more brutal overseas environment. But what can we do now? Or should I go and try to persuade Zidane now? Li Chu was quite confident about his goal, but it was just one goal after all. Whether it would make Zidane remember him, remained to be seen. Li Chu, someone is looking for you outside. Just as Li Chu was struggling with his decision, a staff member came in from outside the changing room. Li Chu followed along somewhat bewildered, wondering who could be looking for him. When I saw that familiar figure in the players' tunnel, I felt a surge of excitement. It was Zidane. Zidane looked as if he had just come back from outside in the pouring rain, with rainwater still running down his bald head. Hello, I'm Zinedine Zidane, the current head coach of Real Madrid B. You should know me, right? Zidane remained expressionless, but Li Chu could sense the friendliness in his tone. Unfortunately, the second half of the match cannot continue due to weather conditions. But your ball control and that brilliant goal today really impressed me. If you're interested, you can join Real Madrid's youth team. As long as you can prove yourself in the youth team, I will give you the opportunity to join my Madrid B team. Every word Zidane uttered sounded like heavenly music to Li Chu's ears. Li Chu hadn't expected Zidane to be so decisive and direct. Suppressing his joy, he nodded heavily. Is there anything more exciting than having a world-class star player or a future renowned coach take notice of you? Joining Madrid B team is my goal for this trip. Although I entered the youth team first, with that springboard, am I still afraid of not being able to make a splash? When Zidane saw Li Chu nod, a slight smile appeared on his expressionless face. Okay, I'll go talk to your manager now. I disagree. Absolutely disagree. Li Chu is the future football star of our Yen Kingdom. We have our own league in Yen Kingdom, which can provide him with a perfect stage and opportunity to grow. Inside the meeting room, the Football Association leaders, upon hearing the requests from Real Madrid officials and Zidane standing nearby, firmly refused. The Real Madrid officials' lips twitched. Your domestic league is nothing more than children playing house. But he still managed a smile and said, our country's league is one of the world's top 5 leagues, and Real Madrid is the greatest football club of the 20th century. Having a talented player like Li Chu with us at Real Madrid will not only help him improve, but also... No way. The Football Association leader said arrogantly, secretly pleased. He never thought that even a powerhouse like Real Madrid would have to beg him for mercy. But Li Chu definitely can't be let go. If Li Chu is let go, who will compensate us for the millions or tens of millions that were originally sold to domestic clubs? Zidane looked at the cold-hearted leader of Yen State and suppressed his anger. After all, Li Chu was the person he had his eye on. Have you asked Li Chu what he thinks? The Football Association leader glanced at this Football Hall of Fame, his eyes darting around, and said with a smile, if you really have your eye on Li Chu, how about considering coaching our Yen national team? The shameless leadership of the Football Association caused the negotiations to fall apart. Zidane and Real Madrid officials stormed out of the meeting room, while outside, a large group of reporters had gathered, all of whom had received intelligence that Real Madrid had their eye on Li Chu. Mr. Zidane, how did the negotiations go? Zidane remained silent, and the Real Madrid leaders beside him also looked grim. When the reporters saw the Football Association leaders walking out, they immediately shifted their focus and crowded around them. The Football Association leaders were startled to see so many reporters. They smoothed their sparse hair back, and with a sudden thought, put on a pained expression. A talented player like Li Chu has long been a key player that our Yen Kingdom is cultivating, and many domestic clubs have also extended offers to us. Real Madrid's interest in Li Chu was within my expectations, but if Real Madrid players go overseas, I'll have to give an explanation to the clubs in China. 5, 10 million. If Real Madrid can pay a transfer fee of 10 million, our Football Association is willing to let Li Chu go overseas to train. If they ask Real Madrid for 10 million now, once they get to China, other clubs that want Li Chu can raise the price by another 5 million. This is a perfect opportunity to make money through hype. Chapter 8 wants Li Chu for a transfer fee of 10 million. 10 million? I think he's gone mad. The Real Madrid official's eyes widened when he heard the Chinese national team leader spouting such nonsense to the reporter. A young player who has no achievements in international competitions wants a transfer fee of 10 million. Mr. Zidane, I think this young man from Yen country that you have your eye on has no chance of joining our Real Madrid. Zidane remained expressionless, revealing neither joy nor anger, and simply looked to the side. Although he led Real Madrid to great success during his playing career, he is now just a coach for Madrid B team. Moreover, Madrid B team did not perform well last season. This was also why he wanted Li Chu, but he didn't expect the national football team leader to make such an outrageous demand. The journalists in the country were also in an uproar because of the words of the Football Association leader. Many journalists quickly edited the relevant news on their mobile phones and sent it online. At this moment, Yen country fans who had just finished watching the first half of the game and learned that the second half had been cancelled came across this news. Comment: shameless. Utterly shameless. They finally found a promising talent, and they won't release him. Comment: 10 million. This is clearly just an excuse they made up to prevent the release of the person. Comment: I'm a Real Madrid fan. Real Madrid originally had a chance to produce a Chinese player, but now I just want to cut it off. Comment: guys, let's book our tickets now and beat the crap out of him. Type 1 below to sign up. +1. +2. +10,086. The smug Football Association leader returned to the lounge and told the other leaders what had just happened. When they heard that Real Madrid was asking for a transfer fee of 10 million, their expressions changed. They immediately clapped and cheered. Well done, Lao Li. You're truly amazing. If those clubs don't offer us at least 20 million when we get back, how can they even consider hiring us? I'm going to take a look at the villas on the South Island right now. I've wanted to buy one for a long time, but I've always been a little short of money. Just as the leaders were celebrating wildly, there was a knock on the office door. Could it be someone from Real Madrid? Are they planning to give us 10 million? 10 million won't do. They can offer 20 million domestically. We'll raise the price on the spot. The leaders opened the door, only to find that it wasn't Real Madrid players outside, but rather the U18 team led by Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian took out his phone and showed the news that a reporter from Donyogwa had just published. Boss, I heard that Real Madrid has their eye on Li Chu, but you won't release him and are demanding a transfer fee of 10 million. The leader's expression changed. He hadn't expected those reporters from the bullfighting country to release their news so quickly. He quickly regained his composure and asked, so? What are you here for? The U18 players all looked indignant. We're here to seek justice for Li Chu. How could Real Madrid possibly offer a transfer fee of 10 million? You've ruined Li Chu's chance to go to Real Madrid. That's right. Why don't you release Li Chu? Bang! The door was slammed shut by the Football Association leaders, leaving the local players outside. Just then, Li Chu returned from the restroom and, seeing his teammates standing in front of the door, asked curiously, "What are you guys doing here?" "Li Chu, don't you know? Real Madrid has their eye on you, but the Football Association is asking for a transfer fee of 10 million. Yes, it's been released in the news. We couldn't stand by and watch, so we've come to get justice for you." After meeting with Zidane, Li Chu went to the toilet because he felt unwell. He hadn't even had a chance to tell his teammates about it before the news broke. When he heard that the Football Association was asking for a transfer fee of 10 million, he couldn't help but feel angry. He knew, of course, that if he went directly to Real Madrid, these leaders would lose a lot of money. It was unexpected that Yen Gua had finally produced a promising talent, but these leaders, for their own benefit, wanted to cut off his chance to go to Real Madrid. Luckily, I had a backup plan. "Li Chu, where are you going?" "We're standing right here today. I don't believe these old men won't come out." Although Huang Xiaotian was a player for the Football Association, he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. After all, he's a rich kid, his family is wealthy. At worst, he can quit playing football and go back to inherit the family fortune. You can all go back now. I am very grateful to everyone. I have a plan. What can you do? We've already signed contracts, but the Football Association won't release us, so we can't go anywhere. Watching Li Chu's departing figure, everyone had a big question mark in their hearts. At this moment, in the Football Association's leadership lounge, several leaders were angrily berating the U18 players. These little brats, they've rebelled, haven't they? Tomorrow when we get back, we'll pack them all up and sell them. We have a contract in hand anyway, so we're not afraid of these kids causing trouble. Yes, as long as there's a contract, Li Chu has no choice but to be sold off by us. At that moment, the knocking sounded again. Don't open the door, it's definitely those brats. The door was knocked on for a long time, but the leaders didn't open it. Then, with the sound of a key turning, the door opened from the outside. Outside the door were Real Madrid's management and a staff member. This is Real Madrid's territory. If you won't open the door, then I'll have to find someone to open it with a spare key. The Real Madrid official flashed a standard smile, holding a contract in his hand. Li Chu just provided us with a copy of the contract he signed with you. If you want to terminate this contract, you only need to pay a termination fee of 100,000 euros. We at Real Madrid are willing to pay the 100,000 euros, and Li Chu will then join us as a free agent. Chapter 9 Joining Real Madrid B Team. A cold welcome ceremony. Inside the meeting room, the Football Association leaders were all flushed and frantically pounding on the table. Li Chu. How dare you add a clause to the contract without my permission? Our Football Association does not recognize this contract. Li Chu glanced helplessly at the Real Madrid official and Zidane beside him, feeling ashamed of the shamelessness of his country's Football Association leaders. Boss, we have both signed this contract, so it is legally binding. We don't need your verbal agreement. Besides, this termination clause wasn't added by me without my permission. It was already there when I signed the contract. Maybe you can ask the team leader. The Football Association leaders immediately summoned the team leader. The team leader was sweating profusely. Only he and Li Chu knew that he had accepted a gift when signing the contract, which was why he added this clause. Who would have thought that Li Chu would be noticed by Real Madrid? If you mention giving gifts, you absolutely cannot shirk your responsibility. They could only insist that they were unaware of such a clause in the contract. Seeing the leaders and team leader of the Yen National Football Association arguing, the Real Madrid representative interrupted, saying, I don't think we need to be here to watch you argue about the contents of the contract. Please give me your account number. I will transfer £100,000 to your account right now, according to Li Chu's contract. Follow the contract. Upon hearing this, the Football Association leaders turned pale. Now that things had come to this, they had no choice but to abide by the contract. The fat pig they had almost gotten their hands on had turned into a mouthful of pig bristles. At the airport in the Bull Kingdom, Li Chu said goodbye to his teammates, and Huang Xiaotian hugged him excitedly. Chu, don't forget Zidane's autographed football. Li Chu also had tears in his eyes. Although he didn't like the domestic football environment, Huang Xiaotian truly treated him like a brother. He had even led his teammates to block the goal because of the transfer. Friendship is also one of the most precious things on the football field. After seeing his teammates off, Li Chu boarded the Real Madrid players' shuttle bus and returned to the Real Madrid training ground. Because of Zidane's schedule, Li Chu was received by assistant coach Michael. You're Li Chu. I heard you play very well. Michael, with his eagle eyes, sized up the thin Yen player. He did not watch that match. Seeing the assistant coach's expression, Li Chu knew that the coach had some doubts about his abilities. But I don't care. Ability is proven on the pitch, and if I want to establish myself in Real Madrid B, I need to constantly face doubts. Let's go, let me introduce you to our team members first. There will be physical tests before the official signing. You're not considered a Real Madrid player until you pass the physical test. Michael looked down at Li Chu with arrogance. In his mind, this young man from Yen was nothing more than a flash in the pan on the court. Players from Yen country are inherently disadvantaged in various aspects due to their physical constitution. Football is not something you can play well just by having a few fancy dribbling moves. Li Chu remained composed, meeting Michael's disdainful gaze head-on. Thank you, Coach Michael. I believe I will pass the physical test and play for Real Madrid. Michael led Li Chu to Real Madrid's training ground, where the familiar faces from the pitch were all present. The team members had been notified of Li Chu's arrival beforehand and were not surprised. After Li Chu's brief self-introduction, they assumed that the team members would also introduce themselves. Unexpectedly, Michael dismissed the group under the pretext of intensifying training. I've said it before, you're not a Real Madrid player until you officially pass the physical test. So there's no need for us to get to know each other. This will also save your brainpower so you can think about how to deal with the physical fitness test. After saying that, Michael left, leaving Li Chu alone on the spot, while the members of Team B occasionally cast a glance at him. There was no joy or concern in his eyes for the arrival of his new teammates. Only indifference, skepticism, and disdain. Li Chu smiled helplessly, suddenly recalling the experiences of those Yenguo veterans who had the opportunity to play in the top 5 European leagues, who had also spoken about their treatment in the teams during interviews in China. At first, no one will welcome you. Once you truly prove your abilities, they will treat you as one of their own. Li Chu. If I remember correctly, that's your name. A familiar voice rang out, and Jack walked straight up to Li Chu and extended his hand. Li Chu never expected that Jack, who had challenged him on the court and even started mocking him, would be the first person to welcome him. What? Is becoming my teammate something you don't want to do? Jack smiled, completely losing his on-court charisma and replacing it with friendliness. Since everyone else had let bygones be bygones, Li Chu naturally reached out and shook hands with them as well. Yes, I regret that I will not be able to beat you on the court in the future. This is a Western-style humor. Huh, Li Chu, I didn't expect that people from Yen could have such a sense of humor. I think I will introduce you to real Yen people in the future, instead of through the mouths of some unscrupulous media. Jack patted Li Chu on the shoulder. By the way, that's how it is with Michael. He's never seen you dribbling and shooting, especially that flying volley. At the time, I thought the head coach was going to take the shot himself. Come on, I'll take you to the dorm. You might not know this, but we've been assigned to the same dorm room. Li Chu raised his eyebrows, surprised at how destined he was to meet Jack, while Jack's expression suddenly turned serious. I hope you don't have bad habits like grinding your teeth or sleepwalking at night. No, I didn't. Oh, that's good, because I do, and I hope you can tolerate me. Li Chu. Chapter 10 System Upgrade. Jack infected by Li Chu. At this time, Li Chu was unaware that the Chinese Football Association had already issued 2 statements upon his arrival in China. Statement 1, Li Chu terminated his contract with the Chinese Football Association and joined Real Madrid B team as a free agent. Statement 2, Li Chu has engaged in misconduct, and the Chinese Football Association will forever refuse Li Chu participation in any leagues or international competitions under the jurisdiction of the Chinese Football Association. The 2 statements caused a national uproar. Comment, the first Chinese player to join Real Madrid, the future of Chinese football. Comment, misconduct. I don't believe it. It's definitely because Real Madrid didn't make the Chinese Football Association 10 million, and the Football Association is spreading rumors and smearing them. We must support Li Chu. Comment, Real Madrid is now my new team. A 20-year Real Madrid fan here uninvited. Comment, rumor has it that Li Chu legally terminated his contract, infuriating the Chinese Football Association leadership, who announced that Li Chu will never be used again. At this time, Li Chu was completely unaware of the Football Association's statement and the fact that he had unknowingly gained countless fans and domestic attention. Or rather, they don't care. Because he had arrived at his dream football mecca, his dormitory. The dormitory was very spacious and simple, with no unnecessary items, which made Li Chu very satisfied. Back in China, Li Chu had no other hobbies besides playing football. Purity is the best motivation. Meanwhile, Jack was enthusiastically introducing things to Li Chu. I think you should know that we, as Real Madrid B team, are currently participating in the 2nd division of the bullfighting kingdom. There are 22 teams in total, and it is a double round-robin tournament with home and away matches. A win is 3 points, a draw is 1 point each, and a loss is 0 points. It is currently the beginning of June, and our season will start at the end of August. There are still more than 2 months before the start of the competition, so you have plenty of time to prepare. The physical tests for the new players will be held the day after tomorrow, so you can have a good rest tomorrow. Rest? Li Chu shook his head inwardly. Back in China, his nickname was Li Chu the Desperate. While the other team members went to eat sea cucumbers, he was quietly training. Then Jack led Li Chu on a tour of the canteen, lounge, and recreation room, which were all fully equipped. During this time, many staff members looked at him strangely. The presence of Chinese nationals at Real Madrid's training ground is unprecedented. After kindly declining Jack's offer to play FIFA 2014, Li Chu returned to his dormitory and immediately opened the system. The system just notified me that the system shop has been unlocked. The system shop offers a wide variety of items that can be redeemed. Player skills, recovery potions, basic attributes. The currency that can be exchanged is training points. 1 hour of training earns 1 training point, and upgrading 1 attribute point requires 20 training points. Needless to say, the skills of the star players are also worth mentioning. Li Chu also saw the famous skill of the famous Yen country star, Bamboo Ball Protection. It is a ball protection skill that even turns 360 degrees more than the Marseille turn. However, any skill of a star player requires hundreds of attribute points. That means training for 24 hours straight without eating or drinking for more than 10 days. Only then can you exchange for a minimum level star player skill. An ordinary person would have been complaining bitterly by now, but Li Chu's eyes lit up. As long as you train, you can steadily improve yourself. Is there any better deal in the world? Inside the entertainment room, Jack was skillfully operating a game controller. Jack, the court is available anytime, right? That's right, but it's already evening, no one will be training then. After hearing Jack's words, Li Chu disappeared without looking back. Jack, who was left stunned, glanced at his watch. No way, is Li Chu going to training? Seemingly finding the game in his hand uninteresting, Jack hesitated for a long time before following Li Chu's retreating figure. Li Chu arrived at the green field. The main lights of the field had been turned off, with only a few small lights remaining. He took a deep breath and officially began training. Not far away, Jack stood in the darkness, watching Li Chu seemingly tirelessly repeat the ball-dribbling training over and over again. He's a madman. At this moment, Jack became even more certain of why Li Chu was able to display those amazing skills on the court. Perhaps his physical talent is indeed inferior to mine. However, his pure love for football and his strict self-discipline are things that I can never achieve. Thinking of this, Jack ran towards Li Chu. Li Chu, take me with you during training. Sweating profusely, Li Chu looked up and saw Jack, and couldn't help but smile. Michael happened to be passing by the football field when he saw 2 figures moving in the darkness and squinted at them. Let me see which 2 young men are working so hard, it's really heartwarming. It's that kid from Yen country, and Jack who plays video games all the time. After seeing the 2 of them clearly, Michael looked completely incredulous. That Yen country kid is able to be strict with himself, which is within my expectations. Without hard training, how could Zidane have taken a liking to him? As for Jack, I've already talked myself hoarse. Although he has good talent, he's always slacking off. They're still training so late tonight. The 2 seem to be chatting and laughing as they train together. An idea that even Michael himself doubted came to mind. Could it be that Jack was inspired by that Yen country kid's passion for training? Chapter 11 Insane Training. The Devil Li Chu. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that Li Chu brought Jack back to the dormitory. Li Chu, you're a training maniac. I thought you were going to train all night, Jack said with a wry smile, drenched in sweat. Of course not, I have to get up early tomorrow to continue training. Li Chu quickly finished washing up, calculating his gains in his mind, which amounted to exactly 4 hours of training. We obtained 4 training points. It takes another 16 hours of training to improve 1 attribute point. Tomorrow morning. Jack's expression changed. What time tomorrow morning? Li Chu thought for a moment and said, 6 o'clock, 5 hours of sleep is enough. Jack, I take back what I just said. You're not a training maniac. You are a demon. Li Chu smiled, didn't continue the topic, quickly finished washing up, ignored Jack's persistent gaze, lay down, and went to sleep. If I don't fall asleep before Jack, and he keeps me awake by grinding his teeth and sleepwalking, it will affect my ability to get up early the next day. If Jack knew what Li Chu was thinking, he probably wouldn't just call him a devil. The next morning, Li Chu woke up on time. Jack, who had just woken up, looked at this Yen countryman who was abnormally strict with him and felt admiration for him once again. Although physically unwilling, Jack once again found himself washing up with Li Chu, quickly eating a few pieces of bread, and then heading to the court to begin training. Assistant coach Michael has always had the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. He habitually gets up early to take a walk and comes to the side of the court, because it is the quietest place every morning. He can fully enjoy a quiet start to the day. But the stadium wasn't quiet at 6 a.m. today. Because there are two players training on the field. Michael recognized the two as Li Chu and Jack from last night and was once again dumbfounded. Good heavens, did they not sleep last night? Michael quickly rejected the idea, reasoning that a player with any sense wouldn't train all night, as that would ruin the daytime training. It seems they got up early and continued last night's training. Indeed, not bad. Michael nodded in approval at Li Chu for the first time, though Li Chu was unaware of all this. No coach dislikes a hard-working player. It's already past 10 o'clock, why haven't any other players come to train yet? Li Chu asked curiously. That's because we just finished a season and are currently on vacation, Jack replied quietly. Oh, then why did you come to train with me? Jack didn't answer that question. Instead, he silently twirled the ball at his feet. He wouldn't tell Li Chu that it was because he saw that Li Chu's skills were better than his own and that he was working so hard. People who are more talented than you work even harder than you. This was a blow, but Jack turned it into motivation. Another day of training until 1 a.m. After excluding meal times, Li Chu earned a full 16 points, which brought him to a total of 20 training points. Li Chu chose to add this training value to ball control. Ball control not only increases his dribbling speed but also his ability to protect the ball. Ball control plus 1 point added successfully, current ball control value 83. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, Li Chu couldn't help but smile with joy. Meanwhile, Jack, who was exhausted and collapsed in the dormitory, saw Li Chu suddenly smile strangely, cursed shit, and lay down to sleep. Could this devil be experiencing genuine joy during training? The next morning, Li Chu arrived at the stadium again, and Jack, though extremely unwilling, followed him. However, we can only train for 2 hours today. For Li Chu, today was the day for his physical examination and fitness test. Li Chu, I really hope you can pass the physical test, but I also really don't want you to. Li Chu was amused by these words. I really admire you, but if you actually join the team and keep training like this every day, I think the coach will soon use you as a benchmark, and my good days will definitely be over. Jack's expression was very sincere. The physical examination was very comprehensive, it systematically examined every muscle, organ, and physiological function of Li Chu. For football players, any hidden injury can affect their future development. Fortunately, Li Chu was able to protect himself well when he played football in the country, despite the harsh environment. The physical fitness test was of utmost importance and was the responsibility of assistant coach Michael. Originally, Li Chu was worried that Michael would stab him in the back or make things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, after just 1 day apart, the coach had put away his arrogant attitude and, while not enthusiastic, was very objective. These changes in Michael's opinion were, of course, due to his observation of Li Chu's training attitude. Li Chu gave his all to every single physical test item. Michael, who was watching the whole thing from the sidelines, had a very interesting change in expression as Li Chu scored each item. From expressionless to frowning in disbelief, then dumbfounded, and finally full of excitement, as soon as Li Chu finished his physical test, Michael grabbed the test data sheet and ran to Zidane's office. As Li Chu watched Michael's departing figure, he knew that his physical test data had impressed the coach. However, all of this is just a stepping stone for me. Seeing that it was still early, Li Chu simply started training on the spot. Training. 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 Zidane. Take a look at this. Michael ran into the office excitedly. Zidane was frowning, looking at the team's statistics from last season. Real Madrid B's performance last season was not good, finishing fourth in the league, which might be considered a good result for other teams. But for Real Madrid, not winning the title is simply not good. Even Team B. The team has many problems, the biggest one being the midfield. Apart from Jack, who is barely passable, the other two midfielders are not up to the task. While Jack's individual abilities are outstanding, his ability to connect the team is poor. Simply put, the current team lacks a brain, a true midfield maestro. I remember you were in charge of Lee Chu's physical tests. Are you done? Yes, it's over. Look, my God, Zidane, we've really found a genius this time. We didn't even spend a penny from other teams to poach this talent from Yen country. If Jack could see Michael's expression at that moment, he would definitely stand up for Lee Chu and curse him. Shameless face. Chapter 12. The next Zidane. The next Lee Chu. Are you sure these data are error-free? Zidane looked equally incredulous after reading the test report. As a forward, Lee Chu's ball control, dribbling, stamina, and passing are practically perfect. Moreover, his accuracy in long-range shots, headers, and shots on goal far surpasses the average player's level. These physical test results would even qualify him as a qualified midfielder in La Liga. Of course not, Zidane, you know me, I've always been a meticulous person. Michael was immersed in the joy of the team or outstanding players. He may be a somewhat eccentric coach, but for the team, he is definitely a good coach who is wholeheartedly devoted to the team. Zidane smiled slightly. Was this God helping him? What the team currently lacks is precisely this kind of strategist. As a result, heaven immediately sent him one. If the decision to bring Lee Chu into the team was based on his potential and the intention to nurture him, then after seeing these physical test data, Zidane even considered developing Lee Chu into the team's core starter in a short period of time. Zidane, don't you think Lee Chu's stats are remarkably similar to yours? I specifically found your physical test data from back then, take a look for yourself. Zidane hadn't realized this before, but now, comparing the two sets of physical test data, they are practically identical. Zidane, this is truly amazing. As a legendary Real Madrid player, you have actually brought another Zidane to Real Madrid. Upon hearing this, Zidane shook his head. I don't want to mold him into the next Zidane. Lee Chu has a certain power within him, he will become the first Lee Chu. By the way, last time I asked you to introduce Lee Chu to the other players, how was the welcoming ceremony? Upon hearing this, Michael's face stiffened. I'm sorry, I underestimated Lee Chu. I didn't even introduce myself to him through the other players, let alone hold a welcoming ceremony. Zidane slammed his hand on the table, his eyes cold. Michael, I don't want this to happen again. In the days that followed, Lee Chu continued his high-intensity training every day, and Jack followed him closely, never slacking off. From initially complaining, Jack has now become accustomed to such rigorous training. Especially after I gradually noticed that my ball skills were slowly improving. Lee Chu passed the medical examination and officially signed his first professional contract with Real Madrid B team. Madrid B team's vacation lasted exactly 1 month. During this month, all the players except Lee Chu and Jack went on vacation. In this month, Lee Chu also accumulated 440 training points, which raised his passing and control attributes to a whole new level. Of course, there will be very few long holidays like this in the future. After the official start of the competition, there will be matches and travel between home and away games. Moreover, the intensity of the matches is incomparable to that of training, making it difficult to concentrate on training outside of the matches. A month before the official start of the competition, the team's training sessions also officially began. The first training session was led by head coach Zinedine Zidane. This was the second time in a month that Lee Chu had met his future teammates, who looked at him with considerable surprise. They never expected that this kid from Yen country could actually join Real Madrid B team through the training camp. Lee Chu, don't worry about their stares. They'll be amazed by you soon enough, Jack whispered to Lee Chu, standing next to him. Lee Chu didn't care what others thought of him. Everything is decided on the field. Zidane scanned all the standing players and asked in a deep voice, during the break, raise your hand if you've trained for more than a day. The players looked at each other, and out of more than 20 players, 13 raised their hands. Raise your hand if you've trained for more than 7 days. This time, only 5 players still had their hands. Zidane's expression already showed some anger. More than 15 days. This time, only Li Chu and Jack's hands were still raised. Everyone stared at Li Chu and Jack, their faces filled with disbelief. Forget about that yen countryman, Jack is definitely lying. Jack didn't mishear me as playing video games for more than 15 consecutive days, did he? I never expected Jack to raise his hand. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Jack looked smug. You wouldn't believe it, would you? I, Jack, have actually started training hard too. All of this is thanks to my great roommate from Bullfighting Kingdom. It seems everyone is quite satisfied with our 4th place finish last season, right? Are you satisfied, Pete? Zidane looked at a black man, the center forward for Madrid B team. Or rather, Hook, do you think your passing doesn't need any more practice? Doldo, do you think your ball control is very good? As Zidane called out each player's name and pointed out their weaknesses, everyone lowered their heads further and further. Zidane's voice grew increasingly stern. You need to understand, you're now at the best club in the world. You are facing some of the most talented and hardest-working players in the world. If you lag behind others, what awaits you is elimination. Do you all just want to stay in the second team your whole lives? Will I spend my whole life as a player that nobody pays attention to and nobody cares about? When your son asks you in the future, Dad, are you very good at soccer? How are you going to answer that? I'm sorry, son, your dad is just a nobody. When you go to school and mention me to your classmates, they won't even know who I am. Is this how you're going to answer? Tell me loudly, is that right? Li Chu was completely moved by Zidane's words. A true man should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled feats. All the team members were also ablaze, shouting at the top of their lungs, no. Chapter 13 Training Match begins. 10 minutes, 0 touches. Zidane was very satisfied with the players' response, and under the arrangement of assistant coach Michael, he divided the players into 2 teams, A and B, for a training match. The division into teams A and B is based on strength. Team A consists mainly of the starting players, while Team B consists of substitutes. Li Chu and Jack were assigned to Team A. They played as the attacking midfielder and left winger for Team A, respectively. The players felt it was normal for Jack to be selected. After all, although Jack was lazy, his talent and strength were undeniable within the team. However, Li Chu's selection surprised everyone. They whispered and discussed among themselves. This kid didn't participate in a single practice match, so why was he selected for Team A? I suspect the coach has gone mad. Is this kid going to be a starter next season? I don't believe I'm inferior to this kid. I'll make sure he can't hold onto the ball on the field later. Since it's a training match before the new season. The importance of each team member is self-evident. Excellent performance means being able to make the starting lineup. If you perform poorly, you'll have to sit on the bench. At Real Madrid, connections don't matter, only ability matters. Li Chu saw the players discussing his selection for Team A. She cast a puzzled look at Jack. The astute Jack naturally guessed what his teammates were thinking and whispered the difference between Team A and Team B in Li Chu's ear. To avoid Li Chu overthinking, he patted Li Chu on the shoulder and gave him an encouraging smile. I believe you have the ability to be selected for Team A. Perform a good performance. Prove yourself. Li Chu nodded seriously, his eyes resolute. Players must prove themselves on the field. With a whistle from Michael. The players from both teams A and B quickly changed into pink and green training vests and took their positions on the field. The match is about to begin. Both teams' players' eyes were basically focused on Li Chu. The hostility from the B team players, and the suspicion from their own players. Li Chu's eyes were fixed on the football at the feet of Pete, the center forward of Team A. He ignored all gazes. Beep beep. The match begins. With a loud shout from Michael. Team A's center, Pete, hesitated for a moment and did not choose to pass the ball around. He deliberately ignored Li Chu behind him. Instead, he passed the ball directly to Hooker, the right winger. Hook will launch the attack. At this moment, Zidane and Michael stood side by side on the sidelines, watching the game unfold on the field. Perhaps unable to hold back any longer, Michael touched his nose and said, "Zidane, perhaps, directly assigning Li Chu to Team A is not a good idea." From the beginning, Zidane sensed that Michael was hesitant to speak. He gave a slight chuckle. The new season is about to start, and we don't have much time to wait for Li Chu to grow. You've seen his performance during the trial and his hard work during this period. For a player with exceptional talent, isn't forcing growth a catalyst? Michael chose to remain silent. Whether this choice to force growth is good or bad remains to be seen. It will be on display soon. Of course, this is all predicated on the players on Team A being willing to pass the ball to Li Chu. On the field at this moment. The sky is clear today, and for the bullfighting kingdom, July is the most comfortable season. Both teams' players were fully focused on the game. Li Chu was no exception. Actively move around the field. He ran from the backcourt to the frontcourt. Then he ran back from the front field to the back field. The match has been going on for a full 10 minutes. Li Chu's steps were almost never stopped. Only. The number of times the ball was touched was 0. Yes, that's right. Li Chu, who has been on the field for 10 minutes, has touched the ball 0 times as an attacking midfielder. The members of Team A deliberately ignored Li Chu. It was as if this player didn't exist on the field. The soccer ball flew over Li Chu's head several times. They simply wouldn't pass it on to Li Chu. Li Chu wasn't in a hurry. During the attack, he actively moved around to support his teammates, silently waiting for the opportunity. Since my teammates aren't passing the ball to me, I'll find an opportunity to steal it from them. 12th minute of the match. Team B's forward received a long pass from his teammate in the attacking third. Lightning fast. He dribbled past Team A's center, Pete, and broke through. Just past the center circle, I sensed a figure rushing towards me at high speed. It was Li Chu. The B team forward gave a disdainful smile to the new Yen countryman who had just joined the team. "I'm in great form right now, even the team's starting center Pete can't stop me, let alone you, Yen Guoren, who just joined the team." They attempted to use their speed advantage to break through. He sent the ball out directly with his right foot. I'm ready to get past Li Chu and get back to the ball. Result. The football was intercepted by Li Chu with lightning speed. And Li Chu pulled it back to his feet. Team B's center hadn't even reacted to the ball yet. Li Chu already had the football with him. It swept past me like the wind. The center of Team B turned around in annoyance, but could only watch as Li Chu's back had already reached 2 meters away. Team A's teammates were clearly surprised that Li Chu was able to intercept the ball. He was actually slightly taken aback. Only Jack, the left winger for Team A. He excitedly let out a shout of "Aha! Good interception. Chu!" He sprinted forward, ready to support Li Chu. When Li Chu and Jack arrived at the center circle in the attacking third, the B team players seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly returned to defense. At the beginning, Team A intentionally ignored Li Chu and did not pass the ball to him. The players on Team B even overlooked Li Chu's presence. The football was at Li Chu's feet, and his incredible speed with the ball left many people in awe. This kid's dribbling speed is amazing. And so steady. Team B's defensive midfielder and fullback quickly moved forward, one in front and one behind. They effectively blocked Li Chu's dribbling and passing routes. Li Chu faced the attack from the B team's defensive midfielder. I felt a little flustered. However, he quickly calmed down. A month of consistent training has kept me in excellent condition, giving me extremely confident control over the ball at my feet. A thought struck me. He's dribbling the ball with his feet. He dribbled the ball and turned beautifully. It's the Marseille turn. He easily bypassed the B team's defensive midfielder who came to press. The appearance of the Marseille turn was a revelation to everyone present. Regardless of how those players view Li Chu. Such a smooth and amazing dribbling move. Even among Real Madrid B team players, almost none can guarantee 100% success. But Li Chu. This young man from Yen country suddenly joined the team. He actually made that move with such confidence during a training match. And he even managed to dribble past the opponent. At this moment, a question popped into the minds of all the players on Team B. Could it be that this kid is really stronger than me? Chapter 14: A magical ground-rolling curveball. Assist for a goal. Li Chu, who dribbled past the B team's defensive midfielder, continued his performance. He didn't stop dribbling. Continue. At this moment, the B team's fullback was clearly a little flustered. The image of our defensive midfielder being beaten is still fresh in our minds. Nobody wants to be the backdrop. To be honest, the B team centre-back even felt a slight sense of fear. What if you get caught out by a Marseille spin? Fortunately, Li Chu gradually slowed down his dribbling pace. Because at this moment, the two centre-backs of Team B had already pressed forward. Li Chu quickly surveyed his surroundings. With a vision model of a young Zidane, his field of vision had reached an astonishing 91 degrees. With a vision rating of 91, it is among the top-tier vision levels in the entire global football scene. In addition, there was a month of intense training to adapt. At this moment, Li Chu seemed to be in a godlike perspective. In an instant, they grasped all the information about the area near the penalty area in the attacking third. In front of him was the B team's fullback, and not far away, the B team's two centre-backs were tacitly compressing their shooting angle and preparing to squeeze their dribbling space. On the other side, besides Jack, no one else could get him a rescue. His own centre-forward and another right-winger were still running behind him, and they were already being closely marked by the B team players. The only remaining offensive passing option is Jack's position. But Jack is currently positioned in the other corner of the penalty area. In addition, the presence of two tall centre-backs from Team B, one in front and one behind, blocked the passing lanes. The situation on the field can change in an instant, but Li Chu has already simulated more than 10 passing routes in his mind. At the edge of the stadium, Zidane remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the ball. Li Chu's dribbling skills were truly amazing. However, the football world is never short of players who rely on their ball control skills and sudden bursts of power to complete one-on-one dribbles. At this moment, Li Chu's situation on the field is the one that truly tests a player. The defensive intensity in front of the penalty area is several times stronger than that in the midfield. The closer you are to the enemy's goal, the higher the defensive intensity. The demands on players' ball handling skills are also higher. Ultimately, football is a sport where everything comes down to the result. Even if you manage to dribble past 4 or 5 players one-on-one, but they missed their chance right in front of the goal, this means that all your previous dribbling efforts were in vain. Zidane has a habit. It's that when players are playing on the field, they actually immerse themselves in the scene. At this moment, Zidane naturally put himself in Li Chu's shoes. Michael, standing next to Zidane, had a furrowed brow. He muttered to himself. Although this kid is fast, he doesn't have any teammates to support him. He's probably going to waste this good opportunity. Zidane naturally overheard Michael's mutterings. Is it a waste? If it were me, I would have at least 3 passing options. We can continue this offensive momentum. I just don't know. Li Chu. Is it possible to do it? While Zidane was deep in thought, only 2 or 3 seconds had actually passed on the field. That is, at this moment. Li Chu suddenly raised his left foot. He kicked the ball with the side of his foot, not too hard, but not too softly. All eyes were on them. Everyone was unconsciously watching this pass. The football is skimming along the grass. They charged towards the other side of the penalty area. Although Michael felt that Li Chu might concede a goal with this play. But as a coach, we still hope that Li Chu can break the deadlock. I saw Li Chu pass the ball. My heart is also full of anticipation. As a result, they were greatly disappointed when they saw Li Chu's ground pass. Years of experience allowed him to instantly identify the ball. The message has gone astray. It's clear that Li Chu hopes to get out of the way. Pass the ball to Jack. Look for opportunities. However, between Jack and Li Chu. But there happened to be a fullback. They blocked the passing position. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, possession of the ball will change hands in the next second. Team B's fullback was also surprised to see the football flying towards him. At this time, Zidane, however, remained expressionless. It was only in his eyes. But it seems there's something more to it. Stare intently at this ball. Because he discovered a place that everyone else had overlooked. That was that ground ball. It's spinning wildly. Just as the B team's fullback naturally stretched out his left foot, preparing to intercept the ground ball. But they discovered that the ball seemed to be under a spell. With each gentle bounce on the grass. It turns out. It's changing direction. That's right. It is changing direction. And it drew a subtle arc on the grass. Team B's goalkeeper shouted a warning to his teammates. It's a ground-rolling curveball. A curveball. It has an arc. But the goalkeeper's warning came too late, as the ball had already grazed the toes of the B team's fullback. They came up to Jack. Although Jack was also amazed by Li Chu's ground-rolling curveball. However, my current position is an excellent shooting spot. Without hesitation, Jack raised his foot and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball hurtled straight toward the goal. Team B's goalkeeper made a very desperate save to get to the ball. Yet they still missed the mark by a body length. We could only watch helplessly as the ball went into the net. Whoosh! An assist from Li Chu led to Jack scoring from the edge of the penalty area. Beep beep beep. The whistle blows to confirm the goal. The sound of the football going into the net was so beautiful. It can always ignite the player's passion instantly. Jack roared excitedly. He excitedly rushed towards Li Chu. He burst into a happy laugh. Although it was just a training match, this goal was significant. Even Jack himself didn't expect this. Or rather, even Jack hadn't expected that he would get such a great opportunity. And everything. It's all thanks to Li Chu's magician-like passing. Chu. Good. Everyone else stood there dumbfounded, still savoring Li Chu's ground-rolling, curved pass. Isn't that an exaggeration? While it cannot be ruled out that the B team's defenders were careless. But you should know that this kid came from the side of three people. The ball was delivered to Jack's feet. Although the goal came from Jack. But everyone knows that this scoring opportunity was entirely created by Li Chu. Sidelines. Michael couldn't help but excitedly tug at Zidane's sleeve. Goal! 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 Zidane's expression showed a slight smile of approval. Zidane, why do you seem so unexcited? Ground ball with curve. How many more surprises can Li Chu bring us? When confronted by Michael, Zidane replied, is it possible that I anticipated he might do that? Michael looked incredulous. Really? Zidane didn't bother to explain. After all, Li Chu's pass was one of the three passing routes he had envisioned. Certainly. Thinking about it and being able to do it are two different things. Even I myself cannot guarantee that this shot will be 100% successful. It's absolute creativity and talent. It seems that the starting midfielders for the new season's roster will be confirmed the day after tomorrow. Chapter 15. The first round of the new season is about to begin. At dawn, as the sun breaks through the horizon, Li Chu quietly changed into a jersey, followed by a sleepy-eyed Jack, and prepared to head to the training ground. I just stepped out of the dormitory. I happened to run into a few teammates. Li Chu had no time to react. Several teammates took a closer look, immediately greeted them with smiles, and took the initiative to go forward and say hello. Chu. You're going to training so early. The weather's nice today, keep it up. What a coincidence. Good morning. Several teammates walked away. Jack couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. Chu, after this period of training matches, you have completely conquered them. You know, when you first arrived, they all treat you like a wooden doll. Li Chu nodded. I neither agree nor disagree. This is the nature of competitive sports. On the field, skill is paramount. It's your own business card. Meanwhile, in the office of the Real Madrid B team head coach, Zidane and Michael, both with dark circles under their eyes, were organizing a large pile of documents. This pile of data contains the training statistics of every Real Madrid B team player during this period. They had been up all night without sleeping. Zidane, take a look. This is the latest list I've compiled. Michael yawned and handed the still-hot printed list to Zidane. Zidane's brow remained furrowed. Looking at the list, I fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Michael was nervously watching Zidane, who had already submitted the list 5 times in a row. Without exception. All of them were rejected. Finally, this time Michael saw a relaxed expression on Zidane's face. Michael breathed a sigh of relief. Zidane continued. This roster will do. Tomorrow is the first round of the new season, so let's go and inform the players now. Now. Zidane, how about we get some sleep first? We've been up all night. Michael noticed that Zidane still seemed hesitant. He immediately added more. I'm not thinking of myself, but of you. As the team's head coach, your health is also very important. You look like you could collapse at any moment. Zidane also rubbed his temples. His dark circles were worse than a panda's, and his eyes were bloodshot. Zidane has high expectations for the team's performance in the new season. And pressure. This is why the team's roster has not been finalized for so long. Because Zidane has already made a pledge to Real Madrid's management this season. He will surely lead the youth team to victory. The team finished 4th last season. The goal of winning the championship is neither too high nor too low. However, every factor can potentially influence whether or not one can win the championship. All of this makes it difficult for Zidane to make a decision easily. Zidane seemed to fall into deep thought again. Michael seemed to have guessed Zidane's thoughts. I understand the pressure you're under, Zidane. You've watched the training matches these past few days, too. The players are all in good form, especially Jack and Chu. Speaking of Li Chu. Zidane had a long-lost smile on his face. Okay, then I'll take a rest first. Just as Zidane was taking a break, Michael was also preparing to go back to sleep. When I passed by the public television station again, I was drawn to a TV program on it. This is a football interview program. The image shows the head coach of Sevilla's youth team, Real Madrid's youth team's opponent in the first round of the league, and his coach, Versailles. Michael has been playing for Real Madrid's youth team for the past few years. Naturally, he was extremely familiar with this old rival, and at the same time, he subconsciously disliked him. Because in recent years, the Sevilla youth team's league performance has been better than that of Real Madrid's youth team. No coach enjoys constantly defeating their team's opponents. Michael stopped, wanting to see what Ver would say. Ver looks like a typical bullfighter from the United States. His eyes were bright, and he spoke eloquently. The interview at that moment happened to be about the goals of the Sevilla youth team for the new season. With a talented player like Kate on the team, our goal for the new season is naturally to win the championship. This is what the host, Versailles, said generously. I have great admiration for a player named Kate in the current team. Michael rarely saw such confidence in his old rival. It even reached the point of arrogance. What made Michael even more uneasy was the situation regarding the new Sevilla player, Kate. He had no idea. It seems that besides our team bringing in Li Chu, other teams have also found a lot of excellent prospects during the off-season. I need to investigate who this Kate is. Oh God, does this mean I really can't sleep tonight? Foo *K Ver. Foo *K Kate. Despite his outbursts, Michael turned around and went back to his office. He started typing away at the computer, searching for everything about Kate that could be found online. On August 1, 2016, under clear skies, at the Alfredo Di Stefano Stadium, the home ground of Real Madrid B team, Li Chu rode the team bus, accompanying his teammates to participate in his first game. Just yesterday, Li Chu was successfully selected for the team roster. This time, no one disagreed. Even though Li Chu only joined the team for a month or two. Even so, Li Chu still has an Asian face. However, there was no controversy among the other players regarding Li Chu's selection. After all, this guy was in a practice match. He truly led his team to a crushing victory in every single match. That's right. Just blow it up. Li Chu fully demonstrated the talent of a young Zidane. Passing, shooting, and positioning. Leaving aside defense, let's just talk about offensive attributes. It is absolutely dominant. A midfielder who scored more goals than the strikers. And they can keep creating goals. A talent that is obvious to the blind. Outside the stadium, there were only a few scattered fans, men, women, young and old, preparing to enter. You can't even tell if they came for Real Madrid or Sevilla. In Li Chu's memory. In overseas matches, shouldn't the home fans all wear the same color jerseys and cheer for their teams? Jack immediately noticed Li Chu's confusion. What are you thinking? We're just a small second-tier league. Above us is the first-tier league, and above that is La Liga. Is there any possibility? You've seen a lot of fans today. Li Chu's eyes widened. Looking at the hundreds of fans preparing to enter the stadium. You call this a lot? Even a square dance troupe of middle-aged women in Yen country has more people than this, right? Jack looked very serious. There's definitely something wrong. These fans must have come for something. Who could it be? Could it be you? Just as Jack was making his guesses, a cheer suddenly erupted from the fans. Li Chu and Jack looked over together. Several hundred fans had already formed a small circle around the crowd. Surrounded by the crowd. A handsome blonde boy, dressed in Seville's team uniform, is beaming with a bright smile. Enjoying the enthusiasm of the fans. Chapter 16 Genius Kate. When Li Chu arrived at the locker room with his teammates, he saw that Zidane had already arrived. And on the tactical blackboard behind Zidane, there were already many things written and drawn. Looking up at the young men in front of him, Zidane finally began to slowly set up the tactics for the match. The first game of the season is about to begin. Look at the audience outside, can you tell that there are more people here than usual today? After looking around, Zidane abandoned his plan to directly explain the tactics. The main reason is that Zidane didn't see any desire for the game in the eyes of any of the players, except for Li Chu. There was a light in Li Chu's eyes. This kind of brilliance is all too familiar to Zidane. Back when I was a player, I had a similar glint in my eyes every time I faced an important game. But the others, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. From this perspective, Zidane believes that the most crucial thing is to motivate the players. Do you all think everyone's here to see you? I regret to inform you that's not the case. The reason so many people are here today is that most of them are here for Kate from Sevilla. Everyone really wants to see it. Just how talented is Kate Blatter, the genius of Sevilla? As for you, nobody has high expectations. After all, you only finished fourth last season, while your opponents, Sevilla, are the champions of recent years. After Zidane calmly finished speaking. Really? The atmosphere in the entire locker room instantly changed. Apart from Li Chu, everyone else's eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment. Or rather, it was obvious that the players' eyes were blazing with fury at that moment. Looking at his players' current state with satisfaction, Zidane smiled contentedly. Young man, you've got too much of a temper. Of course, this is what Zidane would like to see. After all, if you don't have any enthusiasm for the game when facing a strong opponent, then you can't expect any results. If you don't want to become the background on Kate's road to fame, then listen carefully to my tactical plan. Having said all that, Zidane then pointed to the tactical blackboard and began to make tactical arrangements for the match. Finally, Zidane added a special note. They have Kate as their ace, that's good, but we also have Li Chu. So, lads, go for it. I believe that each of you is no worse than your opponents, and in my eyes, you are the best young players in all of Spain. It has to be said. Zidane truly understands the inner thoughts of these young players in the youth team. A few words that are described in a very simple way. This quickly brought all the players' emotions to a fever pitch. Especially when I think of what Zidane said, we also have an ace up our sleeve. Everyone naturally turned to look at Li Chu. Others are unaware of Li Chu's strength. However, Li Chu's teammates, who had spent more than 2 months with him, were naturally very clear about the situation. Is Kate really that good? He's nothing compared to Li Chu. Very soon. The match between Real Madrid's youth team and Sevilla's youth team has officially begun. Sevilla, who won the coin toss, gained possession of the ball. Very soon. The ball is kicked off from the center circle, the match begins. Sevilla started the game very aggressively. Perhaps it's because they've consistently beaten Real Madrid's youth team in recent years that the Sevilla players are playing with such confidence on the field. After several passes in the midfield and backfield, the ball was quickly passed to the vicinity of Real Madrid's penalty area. Kate, wearing the number 11 jersey, quickly got the football. Looking at the two Real Madrid centre-backs who came up to block and help defend, Kate quickly made everyone realize why Sevilla regarded him as the youth team's greatest asset. Facing two defenders, Kate quickened his pace and immediately broke free from the first defender. Facing the second Real Madrid centre-back who came up to cover, Kate easily nutmegged him. This moment. Facing Kate's breakthrough. Real Madrid's defense appeared to be non-existent. After shaking off two defenders, Kate sprinted at high speed towards Real Madrid's penalty area with the ball. Behind him were two Real Madrid players desperately chasing back, but they looked quite disheveled. When Kate dribbled the ball into Real Madrid's penalty area, Real Madrid's goalkeeper decisively stepped forward to block the shot. Result. To the goalkeeper's surprise, Kate finished the attack with a very imaginative lob shot. Elegant. Freehand style. 1 o'clock. This number 11 must be Kate. She really is a genius. Yes. Look at that goal. Real Madrid's defense was practically useless against him. That goal went in just as easily as in a practice match. This player is truly a genius. Ha ha ha. Look at those two defenders following behind Kate, they're practically watching Kate score. When Kate scored, the spectators on the sidelines immediately applauded. Even many of them were Real Madrid fans. For these fans, youth team matches originally held little appeal. Especially in recent seasons, Real Madrid's youth team has had a rather mediocre performance. I came here to watch the game. More importantly, we want to see how good Kate, who has been hyped up so much by Sevilla, really is. The result did not disappoint them. Kate's performance. He truly deserves to be called a genius. And on the sidelines. Look at this goal we conceded. Assistant coach Michael was a bit frantic. Have these kids not eaten? They can't even catch up with one person. Compared to the somewhat exasperated Michael, Zidane appeared much calmer at this moment. To be honest, Kate's ability is indeed quite outstanding among these youth team players. At least his footwork is very good, and his speed in combining the ball and the ball is also very fast, so it's not surprising that we can't catch up with him. Hey! Zidane, Kate is a Sevilla player. How can you praise the opponent? I'm just stating the facts. Besides, while Kate is excellent, our Li Chu is far superior. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this, Michael looked at Li Chu. Really? At this moment, Li Chu's eyes were like those of a wolf. His fierce eyes were filled with all sorts of displeasure. Chapter 17 The Deadly Pass. Very soon. After the Sevilla players finished celebrating, the ball returned to the center circle. Only. Conceding a goal early in the game, especially after the opponent completely broke through Real Madrid's defense on the right flank, left Real Madrid's players feeling quite helpless. After the ball was kicked out, Real Madrid striker began to sprint desperately towards Sevilla's half. At this moment, everyone clearly remembered what Li Chu had just said. You guys are in charge of positioning, if the pass isn't accurate, it's my fault. This statement is the biggest blow to Real Madrid's two forwards, and even to midfielders like Jack. Because everyone is aware of Li Chu's abilities. When Li Chu wants to feed you a cake, it's hard for you to refuse. So at this moment, the two forwards and Jack sprinted towards Sevilla's half while keeping an eye on the gaps in the opponent's defense. Because all three of them believed it. As long as he can create an opening, the ball will definitely be passed to Li Chu's feet. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But after spending so much time with Li Chu, everyone naturally understood. At least in the youth team matches, Li Chu kept his word. The three men charged toward Sevilla's backfield like galloping calves. This move clearly stunned the Sevilla players. Do these three guys have no brains? You guys are charging straight into our backfield like that, do you think our defense is fake? The fact that three players charged straight into a group of four defenders and three center-backs left everyone bewildered at the start of the game. At the same time, the football quickly reached Li Chu's feet. Facing the ball passed to him by his opponent, Li Chu took a large, gentle step forward, leaving himself enough space to sprint. I also took a look at the positioning of Sevilla's backfield players. Then, facing the football, Li Chu unleashed a powerful smash. Bang! Moment. The football transformed into a white streak, skimming the grass as it flew towards Sevilla's backfield. As a result, the football seemed to be equipped with the most precise guidance system. After tracing a strange arc along its path, it instantly pierced through Sevilla's defenses. They arrived in front of Jack, who had already sprinted at high speed into the Seville penalty area. Facing the Sevilla defenders on both sides, Jack didn't even need to adjust his footing, he shot straight at the goal. Sevilla's goalkeeper had no chance against such a goal. Brush. The football slammed into the net. 1:1. After scoring the goal, Jack excitedly ran towards Li Chu. Soon, Jack arrived in front of Li Chu and excitedly hugged her. Cool. That goal was absolutely amazing. This pancake tastes so delicious. The two forwards who came with Jack. At this moment, she excitedly complained to Li Chu. Bro, you can't just leave Jack to take care of everything. We two brothers are the real strikers, okay? Of course. Although he was complaining. But the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. No way. As a striker, what kind of teammates do you like best? Naturally, it would be a passer like Li Chu who can deliver the perfect pass. Take Jack's goal just now, for example. It's much harder to miss that shot than to score it. With such teammates, the two forwards naturally couldn't help but get excited. I can't help but imagine how many goals I'll be able to score after the season ends, with Li Chu providing assists. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid players were clearly celebrating past the allotted time. At this point, the Sevilla players did not protest to the referee. The goal had such a huge impact on them. How long did it take from Real Madrid's kickoff to the goal? 20 seconds? No. At most, it will only last about 10 seconds. Kick off. Return. Then the ball came to the feet of the opposing team's black-haired, yellow-skinned kid. He then passed the ball to the striker, who took a shot. Us. They were only leading by about 10 seconds. Sidelines. After seeing this goal, even Zidane found it somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, he was vigorously rubbing his face with both hands. He stared wide-eyed at his disciples celebrating on the field. Although everyone had anticipated that Li Chu's performance would shock them. But what Zidane didn't expect was that goal came way too fast. At that moment, Zidane had only one thought in his mind. Happiness came so suddenly. Like Zidane. All the spectators watching from the sidelines. At this moment, while many people were still discussing Kate's goal, no one expected that Real Madrid would so easily equalize the score. I stared blankly at the large 1:1 scale on the screen. Many people still don't understand what happened. I was just turning my head to chat with the person next to me about Kate. How did the score become tied? Is there a mistake with the scoreboard? But watching the Real Madrid youth team players celebrating on the field. Although everyone was in disbelief, they gradually accepted the fact. Sevilla's substitutes bench. At this point, everyone was stunned. What is that? That's a goal. Is this fake? Several black players provided a number of meme-worthy expressions at this point. And the coach of Sevilla. At this point, they were so shocked they couldn't sit still. Even if I stand up now, it still couldn't calm his mind. Others may not have seen this goal. But he witnessed the entire process of the goal firsthand. Moreover, compared to the audience outside the venue, This goal had a greater impact on him. Because the more you understand, the more you realize how terrifying this ball is. What's scary isn't Jack scoring the goal. It was the dark-haired young man who was being hugged by those Real Madrid lads. That pass just now. Although it was in their own half, they were less than 5 meters away from the center circle. As a result, after the ball was passed out, there were as many as 6 of its own defenders in the path of it. But that pass turned into a perfect path forward. It successfully penetrated the defense of 6 players and finally landed at the edge of the penalty area. It's even a bit of an exaggeration. The kid who received the ball had 2 Sevilla defenders on either side of him. But that's the situation. Not only could the football fall easily at the feet of Real Madrid players, but the player receiving the ball doesn't even need to adjust, they can shoot directly. Is this just a coincidence? If it's not a coincidence. A chill ran from his feet straight up to the top of his head. Chapter 18 Vers Horror. Finally, the referee, having regained his senses, interrupted the Real Madrid youth team's celebration. The players from both sides took their positions again. Get ready to wait for Sevilla to kick off. It has to be said. Even if you've been a referee for 7 years and consider yourself experienced, it's only been a few minutes since the game started, including the very first game. The 2 sides have now kicked off from the center circle 3 times already. The referee was also somewhat speechless. Have youth competitions become this insanely competitive these days? What the referee didn't expect was that something even more outrageous was yet to come. When Sevilla restarted the game, Real Madrid's defense subtly changed this time. Before any of the Sevilla players noticed, Lichu had already arrived at the deep midfield position, where he was matched up against Sevilla's prodigy, Kate. When Kate received the pass from her teammate, she found that this time it was the same dark-haired kid who had delivered the decisive pass who was standing in front of her. Snort. Although Kate herself admitted that the opponent's pass was truly amazing. But you passed the ball away, but does that mean your defense is just as good? Lower your shoulders and shift your weight onto your feet. Kate was ready to shake off this kid. Because Kate noticed. Behind this kid was a large, undefended area. The feints are almost done. Right. Kate smiled smugly as she smoothly passed the dark-haired boy on the right. Only when Kate looked down at her feet again, she was horrified to discover something. I don't know when, but the football has disappeared. Turn around. As a result, he discovered that the dark-haired boy who had been guarding him had already sprinted away with the soccer ball. Hateful. He turned around and chased after them. What happened next terrified Kate even more. His speed, which he was usually so proud of, was completely outmatched by that black-haired kid. Because the distance between the 2 people is getting more and more ridiculously far. After Lichu successfully intercepted Kate's ball, Real Madrid's entire midfield and forward line sprinted desperately towards Sevilla's half. For these Real Madrid youth team players, what does it mean for Lichu to get the football? This means there's a high chance we'll have to eat pancakes again. If we don't run faster now, are we just going to wait and watch others eat? Then Lichu sprinted forward. A spectacular scene unfolded on the ground. Including Lichu, a total of 7 Real Madrid players are involved in this attack. The sprint of his teammates also drew the attention of the defenders to Lichu. Sevilla's defenders were forced to divide their roles and mark their opponents one-on-one at this point. So, the defender who came up in front of Lichu. There's only one left at this point. Lichu had already picked up speed. There was not much movement at this point. After simply performing a bicycle kick, he used his speed to overtake the defender in front of him. When Lichu dribbled the ball to the edge of the penalty area, the nearest Sevilla player was about 2 meters away from him. Great opportunity. Seeing this, Lichu raised his left leg high. Long-range shot. At this moment, all of Sevilla's defenders, including the goalkeeper, were nervously watching Lichu. Even the defenders, seeing that the distance wasn't enough, made a sliding tackle from the spot. The goal is to increase the defensive area by using sliding tackles. Only they were all fooled. seeing that the other person's attention was focused on him. Moment. Li Chu's raised left leg gently pushed the football forward after it landed. At that moment, even the goalkeeper instinctively lunged to the right. I only realized I'd been tricked after I started doing the action. But at this point, the body's center of gravity had already shifted downwards. Then, the goalkeeper for Sevilla. They watched helplessly as the Real Madrid player, making a run into the box, easily slotted the ball into the far corner of the goal from an empty net. 2:1. Just over a minute has passed since the last goal. Real Madrid's youth team has already taken the lead in the score. Rishi, who scored the goal, excitedly rushed to Li Chu's side. He lifted Li Chu's left foot and made a kissing motion. You need to know. There's nothing more rewarding for a player than kissing their shoes. Ver was in a terrible mood at this moment. Watching the black-haired, yellow-skinned Real Madrid player, number 11, being kissed by his teammate who lifted his left foot onto his knee. At this moment, Versailles felt an indescribable fear. That kid. This kid's strength. If we're talking about the darling of the Sevilla youth team, it's Kate. He is the most technically gifted player in the youth team, and it can be said that almost no one can defend against him. So, the number 11 in Real Madrid's lineup. In Versailles' eyes, they were simply a force to be reckoned with in youth team matches. This dark-haired boy. His physique, speed, footwork, and so on. What the hell came up with this monster? Let alone youth team matches. Even the current La Liga. This kid can easily secure a starting midfield position in a mid-table team, okay? Such a player. Compared to these youngsters in the youth team. At this point, any tactics are meaningless. Ver believed. Real Madrid can easily defeat any opponent simply through the overwhelming individual ability of this dark-haired boy. If I hadn't just witnessed Real Madrid's number 11 easily intercept the ball from Kate, Versailles could have tried to engage in an undefended attacking battle with Real Madrid. But after seeing the opponent's defensive capabilities, Versailles knew that Kate's offensive skills were simply not worth mentioning in front of the opponent. What to do? Ver suddenly felt helpless. On the other side, Zidane must have felt like he was going crazy with happiness at that moment. This time, it's like a windfall. It really did hit its own head. You need to know. Against Real Madrid's youth team's attack. With Li Chu on board, Zidane was naturally completely at ease. Only, Zidane was a little worried when he saw Kate's goal at the start of the game. After all, Real Madrid's defense simply couldn't handle Kate's ability. Who would have thought? Li Chu, who usually focuses on offense in training, is surprisingly effective on the defensive end as well. If Li Chu knew what Zidane was thinking, I would definitely tell him with disdain. What's so strange about this? To ensure that I have no weaknesses. In recent training sessions, Li Chu has put all his attribute points into defense. Li Chu's current defensive abilities are at least 82. If this system can't even stop a young player, then what's the point of Li Chu having it? Chapter 19 2 assists and 1 shot. After Li Chu demonstrated his defensive prowess, Real Madrid's players gained even more confidence for the match. Especially after Li Chu deliberately moved to a deeper position, directly matching up against Sevilla's Kate, the situation on the field became much clearer. Kate's point of view was completely frozen by Li Chu. With Kate neutralized, Sevilla's other attacking options became much less threatening when facing Real Madrid's defense. The attack in the midfield and forward areas was not going smoothly. Especially Kate. Kate has never succeeded in a one-on-one fight against Li Chu. On the contrary. Every time Li Chu intercepted the ball, he would immediately launch that mesmerizing pass. If Real Madrid's two forwards hadn't been of average ability and managed to create a few chances, the game would have been completely different by now. And after the start of the second half, to everyone's surprise, Sevilla had completely retreated to their own half to defend. Only Kate remained in midfield, symbolically indicating that they had not given up on the game. Only. Looking at the dark-haired boy who was always by Kate's side. All the Sevilla players understood. Even if there were an opportunity, the ball wouldn't be passed to Kate. As for Kate herself, after the first half, Kate's mental state is not very good. He was practically sleepwalking on the field. His former confidence was completely destroyed in just half a game against Li Chu. Am I not a genius? Aren't I top tier in the youth team? Even in the senior team, he can be a qualified rotation player. But why? Why can't they even get past Real Madrid's number 11? Li Chu. Without even realizing it, he had become an insurmountable mountain in Kate's heart. The spectators on the sidelines. At this point, everyone was naturally quite surprised. Originally, everyone came for Sevilla's prodigy, Kate. Who would have thought that Kate would be completely outmatched by her own newcomers? And this is their own number 11. It wasn't just that they completely shut down Kate defensively. Even the 2 goals scored on the field right now were both scored by him. Even several opportunities. If the forwards hadn't been so ineffective, the score might be 4-1 or 5-1 right now. Thinking of this, Real Madrid fans were naturally excited and inquired about Li Chu's information. What? They signed this genius for a mere €100,000. That's a steal. We need to buy more in bulk right away. Players from Yen country. How could Yen country possibly have people who can play football? Li Chu. That's a hard name to pronounce. The young man is quite handsome. In an instant. Whenever Li Chu receives the football, applause erupts on the field for him. Despite Sevilla's all-out defensive approach in the second half, which turned the entire second half into garbage time. But at this moment, Real Madrid fans were not agitated at all. After all, our own Castilla has produced an eagle, so we definitely need to take a good look at it. The more they watched, the happier they became. Watching Li Chu's passing and receiving, Real Madrid fans even felt that Li Chu's style was in no way inferior to the big-name superstars of Real Madrid's senior team. The only regret for everyone was that Li Chu did not score a goal in this match. As it turned out, Li Chu did not disappoint the home fans. When the match reached the 83rd minute. At this point, both teams' young players were nearing their physical limits. After the ball was cleared by the Sevilla players once again, it quickly fell to Li Chu's feet. Watching Li Chu effortlessly control the 6-meter-high soccer ball at his feet. Real Madrid fans also gave Li Chu a tearful round of applause at this moment. Have a look. That footwork. That ball control. This is what our Castilla Youth Academy produces. It's just as good as La Masia. After unloading the football, Li Chu looked at the situation on the field. He then dribbled the ball towards Sevilla's penalty area. Facing the player who came forward to defend. Li Chu executed a Marseille turn while dribbling at high speed, easily getting past the defender in front of him. After observing the position of the Sevilla goalkeeper. From 9 meters out of the penalty area, he unleashed a powerful shot. The football instantly transformed into a white lightning bolt. It went straight into the top right corner of the goal. 3:1. Li Chu after scoring a goal. At this moment, I was naturally quite excited. After all, this was his first goal in an official match since joining the team. Li Chu ran excitedly all the way. They quickly arrived at Real Madrid's bench. He jumped high onto Zidane. He hugged Zidane's bald head and shouted excitedly. "Boss! Thank you!" Li Chu couldn't help but be excited. This goal was of extraordinary significance to him. This goal was Li Chu's first goal in an official match since joining the team. And Zidane. At this point, he wasn't much better off than Li Chu. A genius like Li Chu. Even searching for them worldwide would be extremely difficult. Who would have thought that the Yen Country Football Association would actually deliver such a treasure to our doorstep? €100,000. For the club, what's the difference between this and giving it away for free? And with the existence of a super genius like Li Chu. Zidane believes. The boast I made to the board of directors is finally coming true. This season, Real Madrid's youth team has only one goal, the championship. Sidelines. In the audience seats. With Li Chu's stunning goal, all the fans went wild. Perfect. Our Castilian superstar has finally had a perfect debut. 2 assists and 1 shot. Castilla's genius dominated this match. Real Madrid fans have long admired Barcelona's La Masia Youth Academy. Although he was very dismissive. However, I still hope that Real Madrid's own Castilla Youth Academy can also produce Real Madrid's own Messi. Finally. The day has finally arrived. Unfortunately, to everyone's dismay. Because the youth team's matches are only in the second division of the league. So apart from Real Madrid's die-hard fans, even local Real Madrid media didn't bother to report on it. Having talent but not being able to flaunt it everywhere is a real problem for Real Madrid fans. It's truly an extremely distressing thing. Chapter 20 Extra Points. After a resounding victory over Sevilla, who have been making waves in recent seasons, Zidane and his players will face another powerhouse from the youth team next weekend, Athletic Bilbao. Zidane is actually quite dissatisfied with the schedule for this season. In the first few rounds of the league, they faced strong opponents, who were arguably the most direct competitors on their path to the championship. However, Zidane is not powerful enough to influence the entire Spanish Football Federation with his personal will, so he can only accept his fate. And Lichu. After successfully completing her debut, May also earned a large number of free points. However, for Lichu, whose basic attributes are currently relatively low, the attribute points gained from just one game are not enough to instantly turn him into a superstar. Then, before next week's competition, Lichu focused more on training. And his roommate, Jack. I've long since gotten used to Lichu's abnormal daily routine. The two of them get up at 6 a.m. every day and arrive at the training ground around 6:30 a.m. Even after the afternoon training session ended, Lichu and Jack still didn't leave. They would train until after 10 p.m. before returning to their dorm. The reason is that we are no longer training until 11 o'clock or even after 12 o'clock as before. It was because Zidane, after learning about Lichu's abnormal training arrangements, had patiently discussed the matter with Lichu several times. Final. Lichu ultimately chose to agree to Zidane's request. It's not Zidane's statement, "You're still in the growth stage, and too much training will only put more burden on your body." In fact, Lichu wasn't worried about this at all after acquiring the system. However, if he doesn't reduce his training time, it will be difficult for Lichu to explain the system's problems should others become suspicious of him. And the recent period of intense training has certainly been quite meaningful. At least, Lichu received a considerable number of points. Including the points earned from winning the previous match, Lichu now has 200 points to use. However, Lichu was still a bit stumped about which specific ability to use these points. Before the last game, Lichu was actually a little worried about his defense. With a defense rating of only 57, Lichu was once worried that he was a terrible defensive player. As a result, after facing Sevilla's rising star Kate in the previous match, Lichu immediately realized what was going on. What terrible defense! The defensive attribute of 57 is just a figure given by the system after comparing it with that of an adult team. When facing Kate, who was quite outstanding in the youth team, Lichu, although not high in defense, had a much higher offensive attribute than Kate. With accurate prediction and assistance, he was able to make this so-called genius, Kate, helpless in front of him. Therefore, Lichu doesn't have many ideas about the defensive end for the time being. Only offensive end. Which specific attribute should I add it to? After carefully recalling the match against Sevilla, Lichu began to consciously look for his weaknesses. At this moment, Lichu felt that sentence most strongly. The fastest way to improve your skills is through official matches. That's right. In regular training matches with his teammates, Lichu didn't feel that he had any particular shortcomings. As a result, after just one match against Sevilla, Lichu felt that he urgently needed to improve in every aspect. Final. Lichu decided to improve his passing attribute. After all, in the match against Sevilla, the short passing combination between myself and my teammates was quite good. However, the final landing point of mid to long range passes is still quite different from what I imagined. This problem is already so obvious even in the youth team. If I were to join the senior team in the future, based on my current performance, I would at best be a qualified substitute, not even a rotation player. You need to know. In the system's evaluation, in general adult teams, especially in some elite teams, the player's attributes are at least 85 or higher. His current short passing score is 83. The long pass only had 81. This is why, in the match against Sevilla, when his stamina dropped later in the game, his long passes became so much less accurate. Thinking about this, Li Chu no longer hesitated. They immediately started adding points to the long pass. Result: when the long-range attribute was increased to 85, and I wanted to upgrade it to 86, the system gave me a prompt. Before level 85, each level only requires 20 attribute points. But between 85 and 90, each level requires an absurd 200 points. That's a tenfold increase. And this only adds up to 90 points. As for above 90, I don't know it yet. Then, in the end, Li Chu increased both his long and short passes to 85 and then stopped. Save the remaining points in case you discover any other shortcomings. This also allows for timely reinforcement. On the other side, Zidane and his assistants haven't had a proper rest in the past week. There is no other reason. It's just because the next match is against Athletic Bilbao. For those who are not Spanish, they may not know much about Athletic Bilbao. Athletic Bilbao is actually a traditionally strong team in La Liga. To date, Athletic Bilbao shares the record with Real Madrid and Barcelona of never being relegated since the start of La Liga. What sets it apart from Real Madrid and Barcelona is Athletic Bilbao, this club. They are extremely xenophobic in their selection of players. All Athletic Bilbao players must be selected from the local Athletic Bilbao area. Of course, in the development of modern football, especially in recent years, money-driven football has become increasingly prevalent. Athletic Bilbao has now relaxed its criteria considerably when selecting players. Now, any player with Basque heritage can join Athletic Bilbao. Despite such extreme management, the club has never been relegated in its century-long history. The most fundamental reason is Athletic Bilbao's youth training is truly outstanding. Now, the first round of the league is against last season's league champions, while the second match is against the league runners-up. At least Zidane is bald. If I weren't bald, I would have to pluck out several more handfuls of hair to cope with this kind of schedule. So, recently, Li Chu made a surprising discovery on the training field. Why does my head coach always have dark circles under his eyes? Chapter 21: Bilbao's Strength. Very soon, the match against Athletic Bilbao is about to begin. Li Chu remained highly motivated despite this. Only Jack, on the other hand, seemed a bit listless. "What's wrong, Jack? Tell me what's bothering you, and I'll cheer you up." Because of their shared meals, sleep, and training with Jack, Li Chu and Jack have become very close. Looking at the carefree Li Chu, Jack still felt a little down. "Li, what time is it? You still have the mind to joke with me? We're about to face Bilbao." "I know. You know nothing. Last season, we played against them and got completely crushed, okay?" "Oh, so you're saying you were scared to death by your opponent? Look at you, so pathetic. Roll. Then tell me, how did Bilbao torture you guys? Get out of here right now." But in the end, Jack explained the situation of the previous season's match to Li Chu. "All I can say is that Athletic Bilbao's youth team is definitely something special." Because he used to follow La Liga, Li Chu only knew about Real Madrid and Barcelona. Now, hearing Jack talk about Athletic Bilbao, the Basque Lions, Li Chu realized that there was such a magical team in La Liga. Not to mention that it has never been relegated in a century. Lezama's youth academy is actually considered a very civilized youth training system throughout Spain and even Europe. If La Masia hadn't produced superstars like Messi and Xavi from the Dream Team 3, then Athletic Bilbao's Lezama would have been the best youth academy in Spain. Many superstars have emerged from here. Kepa, Laporte, Herrera, Javi Martinez, Llorente. The youth training programs here are actually the same as those at La Masia. From the moment they entered the training camp, they were instilled with the Athletic Bilbao team's philosophy. Therefore, when teams from other regions set their sights on Athletic Bilbao players, in addition to obtaining the players' consent, they ultimately have to pay a substantial penalty to the Athletic Bilbao club to take the players away. And the players of Athletic Bilbao are generally. Even when faced with the temptations of wealthy clubs, they rarely choose to leave the club. This is the most powerful foundation of the Basque Lion. In the Basque country, players from clubs like Real Sociedad, Osasuna, Alaves, and Eibar also had a childhood dream. After hearing Jack finish speaking, Li Chu didn't have any feelings about it yet. But we've finally found the reason why European football is able to lead the world. With such a football atmosphere and youth training environment, if their football doesn't succeed, then who can? Could it be Yen Kingdom again? Seeing Jack still rambling on and on, Li Chu suddenly thought of something. Jack, I still don't quite understand why Athletic Bilbao players are unwilling to leave when other teams try to poach them. You know, Real Madrid and Barcelona are usually very generous. You wouldn't know that. Then Jack then began explaining Biba's operations to Li Chu. Turn out to be. Athletic Bilbao doesn't have superstars like Messi or Ronaldo, and the team's salary structure is quite reasonable. Without so-called superstars, the financial burden is much smaller, and the clubs are not stingy, so they spend more money, making the team's overall salary much higher than that of the entire La Liga. Only Real Madrid, Barcelona, and the rising Atletico Madrid in the last 2 years have salaries that are slightly higher than Athletic Bilbao's. And Athletic Bilbao's youth team has even more outrageous salaries, at least 10 times that of ours. At this point, Jack's face lit up. No wonder. They're already quite generous with their spending, no wonder that big clubs don't really hold much appeal for Athletic Bilbao's players. Very soon. The match between Real Madrid and Athletic Bilbao is about to begin. During this week, Li Chu and the others clearly felt the tense atmosphere. There was nothing they could do. They saw Zidane's huge dark circles under his eyes and his hurried figure every day. He even neglected the training sessions of the last 2 days, leaving them to his assistant to manage. Naturally. This sentiment was then transmitted to all the Real Madrid players. Fortunately, Li Chu didn't care about this. After all, compared to being awesome, can you be more awesome than the system? It's fair to say that at this moment, Li Chu was the one with the best mindset in the entire team. Around 4 p.m. on a weekend afternoon. At Real Madrid's home stadium, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Athletic Bilbao kicked off first. Soon, Li Chu understood why Jack was somewhat hesitant when he mentioned Biba. The reason is simple. Because it has been 7 minutes since the start of the game. Real Madrid still managed to get 0 touches on the ball. This gave Li Chu a feeling of disbelief. Is the technical skill of Athletic Bilbao's youth team a bit over the top? Even if Barcelona's youth team came at this time, I doubt they could do any better. After the probing phase ends, Biba finally revealed its true colors. After some initial probing, Athletic Bilbao identified Real Madrid's right flank as their target. Santos was responsible for defending the right flank. Result. With skillful teamwork among the Athletic Bilbao midfielders and forwards, Santos was easily beaten. After getting past Santos, Real Madrid's right flank became an undefended area. Several Athletic Bilbao players sprinted along, passing the ball to each other. The ball quickly entered Real Madrid's penalty area. Player number 9 easily slotted the ball into the far corner of the goal. 1 o'clock. This lightning-fast goal silenced the entire Real Madrid team. Meanwhile, the goalkeeper was retrieving the ball from the goal while shouting loudly. Hearing his goalkeeper's angry outburst, Santos lowered his head in self-reproach. Very soon, Real Madrid kicked off from the center circle. Finally, when the player reached the vicinity of Athletic Bilbao's penalty area, he had no better attacking opportunities and attempted a long-range shot, but the ball flew into the distant stands. It went too high. Meanwhile, Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper immediately threw the ball to the defender next to him, launching a quick inbound pass. Li Chu was observing the situation from midfield. We finally saw the strength of Bilbao. When the Athletic Bilbao players dribbled forward, their individual speed wasn't particularly fast. But each player handled the ball with exceptional simplicity. With the attacking players moving quickly, the ball soon reached Real Madrid's right flank. Facing the combined forces of Athletic Bilbao players, Sanchez appeared utterly helpless at this moment. Bilbao is really strong. Chapter 22 Celestial Immortal. Ultimately, the goalkeeper thwarted this attack. But the goalkeeper was clearly quite dissatisfied with his team's defense. So he shouted loudly again. Santos should be more aggressive in defense. In the subsequent match, Athletic Bilbao focused on Santos, as if to tell everyone that Santos was Real Madrid's defensive weakness. After repeated attacks down the right flank, Athletic Bilbao finally reaped the rewards. 27th minute of the match. Athletic Bilbao's players once again broke through from the right flank with the ball. Although Real Madrid's players were already consciously positioning themselves more to the right, they were able to provide support immediately. When Santos was breached again, Athletic Bilbao's players cleverly made a wide-ranging switch of play. Because Real Madrid's defense was drawn to the right flank. Therefore, the defense on the left side is much weaker. By the time Real Madrid's players moved to the left with the ball, it was too late. A cross from the left wing. In the end, it was Athletic Bilbao's number 9 player who easily scored another goal in a one-on-one duel with the goalkeeper. 2 o'clock. Sidelines. Zidane was on the verge of exploding with rage at this point. All players had been reminded before the match. When facing Athletic Bilbao's attack, we must pay close attention to joint defense. Because Zidane knew this all too well. There is a clear gap in ability between Real Madrid players and Athletic Bilbao players. At least, when comparing Real Madrid's defensive capabilities with Athletic Bilbao's attacking prowess, the gap between the two sides is insufficient for Real Madrid's players to succeed in one-on-one situations. Result: the players on the field are behaving very unprofessionally. If a regional joint defense is not enough, at least coordinated defense needs to be implemented. However, these 2 goals conceded. The players did not follow Zidane's instructions. Support defense. Pay attention to support defense. Have you all forgotten the pre-game training? After hearing Zidane's voice, Li Chu finally understood. Real Madrid's defense is having problems. Then, after exchanging words with several teammates near the center circle, Li Chu moved to the deep midfield position when Real Madrid took the ball back. This location. It was Li Chu's choice after careful consideration. When Athletic Bilbao returned, they habitually sought out Santos once again. When Athletic Bilbao's player successfully broke through Santos again, Li Chu immediately came to cover. Athletic Bilbao's players clearly didn't take Li Chu seriously. They attempted to break through Li Chu using the same methods used to break through Santos. As a result, Li Chu easily intercepted the football. At this point, Li Chu was also a little annoyed. Although his defense stat was only 57, his interception stat was at least 70. And, most importantly, in addition to his offensive talent, Li Chu also has a deep understanding of his opponent's psychology. So don't underestimate your defensive attributes. In the youth team, you're definitely considered a top-tier player. Li Chu intercepted the football. They quickly brought the ball to the vicinity of the midfield. Behind them, their own defenders had moved up to their original positions. That's right. At this moment, Li Chu thought of Pogba's performance during her time at Juventus. At that time, Boba was good at both interception and assist, so why did she perform so well? First of all, the interception of the busty woman is quite good. Secondly, when the busty woman participates in the attack, the openings she makes by moving forward are often covered up by the big shots behind her. Li Chu took the initiative to retreat and defend. Real Madrid's defensive vulnerabilities have finally been plugged. But, without Li Chu's passing and orchestration in the midfield and forward areas, during this period, Real Madrid's attack, on the other hand, showed no signs of life. At this point, Zidane was also getting a little anxious. But there isn't a very good solution. There is only one Li Chu. If used for defense, then naturally, offense must be sacrificed. Let's wait and see. But Li Chu didn't think that way at the time. As the first half was about to end, Real Madrid have another attacking opportunity. Athletic Bilbao's players were initially advancing, but when the ball returned to Real Madrid's half, it found Santos again. Upon seeing Li Chu closing in to defend, the player who received the ball immediately chose to pass it. After several encounters in the first half, all the Athletic Bilbao players realized that Li Chu was not someone to be trifled with. The original plan was to bypass Li Chu and launch an attack. As a result of the haste, the pass lacked power. They were directly stopped by Real Madrid. Moment. Offense and defense shift. Real Madrid's players immediately rushed towards Athletic Bilbao's half. As for Athletic Bilbao, because they were still sprinting towards Real Madrid's penalty area a moment ago, their reaction was naturally a beat slower at this moment. When the ball reached Athletic Bilbao's half, the striker's shot was too straight after receiving the pass from Jack. It was knocked away by Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper's two fists. As a result, the soccer ball flew to Li Chu, who had just come up. Not far behind them were Athletic Bilbao's players chasing back. This moment, Li Chu didn't have time to adjust. Facing the falling ball, his right leg slammed into the soccer ball. A celestial being descends from the heavens. The football instantly turned into a white flash. When everyone caught up with it again, the football was already hanging inside Athletic Bilbao's goal at that moment. It's spinning above the net. 1:2. Real Madrid finally pulled one back just before halftime. Zidane, standing on the sidelines, was also incredibly excited at this moment. Li Chu. It's Li Chu again. When the players were at a disadvantage, Li Chu stepped up. He proactively became a deep-lying midfielder, participating in defensive support. And when the score is behind, final, Li Chu saved the team. At that moment, Zidane felt that the small stage of the youth team was a waste of Li Chu's talent. In the audience seats, Real Madrid fans can finally cheer loudly now. Real Madrid's youth team had been performing terribly in the past. If Li Chu hadn't positioned himself deeper to participate in defense, Real Madrid might have been overwhelmed by Athletic Bilbao before the first half even ended. Many spectators who had come to watch the game with great enthusiasm were disappointed. This time, they were all here for Li Chu. After all, Li Chu's outstanding performance in the last match was widely praised among Real Madrid fans. Everyone knows that a superstar has finally emerged in Real Madrid's youth team. Not only did he completely outplay Sevilla's talented player Kate, but he also led his team to a comeback victory in the last match. Finally, the fans who had been waiting for half the game. As the first half was about to end, everyone's long-awaited super rookie, Li Chu, was about to appear. It finally erupted. What surprised everyone the most was Li Chu's goal. It was actually an extremely difficult celestial flight. Moment. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the stands. Chapter 23 Long-Range Lob Shot. As soon as Athletic Bilbao kicked off from the center circle, the whistle blew to end the first half. Li Chu and his teammates walked into the locker room. Every now and then, you could hear cheers for Li Chu coming from the stands. Hey Li! Go for it, crush those Basque brats. Li! Keep it up in the second half, we must win this game. Li! If you can turn this game around, I'll introduce my daughter to you. In the stands, Real Madrid fans cheered for Li Chu. Seeing this, Jack was incredibly envious. Brother, you're amazing. You've only played 2 games for the team, no, 1.5, and you've already won over these picky Merlingers. There was an unspoken envy in Jack's words. That's true. Real Madrid fans are the most difficult fans to fool in the world. Even if the team wins, they'll still criticize if the game doesn't look good. Even when the team loses, they will still criticize it. For these Real Madrid fans, winning is not the only goal in any Real Madrid match. We also need to win in a good way. Of course. These fans tend to be more tolerant of the youth team. If an adult team played like this, fans would have been throwing tomatoes at the field by now. Real Madrid fans are unusually patient with these young players from the youth team. Just like those Real Madrid fans who were encouraging Li Chu just now. Actually, we are not unreasonable people. The requirements for Real Madrid's senior team are demanding. The main reason is that the team spent such a high price to offer you a salary that is almost at the top level of world football in the same position, so you should play well. And the youth team? How long has it been since Real Madrid's Castilla Youth Academy produced a star player capable of representing the senior team? Both Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao have youth training programs that are renowned throughout Europe. Naturally. Looking at the youth team players who were trailing on the field, the fans showed them more tolerance than anything else. Even though they were dominated by Athletic Bilbao in the first half, the young players' hard work and dedication on the field were met with frequent applause from the stands. So, to some extent, these Merlin fans are actually among the most easygoing fans in the world. As long as the team can play with the spirit and style of Real Madrid, even if they lose this game, the fans will still applaud them. Halftime break. Inside the locker room, Zidane seemed to have resigned himself to his fate at this point. Because it's very obvious. Real Madrid's defense struggled against Athletic Bilbao. Therefore, after much deliberation, Zidane ultimately acquiesced to Lichu's decision to drop back and play as a deep-lying centre-back. Only without Lichu as the brain. It's obvious that Real Madrid's attacking threat will drop several levels. But there is only one Lichu. I'm too busy to be in two places at once. Final. Zidane still chose to let Lichu solidify the defense. Very soon. The second half of the game has begun. After the first half, both sides now have a clear understanding of their opponent. Only Athletic Bilbao's understanding of Lichu is primarily based on his defensive abilities. Therefore, after the start of the second half, Athletic Bilbao became even more determined to attack Real Madrid's two flanks. Aren't you a deep-lying midfielder? Aren't you supposed to be providing backup defense from the rear? I'll attack one side of you, and when you come to cover, I'll switch to the other side. Let's see if you can run yourself to death, or if you can stop our ball. Result. Lichu, who has the young Zidane as his role model, has taught the young players at Athletic Bilbao a lesson. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. With a strength score of 84 and a stamina score of 84, Lichu's stamina is sufficient to allow him to cover the entire second half of the court defensively. Furthermore, Lichu's 91 vision and 99 reaction speed give him a terrifying dominance in prediction. Athletic Bilbao wanted to avoid Lichu by making wide passes. The final result was Lichu easily intercepted the ball. So, on the field, Real Madrid were pinned back in their own half by Athletic Bilbao. However, in reality, Athletic Bilbao rarely had the chance to face Real Madrid's goal, let alone threaten it. And as time goes by, Athletic Bilbao continued their offensive onslaught, and many players were starting to tire. It's quite obvious. By this point, Athletic Bilbao's players were already exhausted and unable to run anymore. When the time reached the 78th minute, Lichu successfully completed an interception with his teammates. After a simple 1-2 pass with his teammates, he shook off the Athletic Bilbao players who were trying to win the ball back. After casually glancing at the situation on the field, Lichu took a shot from near the center circle. The football skimmed along the grass and pierced through Athletic Bilbao's entire back line. He bypassed 5 Athletic Bilbao defenders and entered Athletic Bilbao's penalty area. Jack, who trains with Lichu. It started accelerating the moment Lichu took a step. Offside trap successfully broken. Facing Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper, Jack unleashed a shot that flew straight into the top right corner of the goal. 2:2. Sidelines. Zidane waved his arm excitedly. Athletic Bilbao's coach, in a fit of rage, kicked the bottled water on the ground. In the stands not far away, Real Madrid fans gave them the loudest applause. The fans, who had only come to watch the game, erupted in a thunderous roar. Plum. 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 Countless fans chanted Lichu's name. The tragic Jack. He scored the goal, but not a single fan cheered for him. The score was tied. This is an unacceptable result for Athletic Bilbao's players. So, after the ball was returned to the center circle, Athletic Bilbao's players launched another attack on Real Madrid's goal. Even at the behest of the head coach, Athletic Bilbao even transformed their own two fullbacks into attacking defenders, joining the offensive effort. In a short time, Real Madrid's goal was under siege. Fortunately, Athletic Bilbao's players were clearly running out of energy at this point. Therefore, the final shots in several attacks were distorted. This resulted in the ball flying out of bounds. And Lichu, facing so many attacking players, because the opponent has more receiving points, and they are all intentionally avoiding our side. There's nothing we can do but run even harder. Seeing Athletic Bilbao's onslaught, the other Real Madrid players quickly retreated to their own half to help Lichu and his team defend. In the remaining time of the game, it practically turned into a half-court offensive and defensive drill for Athletic Bilbao. At this time, apart from Lichu, whose physical fitness was clearly better than others. At this moment, all the players on both sides were relying on sheer willpower to keep going. You could say that everyone was at their last gasp at this point. Even Lichu. At that moment, I also felt as if there was a fire burning inside my chest. But Lichu was still gritting his teeth and persevering. When Athletic Bilbao launched another attack, the referee was already checking his watch. It's quite obvious. The match is about to end. Result: the two teams scrambled near Real Madrid's penalty area. Ultimately, a Real Madrid player got to the ball first, and with a long kick, the ball headed towards the midfield area. Watching the football, Lichu was already quite exhausted at this point. Despite his efforts, he still managed to swing his legs and run towards the soccer ball. Seeing the speed at which Lichu sprinted this time, it was clear that he had startled everyone. That kid. Could it be a cow? At this point, how come they still have the stamina to sprint? They left Athletic Bilbao's players far behind. Lichu, who received the ball near the center circle, looked towards Athletic Bilbao's half of the field. It turned out that apart from the goalkeeper, there were no other Athletic Bilbao players left. Unfortunately, Lichu knew that at this point, he wouldn't have the stamina to keep running at high speed with the ball to Athletic Bilbao's goal. I could feel the panting sound behind me, like a bellows. Lichu knew that Athletic Bilbao's players would be coming up soon. I took another look at Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper positioning. Then, Lichu used all the strength he had left to slam the ball hard. Final. Before everyone's eyes, the football flew more than 50 meters from near the center circle and landed accurately in Athletic Bilbao's goal. Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper was near the penalty area at the time. Unable to catch up in time, they could only watch the ball go into the net. 3:2. The moment the goal was scored, the referee then blew the whistle to end the game. Moment. The entire stadium erupted because of Lichu's shot. Chapter 24. At the final moment of the game, Lichu scored a goal from the sky and completed the score reversal. In the end, Real Madrid reversed Athletic Bilbao at home. For this result, the happiest people are naturally the Real Madrid fans who came to watch the game. After all, it is so happy for these fans to see such a brilliant performance of the Real Madrid youth team. This means Real Madrid's own youth training. Castilla will eventually be an eagle flying out when they fight with Barcelona fans in the future. If they still talk about La Masia. At that time, Real Madrid fans can use Lichu to fight back against them. The only thing that makes Real Madrid fans feel a little regretful is the opponent of this game is not Barcelona's youth team. However, when I think that the youth league has just begun, there is still a lot of time behind. At this time, the fans of Real Madrid began to look forward to the scene of their youth team meeting the youth team of Barcelona. When the time comes, let Lichu go all out and beat them 10-0. When it comes to this score, the fans of Real Madrid are still quite depressed. After all, in the previous seasons, the youth team of Barcelona scored 9 goals in the game against the youth team of Real Madrid. If this revenge is not avenged, all the fans of Real Madrid will be in a bad mood. Won the game. It should have been a good thing. But Zidane was not in a good mood at this time. Although there were only 2 short games, But Zidane finally confirmed at this time. The current youth team. It is no longer of much help to Li Chu. Li Chu wants to continue to improve. He should go to the adult team game. With the ability shown by Li Chu now. Although his defensive ability is not good in the adult team. But Li Chu can be the main force of the team in the offensive end, even in La Liga. Let Li Chu leave. Or keep Li Chu for a year for the championship of the youth team. At this time, Zidane's heart was also conflicted. Hey! Old friend! Why are you here? Returned home. As a result, he found that his agent was waiting at the door early. Zidane was indeed a little surprised by the arrival of the agent. After so many years of cooperation, the two have long become good friends who can talk about anything. Zidane, who was originally worried about Li Chu's stay or departure. Seeing his old friend at this time, he was naturally very happy. Ha ha ha. What kind of young man can actually make you worry? After Zidane's explanation. Soon, the agent Ala Migliaccio also became very interested in Li Chu. Although Migliaccio is not as famous as Raiola or Mendes. But actually, in the entire European football world, Migliaccio's power is not small. Because of Zidane's relationship. So whether it is France or Italy, Migliaccio has a very deep relationship. And if there are any geniuses in these two countries, all clubs hope that Migliaccio will sign these young players. What makes Migliaccio excited? In fact, it is Zidane's identity. With Zidane's identity, he actually praises a young player from the youth team so much. This is really rare in the many years that Migliaccio has known Zidane. And Zidane's vision? Migliaccio naturally trusts it very much. Are you sure this is a young player, not the data when you were young? After getting the various data of Real Madrid's team test given by Zidane, Migliaccio was stunned at the time. How can this be the data that an 18-year-old player can have? Even a 23-year-old player may not be able to match Li Chu in many statistics. Of course. Li Chu also has shortcomings. But it's okay. Li Chu is still very young now. There is plenty of time to improve himself. Finally. After thinking about it, Migliaccio still asked his own question. Zidane, what can you get by keeping Li Chu? And what will you get if you let him go? Hey! Old man! Don't look at me like that. I say that only because Li Chu is a Yen countryman. Yen countrymen are the most grateful. Hearing his agent say this, Zidane also began to think seriously. Actually, there is no need to think about it. Because if he keeps Li Chu, he will only get a youth league championship at most. For Zidane, who is full of honors, this trophy is really useless. On the contrary, if he can let Li Chu go at this time, even personally recommend him to the Real Madrid adult team. In that case, not only Real Madrid can get a genius, but also make Florentino value himself more. Li Chu also regards himself as a talent scout. Others don't know. But when Li Chu was able to stay in the youth team, he had expressed his gratitude to himself many times. Okay. I'm convinced by you. I'll go talk to Real Madrid now. As a result, before he got up, Zidane was pulled by Migliaccio again. Old man, I think. What Li Chu needs most now is an agent. After all, when negotiating with the team, an agent is more suitable. What do you think? Finished. He also winked at Zidane. Young man. Don't be nervous, I just bring you to meet someone who may be helpful to you. After saying that, Zidane introduced the fat man next to Li Chu. When he heard that the fat man was his agent, Li Chu admitted that he was a little surprised. You know. Zidane's agent now came to the training ground with Zidane to find him. What does this mean? It means that he will have the same agent as a big name like Zidane. Li Chu, who started over again. Naturally, he understood the importance of agents. For ordinary players. At most, agents help them with each contract signing. So many ordinary players. In fact, they did not choose to hire a dedicated agent, but hired an agent temporarily every time they signed a contract. And if a big-name agent wants to sign you, it means this agent is very optimistic about your future. Therefore, he will provide you with exclusive services. Signing a contract and striving for a bigger contract is just the most insignificant thing. Like helping players screen endorsements, dealing with off-field trivia, even public relations and so on. Help you handle things from all aspects. As an employer, the player only needs to concentrate on playing football. Chapter 25. The contract between Miliacho and Li Chu went very smoothly. It was so smooth that Miliacho felt a little incredible. You know, with the fact that many black-hearted agents in previous years specifically cheated those naive young players, it has long been known to all players today with the development of the internet. Now it actually takes some effort to sign contracts with these young players. Especially Miliacho asked himself, he is not as famous as Raiola or Mendes. So facing Li Chu's signing so happily, he is actually a little curious. Why, you chose me so simply? It's very simple. First of all, you are Zidane's agent. Being able to become his agent means that you have great power in the agent circle. Also, Zidane is here with you today. Just for this reason, you are at least not a liar. Hearing Li Chu's words, whether it is Zidane or Miliacho, in the end, they all laughed with satisfaction. Smart people, what they like most is to deal with smart people. Signed Li Chu. Then, Zidane explained his intention. You mean, you hope I can enter the first team of Real Madrid? Hearing this news, even though Li Chu had great self-control, he was still shocked in the end. After all, Zidane did not recommend any team to him. On the contrary, it was the adult team of Real Madrid. How many stars, after becoming famous, when facing the camera, would loudly declare that they had a dream of becoming a Real Madrid player since childhood? And himself? I actually have the opportunity to enter Real Madrid directly from Zidane. Don't worry, as the technical director of Real Madrid, I still have the right to recommend players to the team. Hearing Zidane's guarantee, Li Chu was naturally willing. This is Real Madrid. In fact, I also had a dream of becoming a Real Madrid player since childhood. On the other hand, after a night of fermentation, the performance of the Real Madrid youth team, especially Li Chu's outstanding performance in the last two games, finally caused quite a stir among Real Madrid fans. Marca, the media mouthpiece of the world-famous Real Madrid team, after two games, finally began to report on Li Chu. Castilla's young eagle finally spreads its wings. For its young players, Marca naturally gave the highest standard of treatment. This title alone is attractive enough. On the front page, a photo of Li Chu wearing a Real Madrid jersey and cheering after scoring a goal appeared in front of all fans. This was obviously Li Chu's celebration after Li Chu's amazing overhead kick in the last moment of the game against Bilbao. Li Chu, who was already handsome, directly won the recognition of all Real Madrid fans. In yesterday's youth team match, our Castilla young eagles finally spread their wings and flew high. We have always envied La Masia and even Bilbao's youth training base La Zama. Because from these two places came many stadium superstars that even our Real Madrid envied. But starting today, we can excitedly tell all the team supporters a good news. That is, our young people in Castilla are not worse than them at all, and even perform better. Because just yesterday, in the match between our Real Madrid youth team and Athletic Bilbao, through the hard work and efforts of the boys, we finally defeated the strong enemy at home with a score of 3-2. Regarding the Bilbao youth team, I will not say too much here introduction. As one of the few teams that has never been relegated, just by absorbing players from the Pasca region, it has shown how outstanding the young people in the youth training base of Athletic Bilbao are. But even such a strong opponent, in yesterday's game, they finally lost to our boys from Castilla. Among them, the team's number 11 Li Chu performed particularly well. In the game, he relied on his 2 passes and 1 shot, and finally helped the team defeat the strong enemy at the last moment of the game. I believe that friends who watched yesterday's game understand it even more. although the team fell behind 0-2 early in the first half. But when Li Chu retreated to help defend, he was known for his delicate skills. Bilbao youth team never got a chance again. Even though he retreated, Li Chu finally helped the team to complete the reversal of the game. I have to say, what excited us most was that from Li Chu, we saw the shadow of our Real Madrid legend, the current youth team coach and the team's technical director Zidane. In the article, Li Chu was praised to the sky. In contrast, Marca even took out the first game against Sevilla for data analysis. Especially, Li Chu was compared with Kate, the most famous genius in the entire youth league, in all aspects, and the results of the direct dialogue between the two were all written out. Finally, Marca vowed, Castilla's youth training work is quite outstanding, and I believe that in the next few years, not only will there be Zidane too, there will even be Cristiano Ronaldo too, Kaká too, Ronaldo too, and other peerless monsters. As soon as such a report came out, naturally, it caused a huge sensation among Real Madrid fans. For all Real Madrid fans, it is definitely an exciting thing for everyone that Castilla can have a superstar. The reason is simple. As a century-old enemy, the team's competition with Barcelona is not just the adult team in the ball. Comparison on the field. On and off the field, the two sides don't know how many times they have fought. Overall, Real Madrid is still in a very obvious advantage. Even the Dream Team 3, which has become increasingly invincible in recent years, has successfully defeated its opponents and won the King's Cup when Mourinho led the team. However, the only thing that makes Real Madrid fans speechless is the comparison between La Masia and Castilla. To put it bluntly, every time Barcelona can't argue, they always use the superstars who came out of La Masia to laugh at Real Madrid. And Real Madrid fans really have no way to refute this. For a long time, Real Madrid fans are about to be driven crazy. Youth training. This can almost be said to be the biggest concern of all Real Madrid fans. Finally, today, we finally have a genius in Castilla. This result is naturally very exciting good news for all Real Madrid fans. Chapter 26. And the genius in the mouth of Real Madrid fans. At this time, he just returned to his dormitory in disappointment. A few hours ago, just when Milhajo successfully signed a contract with Li Chu, Zidane also came to the office building of Real Madrid's first team as soon as possible. This time, Zidane was also very excited. It was because Castilla rarely had the opportunity to recommend players to Real Madrid's first team. Because Real Madrid naturally adopted the strategy of not buying big names during Florentino's reign. So that's how the first phase of the Galacticos came about. Result. When the Galacticos strategy failed, although Florentino stepped down for some time, he still insisted on his philosophy when he returned again. The best players in the world should play for the best clubs in the world. No matter how many times, Florentino insisted on his opinion. So, Real Madrid's first team, even the players sitting on the bench. This is why the total value is much higher than that of most teams' main lineups. It is precisely because of this reason. Even big-name players can only sit on the bench. So it is conceivable that how many lucky players who have not even played in the youth team can enter the first team of Real Madrid. But Zidane believes. Although it is still too early for Li Chu to become a main player. But it is no problem for him to become a qualified rotation player. Anyway, Real Madrid has so many games every season. In various cup competitions or unimportant league games, it is absolutely no problem to arrange Li Chu to play and exercise. Wait a few years. Real Madrid will naturally get a world-class midfielder. Result. Ideals are full. In the end, reality still taught Zidane a good lesson. When Zidane found the team's head coach Ancelotti and explained his intentions, Ancelotti did not agree as readily as Zidane imagined. On the contrary. Regarding Zidane's proposal, Ancelotti was very unhappy. Because Zidane is not someone else, his position in Real Madrid is the technical director. This is an absolute high-level position in any club. Even the internal situation of Real Madrid is more complicated. But Zidane's words are also quite weighty. However, What makes Ancelotti more embarrassed is he is coaching Real Madrid, the richest club among the rich clubs. Although coaching a rich club is a very glorious thing in the eyes of outsiders. But only after really sitting in this position, you will know how much pressure there will be. Seeing that the new season has begun. But now Ancelotti is anxious that he does not have absolute control over the Real Madrid locker room. In Ancelotti's view, Zidane's failure to cooperate with his work is also a big reason. As a former legendary player of Real Madrid, Zidane's position in the hearts of Real Madrid fans is naturally needless to say. Moreover, because he was quite successful as a player, Zidane, who is now the technical director of Real Madrid, is also quite important in the hearts of the first-team players. Result. Now Zidane recommends a young player from the youth team to himself. Ancelotti even thought a little maliciously. Is this young player a spy arranged by Zidane in the locker room? Although I believe Zidane has no reason and no need to do so. But having just taken over the stall left by Mourinho, Ancelotti is naturally under great pressure at this time. Seeing that the new season is about to start. He is so busy. So no matter whether he is too worried or not, for Ancelotti, Zidane's recommendation at this time all make Ancelotti upset. Zidane. I think the team's bench depth is definitely enough now, so there is no need to add any more young players. At this time, Zidane, who did not understand Ancelotti's meaning, naturally insisted on his own ideas. I know that Real Madrid's bench depth is naturally not to be worried about. But this young man is definitely the most talented candidate I have ever seen. With him, Real Madrid's midfield will not have to worry about the next 10 years. So, I hope you can give him more opportunities to train. What Zidane said was completely out of trust in Lichu's ability. Just. These words were heard by Ancelotti. It was Zidane's intention to intervene in the team's locker room. For Ancelotti, if you want to ensure good results in a team like Real Madrid, the right to speak in the locker room is naturally the top priority. So, although he has a good relationship with Zidane in private, at the same time, Zidane himself is also a senior executive of the team. But, in the end, Ancelotti frowned and refused. Sorry, Zidane. My players don't need any good young players. After saying that, without waiting for Zidane to speak, Ancelotti left directly. The new season is about to start, and I still have a lot of things to do, sorry. When Lichu and Villacho heard Zidane's description, Lichu was directly poured with a basin of cold water. Before, facing the temptation of joining Real Madrid, Lichu's heart was naturally hot. But now it seems that I want to join the Real Madrid first team at this young age. I am still a little naive. Villacio, who was standing aside, looked at Zidane, who was still angry, and laughed. Old friend. Don't be angry first. Calm down. If you and Ancelotti exchanged identities, what would you choose? Villacio didn't say anything profound. But Zidane reacted quickly. Finally, he looked at Lichu apologetically. Sorry, Lichu. I was too anxious about this matter, I'm really sorry. Having said this, Zidane naturally understood the reason why Ancelotti rejected him. It's all his fault for being too anxious. At an inappropriate time, this matter became an irreversible ending. In fact, Zidane still had one last way at this time. That is to ask Florentino for help directly. Let Florentino arrange Lichu directly into the first team. But in this way, first of all the efforts that Ancelotti made in the locker room would be wasted. He and I would also fall into an irreversible hostility. At this critical moment when the new season is about to begin, I am very sorry that I have not been able to help him. If I want to trip up Ancelotti, from the perspective of the team's interests, this is also unacceptable. Lichu, I'm very sorry. It seems that you can't join the Real Madrid first team for the time being. Chapter 27. Looking inside the room. Lichu and Zidane were both listless at this time. Villacho on the side couldn't help but have a headache. They were obviously two smart people, why did they walk into a dead end at this time? I say, are you too overthinking it? Instantly, the eyes of both of them were focused on Villachó. I can understand your feelings. After all, no matter which player it is impossible to remain calm when facing joining Real Madrid. But think about it carefully. Is it really appropriate for Lichu to join Real Madrid at this time? After saying that, Villachó got up and left. For a while, the room fell into silence. After a long time, finally, Lichu and Zidane spoke at the same time. Joining Real Madrid now is indeed not the best choice. At this time, Zidane and Lichu finally figured it out. Indeed. After Villajó's reminder, the two began to re-examine the pros and cons of joining Real Madrid. After a little thought, the two naturally figured out the key to the problem. At this time, it is indeed not the best time to join Real Madrid. Because the one who joined Real Madrid this time was not someone else, but Lichu. For Lichu, the most important thing now is not to join a big club. On the contrary, what Lichu needs most now is more games. That is commonly known as accumulating experience. Zidane recommended Lichu to the first team. It was because after watching 2 games, Zidane believed that Lichu had almost no improvement in the youth team's games. Because Lichu's ability is too strong now. It is obviously a level higher than the players in the youth team. Zidane can say for sure. Lichu can completely rely on his leading personal ability to kill all the enemies in the youth team's games. But this is almost no help for Lichu's improvement. If he continues to stay in the youth team, it will naturally be a waste of Lichu's time. If he follows the routine. When he is 22 years old. Maybe Lichu is no different from ordinary players. So, Zidane reluctantly gave up the temptation of the championship that Lichu could easily win with the youth team. And joined Real Madrid. Although Lichu's starting point in his career is high enough. But in such a giant, the opportunities that can be obtained are still too few for Lichu. Before, both of them thought about this problem from the perspective of players. In the face of the temptation of joining Real Madrid, neither the young Lichu nor the experienced Zidane could face it with a normal heart. On the contrary, Villachó is not a player. His identity as an agent can make it easier for him to think about the problem from the perspective of a player's interests. That's why Villachó didn't seem very depressed after learning that he was rejected by Ancelotti. Coach. Thank you. Sorry to bother you this time. It's okay. I didn't think about it this time. But the youth team is really not suitable for you. While the new season hasn't started yet, let's hurry up and help you find a suitable team. At this time, Villachó came back. It seems that you have figured it out. Just right, Lee. You pack up now and follow me. Where to? Valencia. After a few hours of driving, Villachó finally brought Lichu to the destination this time. Baroxia region, Castellan province. Got off the car. Lichu already knew who his target was this time. Because just on the road, Lichu saw the ceramic stadium. This time, Villachó brought Lichu to the Villarreal club. Villachó and Lichu just got off the car. At the gate of the Villarreal club training base, some people were already waiting. Dear Alan, long time no see. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose came forward and hugged Villachó. Then he greeted Lichu. Young man. My name is Juan Carlos. Of course, it's just the same name as our king. I'm the current head coach of Villarreal's first team. Hearing this, Lichu couldn't help but look at Villachó next to him in surprise. Unexpectedly, during the time when he and Zidane were alone in the room, Villachó actually contacted the head coach of Villarreal directly. Instantly. In Lichu's heart, Villachó seemed even more awesome. Being able to contact the coach of a club in such a short time, Villajó's power was beyond Lichu's imagination. Very quickly. Accompanied by Carlos, Lichu had a trial training with Villarreal. When he got Lichu's physical test report, needless to say, Carlos was shocked. Are you sure this is Lee's physical test report? Sir, We were as surprised as you when we tested just now. But this is indeed Lee's physical test report. I can say that this data is simply impeccable. And looking at Carlos's surprised look, Vallejo and Li Chu smiled at each other. Indeed. 18-year-old Li Chu now has many data that even adult players find difficult to achieve. After reading Li Chu's entire report in detail, Carlos' face flushed with excitement. Li, you passed the physical test. Now, there is only one last item. You go up and have a simple group training with our players. At this time, Carlos's breathing became a little heavy. There is no way. In terms of physical test, Li Chu's performance is really excellent. And as long as Li Chu's performance on the court is not too bad, Carlos believes that it only takes half a season, no, even less time. When Li Chu fully adapts to the intensity of the first-team game, he will be Villarreal's most powerful secret weapon this season. Soon, Li Chu changed into training clothes. Then he was arranged by the assistant coach on the sidelines to wear a yellow training shirt symbolizing a substitute. Your task is very simple, you just need to be responsible for the team's midfield organization. After saying this, the assistant coach no longer paid attention to Li Chu. Soon, the training match started with the assistant coach's whistle. On the sidelines. At this time, Carlos had already discussed with Vallejo about Li Chu's transfer. Alan, we are all old friends. Can you give the green light for Li's transfer? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, let's finish watching the training match first. At this time, Vallejo smiled like a fox. Chapter 28. Training match. It started with the assistant coach's whistle. Li Chu, wearing a yellow training shirt, got the kickoff right. When the ball was kicked out, Li Chu began to observe the players' movement on the red team. While paying attention to the positions of his teammates, Li Chu also observed the movement of the players on the red team. When the ball finally passed through Li Chu's feet, Li Chu did not hand the ball over immediately. Because now Li Chu is near the middle of the red team's half. Opposite Li Chu, there is only one defensive player. Behind this defensive player, there is an open undefended area. Have I been underestimated? When he thought of this, Li Chu no longer hesitated. He started to carry the ball and slowly speed up. Soon, he met the defensive player of the red team. Result. When he was about 1 meter away from the defensive player. At this time, Li Chu, who had already increased his speed, directly performed a Marseille turn. He shook off the defender lightly and elegantly. Then, he ran towards the wide unmanned area in front of him with the football. On the yellow team side. After seeing Li Chu easily complete the dribbling breakthrough, several offensive players also started to speed up immediately. In an instant, the scene became a fast break of the yellow team. On the red team side, they never thought that Li Chu could break through the first line of defense in such a short time. After looking at the situation on the field, the defenders on the left and right sides gritted their teeth and gave up the yellow team players who were sprinting towards the two wingers. At this time, the two had to choose to step forward and work together to block Li Chu, seeing that there was a gap in front of them. At this time, the two wingers of the yellow team raised their hands and shouted to Li Chu, indicating that they wanted the ball. As a result, Li Chu ignored the two wingers and continued to move forward at high speed with the football. When Li Chu came to the front of the red team's penalty area, the red team's encirclement was already in place. The two players in front of him closed in. And behind him, the player who was passed by Li Chu before was about to catch up. It's time. A light pass. The football was in the horrified eyes of the three red team defenders. It was directly stuffed into the red team's penalty area from between the legs of the left defender in front of Li Chu. And the yellow team striker who was not far away before also started at the first time. No offside. Good shot. Facing the red team's attacking goalkeeper, the yellow team striker calmly pushed the ball into the near corner of the goal. 1 o'clock. The yellow team striker after scoring. At this time, he excitedly ran to Li Chu and gave him a big hug. On the sidelines, After seeing the ball go in, Carlos couldn't help but cheer. Li Chu really handled this ball beautifully. Originally, when the winger signaled for the ball, Carlos couldn't help but frown when he saw that Li Chu didn't pass the ball immediately but was surrounded. At that time, the surprise that Li Chu's Marseille turn brought to him was replaced by worry. Carlos was worried. Li Chu was the kind of player who had a unique style of play, but his ability could not be fully controlled. As a result, Li Chu performed fiercely in front of Carlos. Facing three people's double-teaming, Li Chu finally calmly and cleverly made a crotch pass. Directly broke through the red team's defense. The yellow team forward who received the ball. It can be said that he faced the goalkeeper alone. This goal. It can be said that 90% of the credit belongs to Li Chu. What Carlos can see, the players on the field can naturally feel deeply. In the goal just now, Li Chu's reception, ball protection, dribbling and breakthrough from the beginning of receiving the ball, and the final soul-stirring pass. The players on the yellow team naturally believed in Li Chu's ability. So, in the following time, every time the yellow team attacked, not only the midfielders, but even the forwards and two wingers were very active in retreating to help Li Chu pass the ball. Everyone saw it. Li Chu is the kind of player who feeds the ball. This kind of player who is capable of feeding the ball. Naturally, he will be loved by all offensive players. After all, who can refuse to be fed the ball? And Li Chu did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He fully demonstrated his offensive talent. Every time when Li Chu passed the ball, always able to find a joint route in the defense of the red team. Then the football flew into the red team's penalty area. It was just a pity for Li Chu. After all, the yellow team was a substitute player. Obviously, there was still some gap in strength with the players on the red team. So Li Chu wasted several good opportunities sent by Li Chu. Beep. The half-hour training match ended quickly. After a brief rest, the second half of the half-hour training match continued. However, at this time, Carlos stepped forward and interrupted the assistant coach. Li, you put on a red vest and play the second half with the main team. The second half of the game began. After observing the first half, the players on the red team naturally knew Li Chu's characteristics. So, everyone was very happy to hand the football to Li Chu during the attack. With the active cooperation of the more powerful red team players, Li Chu played more comfortably. Shortly after the start of the game, Li Chu was still near the center circle. He found an opportunity and made a long pass with an exaggerated arc. It went directly over the heads of the 6 defensive players on the yellow team. The football landed in the middle of the yellow team's penalty area. At the same time, here on the red team, when he saw Li Chu kick, a long-haired player had already started sprinting. When the football fell in the middle of the penalty area, the striker was already in place. Before the 2 defensive players on the left and right of the yellow team came forward to block, he shook his head fiercely towards the football. 1:1. The football went into the net. After the goal, the striker also ran to Li Chu. He excitedly hugged Li Chu. Boy! Beautiful pass. I am Dos Santos. You are really great. In the following time, Li Chu played more freely on the court. When the time was about to end, Li Chu was about 8 meters outside the penalty area, facing the football that was hit by the yellow team goalkeeper. Without waiting for the football to land, he kicked it directly. In the end, the football flew directly into the upper right corner of the yellow team's goal. When the assistant coach blew the whistle to end the game, the final score on the field, it also became 4:1. And all the players of the red team, they surrounded Li Chu at the first time. Dos Santos and several other frontcourt players hugged Li Chu and laughed excitedly. And the other players also stepped forward and touched Li Chu's head hard at this time. For all Villarreal players, Li Chu's performance in this short training match, it can be said to be amazing. It directly conquered all the players. As for whether Li Chu can successfully join the team, how could Li Chu, who is so strong, fail the trial? In this regard, No one was worried. Chapter 29. Li Chu's performance on the field directly conquered the entire Villarreal team. Therefore, Li Chu's signing was naturally quite smooth. However, during the signing process, Carlos was really angry about Real Madrid's practice of only renting and not selling. But Carlos also understood. For Real Madrid, the transfer of young players like Li Chu is not worth much at all. Instead of just a little transfer fee, it is better to retain the ownership of these young players. At that time, even if these young players can't play anything, it doesn't matter to Real Madrid. But if they can play well, then Real Madrid will make a lot of money. In the end, with Vallejo's efforts, Li Chu got a 1+1 contract. Specifically, Li Chu was loaned to Villarreal for 1 year. 1 year later, based on Li Chu's performance, Villarreal has the right to buy out Li Chu. In the first year, Li Chu's salary was jointly borne by Real Madrid and Villarreal. After Vallejo's simple operation, he still secured a very generous contract for Li Chu among young players. The weekly salary was 40,000 euros, of which Villarreal only had to bear 20,000 euros. You know, Li Chu was just a young player who was only 18 years old. Even in the Villarreal team, the two people in the first tier of weekly salary only had 50,000 euros. However, because the specific contract details were unknown, so it was still claimed to the outside world that Li Chu's weekly salary was only 20,000 euros. As for Li Chu's jersey number, in the end, under Li Chu's insistence, he did not use the number 10 recommended by Carlos, but chose the unused number 7 jersey. Alan. Great. All this is really great. Successfully joined Villarreal, and Li Chu was naturally excited at this time. For Li Chu, his mood in the past 2 days was like a roller coaster ride. Up and down. Fortunately, now there is finally a good result. Li Chu understands. Among them, Villarreal's role is really too big. First of all, he was able to think about the most suitable next home for Li Chu as soon as he was rejected by Real Madrid. Then he contacted Villarreal in the shortest time. The most important thing is his own contract. Although Villarreal didn't say anything, Li Chu is not really a novice. For the additional clause in the contract, that is, the buyout agreement after 1 year, Li Chu is naturally full of gratitude. Because, 1 year, for him, there is already enough time for growth. And 1 year later, at that time, Villarreal only needs to start the buyout, and he will escape the constraints of Real Madrid's 5-year contract. This is the best result for Li Chu. About Li Chu's joining the team. After negotiating with Li Chu, Villarreal did not hold any meeting for players to join. It just released an announcement on the official website. As for Villarreal's operation, all the fans are used to it. After all, the current Villarreal is no longer the powerful team that dominated the entire Europe under Pellegrini's rule. On the contrary, after the experience of falling into the second division in the past few years, now the fans' expectations for the team are more just to hope that the team can slowly gain a foothold in the first division. Such a team introduced an 18-year-old unknown player from Yen country. Such an operation is in everyone's eyes. Naturally, it is in line with the current development of the team. And Li Chu, at this time, he is also seizing the time to integrate into the team. After all, the teammates around him are all strangers. Their playing habits, the tactical thinking of the entire team and the distribution of their responsibilities in the team. All of this. It takes Li Chu time to adapt. Li Dos Santos was already in position just now, why didn't he pass the ball? On the sidelines, Carlos was nervously watching the players' training match. Whenever the players on the field made mistakes, Carlos would immediately stop the game and point out the mistakes made by the players on the spot. And now, Li Chu is actually the one with the most problems. Because the whole team has only one new signing this season, Li Chu. Now, Carlos basically focuses all his energy on Li Chu, of course. Although Carlos has been guiding Li Chu. But no one knows how surprised Carlos was. Li Chu's progress is so fast. So fast that Carlos has an illusion that Li Chu is improving every day. If Li Chu knew Carlos's thoughts, he would definitely laugh. Because after training with the team, Li Chu naturally has a lot of gains every day. Although after the attribute reaches 85, it takes 200 attribute points for each improvement, but Li Chu still slowly accumulates a lot. Naturally. After the system bonus. Isn't Li Chu improving every day? After the training match started again. On the field. When Li Chu got the ball near the center circle of his half. There was not even a pause. The ball was passed out at the first time. This is a low ball. The football almost touched the grass and drew an exaggerated arc on the field. It quickly bypassed several players from the substitute team and flew towards the penalty area. The defensive players in the penalty area were also very uncomfortable at this time. Because the ball was too fast, and it was a half-high ball. A rash kick would likely cause the ball to change its line and eventually bounce into the goal. For a while, both the goalkeeper and the defender were very uncomfortable at this time. When the football came to the left side of the penalty area on the substitute team side, Dos Santos was already in position. In fact, when Li Chu got the ball in his backcourt, Dos Santos was still near the center circle. But after so many days of cooperation, Dos Santos started sprinting at full speed as soon as he saw Li Chu get the ball. Sure enough, Li Chu's pass did not disappoint Dos Santos. When his own people just ran to the penalty area, the football also flew in front of him at the same time. Facing the football, Dos Santos made a light push shot. The football easily entered the goal. On the sidelines, Carlos was also very excited after seeing this goal. That's it. I want to get the football, that's it. Chapter 30. While Li Chu and his teammates were getting more and more tacit in their running in, the 2014-2015 La Liga season has finally arrived. Recently, Carlos is very excited. Because of Li Chu. Now Villarreal's offense has been directly upgraded to several levels. Because Li Chu is not only very experienced in dribbling, ball protection, and short passes. At the same time, Li Chu also has the most deadly long pass. In this way, whether it is a sudden attack, a positional battle, or even a defensive counterattack, as long as the ball is handed to Li Chu, then Li Chu is definitely the most qualified offensive initiator in Carlos' mind. And don't forget, Li Chu also has the ability to shoot from a distance. The shot from the sky during the trial. Even now, Carlos is still impressed. Of course, Li Chu's problem is still quite obvious. That is, there is too little experience. This is not obvious when the team is attacking. However, on the defensive end, Li Chu's contribution to the team is almost zero. However, Carlos is still quite optimistic about this. On the one hand, it is the speed of improvement shown by Li Chu. Li Chu is only 18 years old now. There is plenty of time to improve his own problems. On the other hand, the style of play in the entire La Liga is also soft. For young players like Li Chu, the pressure on the field is not that great. However, out of consideration for the team's responsibility, in the end, Carlos still made some adjustments to the team's lineup. For someone like Li Chu who has almost zero defensive ability, in order to liberate his offensive talent, Carlos could only let the team's captain Connie stand behind Li Chu to make up for the gap left by Li Chu after he came forward. Faced with such an adjustment, Li Chu looked very surprised. Because, how come this arrangement looks so familiar? After thinking for a long time, finally, Li Chu remembered it. Isn't this the treatment that Popovich received during his time at Juventus? After Carlos made such an arrangement, Li Chu was even happier. Because in recent times, Li Chu has added all his points to passing, so now Li Chu's passing ability has reached 87. However, as for defense, it is only a pitiful 57. When he was in the youth team, Li Chu could still use his body and experience to assist himself in defense. However, in the first team, after Li Chu had actual combat in the training match, he had long understood that his defense in the first team was just a scumbag. Li Chu, who was originally a little distressed about this. Really didn't expect Carlos actually made such an arrangement for himself. This time, Li Chu was finally relieved. August 15th. The La Liga has officially begun. Villarreal's first-round league opponent is Cadiz, a newly promoted team. In the relegation list of this season issued by BW Company, Cadiz's odds are the first. It can be seen from this. Cadiz's strength is not strong, and it can even be said to be very weak. At 8 o'clock in the evening. The Ceramic Stadium is already full at this time. For the new season, all Villarreal fans are still quite supportive. Everyone knows it very well. Villarreal has been in a critical period in the past few years. If they can survive, then the team will really gain a foothold in the La Liga in the future. And if the team does not hold on in the past few years, then the team will eventually return to the second division. Therefore, Villarreal fans have naturally spared no effort to support the team in the past few years. It's just that all fans are still quite dissatisfied with the team's signings this season. I really don't understand. Although the team has no money, they won't sign a young player from Yen country, right? Who said it wasn't? What good players can Yen country have? What kind of ability can a player from a football desert have? I think it should be okay, at least he is a product of Castilla's youth training. Bah! What good players can Real Madrid's youth training have? When the time came to 8:30 in the evening, the hot summer weather was finally blown away by the night wind as the sun set. The referee of this game, Lawrence, blew the whistle for this game. Villarreal, who lost the guessing game, first got the kickoff right. With the cheers of all the fans at the Ceramic Stadium, the game officially began. After Uche passed the ball back, he and Dos Santos ran towards the goal of Cadiz. After Villarreal received the ball, almost without any hesitation, he passed the ball to Li Chu's feet at the first time. After a simple cooperation with his teammates, Li Chu had already brought the ball to Cadiz's half. As a result, Li Chu kicked the ball directly before he left the center circle. A straight pass of more than 30 meters instantly broke through Cadiz's defense. The football came directly to the vicinity of Cadiz's penalty area. And at this time, after the kickoff, Uche rushed towards Cadiz's half at the first time and just ran here. Sure enough, Uche received the ball. At this time, he was also quite excited. Because he participated in the African Cup, Uche returned relatively late. Regarding Li Chu's ability, Uche kept one sentence in mind amidst the excited words of his teammates, especially Dos Santos. You just run, if you can't pass the ball, it's Li Zai's fault. As for his old partner Dos Santos, Uche naturally believed in him. Unexpectedly, this first connection with Li Chu, it turned out to be so wonderful. After receiving the ball, Uche rushed into the penalty area of Cadiz with the ball. At this time, there were even a few Cadiz players on the field who were still staring at this scene blankly because they had just started and were not in good shape. The result. In the horrified eyes of the Cadiz goalkeeper, Uche pushed the ball into the far corner of the goal. 1 o'clock. This goal happened too quickly. Even at this time, the DJ of the Ceramic Stadium was still reading the list of the home team's players. As a result, then the cheers of the fans were heard. When DJ figured out what happened, he was stunned. Also stunned, there were the head coaches of the two teams on the sidelines. The head coach of Cadiz was still talking to his assistant at this time. As a result, the assistant's eyes widened. And Carlos here. Although he witnessed the whole process of the goal. But for such a wonderful cooperation. Especially in this goal, Li Chu's performance. Carlos was a little bit unbelievable and rubbed his face hard with both hands. And on the court. At this time, Uche excitedly ran directly in front of Li Chu. Li Chu was directly lifted up. So comfortable. After playing football for so many years. This was the first time that Uche was fed a cake. At this time, Uche really understood the feelings of his old partner Dos Santos. Why does Dos Santos seem so excited every time he mentions Li Chu? No wonder. Uche is naturally very excited about the person who can feed him the ball. In the stands, those fans who were still dissatisfied with Li Chu before the game started chose to shut up wisely at this time. I have to say, Li Chu's assist is really wonderful. Chapter 31. When Li Chu was put down by Uche. At this time, Dos Santos looked at Li Chu with resentful eyes. Li. Don't forget, I am the first one to successfully connect with you. Seeing Dos Santos leave without forgetting to say this, Li Chu almost couldn't help laughing. At this time, the DJ of the Ceramic Stadium finally received the technical statistics on the scene. The goal that Li Chu assisted Uche just now. It was only 6 seconds from the start. This goal directly broke the fastest goal record in the world's known professional games. The DJ on the scene was even more excited at this time and cheered with all the fans. Who is the hero who scored for us? You. Che. Who is the hero who scored for us? You. Che. By the way, I have good news for you all. The one who initiated this attack is our newest Yenguo player this season, Li Chu. And Li Chu is the treasure of Castilla. In the youth team match, he led the Real Madrid youth team to defeat Sevilla, and in the match, he also beat the genius Kate. And now, Li Chu is ours. While getting the data from the technical department. All the information about Li Chu, the hero of this attack. I also came to the DJ at the scene as soon as possible. So, after reading Li Chu's information, the DJ at the Ceramic Stadium couldn't help but get excited. This is fucking. Is Real Madrid now so rich that it even gave away a genius like Li Chu? But this is just right. It just happened to be a bargain for us Villarreal. The atmosphere at the scene at this time. It was also driven by the DJ that the game reached its climax. All the fans were shouting excitedly. Among them, the handsome Li Chu had actually started to have fans cheering for him. I take back what I said before. The person who can beat Kate must be a genius. That pass just now was very beautiful. Such words slowly began to appear among all Villarreal fans. And many female fans simply didn't care so much. They had long been conquered by Li Chu's handsome appearance. At present, it seems that Li Chu's skills are not bad, and more importantly, he is handsome. Soon, the game started again. Facing the situation of losing the ball at the beginning, Cadiz was naturally quite unwilling. Didn't you Villarreal play in the second division like me in the past 2 years? You can get into the top few in the first division. I can do it in Cadiz. So, under the command of the head coach. After the kickoff, Cadiz played a rare offensive battle with the home team at Villarreal Ceramic Stadium. After seeing Cadiz's move, Carlos was very happy. Before Li Chu joined, Carlos was really afraid that his opponent would fight him hard. But, looking at Li Chu on the field, Carlos waved his hand with full confidence. If you want to fight, I will fight. So, the offensive battle that started at the beginning was staged so suddenly. On the field. After receiving the instructions from the head coach, the players on both sides were involved in the offense at this time. The rhythm on the field suddenly began to speed up. For a while, the offense and defense on the field changed very quickly. And Li Chu, after seeing such a scene, he seemed even more excited. Because such a scene, in Li Chu's eyes, Cadiz's defense is full of loopholes. In the 4th minute of the game, when Cadiz attacked again near Villarreal's penalty area, Li Chu assisted his elder brother Nika to steal Cadiz's football. Then, after receiving Nika's pass, Li Chu started a long-distance attack with the football. He dribbled the ball at high speed from his own half. After running about 50 meters, Li Chu finally came to the vicinity of Cadiz's penalty area. At this time, there was only one defensive player who came up to block Li Chu. The remaining 2 fullbacks were directly attracted to both sides by Uche and Dos Santos. Facing the only defensive player in front of him, Li Chu had no intention of slowing down at all. He rushed towards the opponent with the football. When the two sides were about to contact, Li Chu used the Marseille turn again. Easily past the opponent. Then, facing the attacking goalkeeper, Li Chu made two consecutive fake moves. Fake shot, what a dunk. Finally, the goalkeeper of Cadiz was flustered. Facing the defensive player coming from behind, Li Chu made an inverted triangle pass. The ball came to the feet of Dos Santos, who had just come from the side. Facing an almost empty goal opportunity. How could Dos Santos miss such a good opportunity? With a powerful shot, the ball went into the net. 2 o'clock. At the moment of the goal, the entire ceramic stadium became a sea of joy again. The fans were cheering for this goal. In fact, originally, when Li Chu started to dribble the ball at high speed from the backcourt, the cheers of the entire ceramic stadium never stopped. Especially when Li Chu used the Marseille turn. The cheers of the ceramic stadium had reached the maximum. Finally, when Li Chu selflessly gave the ball to Dos Santos, everyone naturally gave Li Chu the warmest applause. Genius. Li is a genius. A genius 10,000 times stronger than Kate. At this moment, everyone forgot how distrustful they were when they first saw Li Chu. When the ball was scored, the fans of the entire ceramic stadium instantly admitted that they were conquered by Li Chu and Dos Santos. At this time, he was naturally excited. Especially the opportunity just now. It can be said that if Li Chu shot the goal himself, no one would say anything. But in the end, Li Chu still gave up the chance to score. This made Dos Santos very excited. He directly imitated Uche and carried Li Chu. He came to the south stand of the stadium and let Li Chu accept the cheers of the most hardcore fans of the ceramic stadium. Li, why didn't you kick the ball yourself just now? Because my dominant foot is my right foot, the angle just now was too small. In order to ensure the goal, it is safest to pass it to you. Thank you so much, Li. Wait for this Christmas, I will introduce my sister to you. Ah. Santos, I'm only 18 years old. Haha, that's perfect, my sister likes young guys the most. The game had only started for less than 6 minutes. On the court, Villarreal led Cadiz by 2 goals in Li Chu's 2 passes. And for this result, Cadiz was naturally quite dissatisfied. So, at the signal of the head coach, Cadiz continued to attack in an all-round way. Seeing that Cadiz on the court was actually going to fight against him, Carlos widened his eyes. What the hell? You are really not afraid of death? So, Carlos naturally signaled the players. Continue. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. For offensive football, no matter where it is, it will be loved by fans. So, the fans at the ceramic stadium were naturally very excited when they saw that both sides were still attacking. Li. Unconsciously, more and more fans at the scene began to cheer when Li Chu received the ball. Not even a game. The cheers belonging to Li Chu were heard at the ceramic stadium. Chapter 32. When the first half of the game was 20 minutes in, the score on the field was 4-1. Although Cadiz successfully scored a goal. However, Villarreal scored 2 more goals here. And among these 4 goals, 3 of them were directly assisted by Li Chu. And the other one was also after Li Chu's pass broke through Cadiz's defense. Uche passed the ball to Dos Santos, and scored another goal. The game had only started for 20 minutes. Dos Santos had already completed a hat-trick. Incredible. It's really incredible. Is this really a game in the A-League? Why does it feel like our Villarreal is playing a friendly match with a 4th-level team? This goal is too easy, right? And for Li Chu, who planned the 4 goals himself. Whether it was the DJ on the scene or the fans of the ceramic stadium. At this time, they naturally gave the warmest applause. Especially when the 4th goal was scored. On the big screen at the scene, all 4 goals were replayed directly. The fans in the stadium fully appreciated Li Chu's role in it again. On the Cadiz side, In fact, when the score was 3-1 on the field, the team was already signaled to start defending. At this time, even if it was another meal, the head coach of Cadiz also understood. The number 7 player of Villarreal. What kind of energy does he have in such a fist-of-flesh offensive battle? You can say that. As long as Cadiz dribbled the ball into Villarreal's half, the best result of the football was to be destroyed out of bounds. If Villarreal intercepted the ball on the spot, then the black-haired boy on the other side, that is, number 7 player Li Chu, he was able to deliver a fatal ball directly in his own half. Where did Villarreal find such a perverted player? This ability. Even Pirlo couldn't do better, right? Result. Just when Cadiz was shrinking its defense, Li Chu once again showed his talent in attack. After seeing Cadiz's intention to retreat, Li Chu naturally wouldn't stay in the backcourt anymore. After actively moving his position forward, Li Chu would also participate in the attack more often. When the game time came to 19 minutes, Cadiz's big foot came to Nika's feet. Nika sent the ball to Li Chu at the first time. This foot was given enough in advance. As Li Chu speeded up, he also came to the front of the ball at the first time, before the defensive players came up. At a distance of about 12 meters from the center circle, Li Chu made a long pass on the right side of the frontcourt. As a result, the ball drew an exaggerated arc in the air. After bypassing 7 Cadiz's defensive players directly, when he came to the center of the Cadiz penalty area, he began to fall. Dos Santos was double-teamed by 2 Cadiz defenders on the left and right. He caught the ball immediately, without waiting for the ball to land. Facing the ball, Dos Santos jumped high. With a powerful lion's head shake, he sent the ball into the Cadiz goal again. That's it. Dos Santos kicked with his head and feet. From the 4th minute to the 20th minute, he completed a hat-trick. And with this goal, the subsequent game became garbage time. Villarreal didn't want to kill them all. And Cadiz, there was no intention to fight. After seeing that both sides had no desire to play, when the game time came to the 90th minute, the referee of this game, Lawrence, did not give a minute of stoppage time at all. The whistle of the end of the game was blown directly. Villarreal also won the game with a big score. Came to the 2nd place in the standings. The 1st place is Real Madrid. In the game against Espanyol, Real Madrid finally won with a score of 5-1. Although it did not become the first in the league, but the Libyan Real still made a good start that satisfied everyone. After the game, Dos Santos became the best player of the game and stayed for a brief interview. Facing the compliments of the reporter, Dos Santos smiled and refused. In this game, you completed a hat-trick. Does it mean that you have any ideas about the Golden Boot this season? Ha ha ha. As long as it can helping the team win, the Golden Boot is not the most important. Besides, you shouldn't ask me whether you can get the Golden Boot, but ask my good partner, Li Chu. As long as he is willing, Uche will also have a chance. After hearing what Dos Santos said, the reporters now are all brightened. Indeed. If it weren't for Dos Santos' hat-trick, Li Chu would definitely be the best of the game. Even many reporters at the scene, Li Chu is definitely more worthy of the best of the game. At this time, hearing Dos Santos praise Li Chu so much, everyone's inner thoughts are the same. Brother, if you can say it, say more. It's really too strange for Li Chu who suddenly appeared. All reporters are too unfamiliar. However, at this time, Carlos came to be the villain. Seeing that his players were still surrounded by reporters, Carlos was naturally quite dissatisfied. Ladies and gentlemen, the interview is over. What our hero needs at this time is to take a hot bath quickly, otherwise there will be a risk of catching a cold. After hearing Carlos' dissatisfaction, in the end, the reporters left unwillingly. There is no way. Although they were very unhappy with Carlos's words, after all, a cold in the summer. You can't be so careless to deceive ghosts, right? But at this time, everyone still left wisely. Because everyone is looking forward to the subsequent press conference. I hope that Carlos, who is in a good mood, can reveal more information about Li Chu. And at the press conference. Sure enough. When Carlos sat down. Although he brought along Dos Santos. But at this time. All the reporters' questions. More focused on Li Chu. Faced with such a situation. Whether it is Carlos or Dos Santos. In fact, it is not surprising. It can be said. The game was able to win so easily. It is all Li Chu's credit. It would be strange if these reporters did not ask Li Chu. But when I think of Velacho's explanation. In the end. Carlos chose to deal with all Li Chu's questions in a muddy way. Li is only 18 years old. I hope you can protect him well. Don't let him contact reporters too early. This is crucial for Li Chu's growth. And Carlos also felt the same way. How many so-called golden boys did not realize their talents in the end? How much role did the media play in this? Chapter 33. Villarreal. Carlos and Vallejo protected Li Chu, so naturally, the reporters didn't dig out too much. But never underestimate the spirit of the paparazzi. How could the media let go of a superstar like Li Chu who suddenly appeared? 18 years old. He dominated the game in his first appearance for the senior team. Handsome looks. He also has an oriental face that is quite talked about. So the entire Spanish media naturally took the initiative to dig into Li Chu at the first time. What? Li Chu is actually from the Castilla youth training camp? Zidane recommended Li Chu to Ancelotti, but was directly ignored. Li Chu is a player from Yen country. He came to Castilla for exchange and study because of business cooperation. In the end, he was favored by Zidane and was able to stay. With the reporters digging deeper, less than half an hour was left before the end of the game. Li Chu's basic information was quickly mastered by such omnipresent reporters. So, reports about Li Chu naturally appeared in many media reports. And that's not all. Because the match between Real Madrid and Espanyol was 1 hour later than the match between Villarreal. So when the Real Madrid match was over, there were fearless reporters asking questions to Ancelotti. Mr. Ancelotti, first of all, congratulations to Real Madrid for getting off to a good start this season, and it was a big win that made all the fans very satisfied. Thank you. And Villarreal, who kicked off an hour earlier than Real Madrid, finally defeated their opponent 3 o'clock under the leadership of Li Chu, a young player from Castilla. As far as I know, Zidane recommended Li Chu to you, but you refused. What do you think of Li Chu's performance in his first professional game? Ancelotti, who was originally in a good mood because of the big win of the players. After hearing the reporter's words, he couldn't help but frowned. Li Chu. What the hell is this? Oh. With the reporter's prompt, Ancelotti finally had a little impression. It seems that Zidane recommended a young player to him before the season started. At that time, Zidane even said, with this kid, can Real Madrid guarantee that the midfield will be worry-free for the next 10 years? At that time, with the new season about to start, I had just taken over the stall left by Mourinho. Where would I have time for that kind of rising star? You know. Real Madrid's head coach. Definitely the most difficult one among all the top clubs in the world. So in the end, I rejected Zidane. After figuring out what was going on, now looking at this reporter. Ancelotti naturally understood the sinister intentions of this guy in front of him. Ha! Do you think I'm a child who doesn't know anything? Li Chu's performance is indeed quite eye-catching. But I still stick to my opinion. He is not worthy of Real Madrid now. Hearing Ancelotti's words, the reporter's eyes lit up. But, under the leadership of Li Chu, Villarreal finally won the opponent by 3 goals. So what? Real Madrid beat Espanyol 5-1. As for Villarreal's opponent, it was just a newly promoted Cadiz. After saying this, Ancelotti left impatiently. Although there were still many questions to ask, the reporter was quite satisfied watching Ancelotti leave. That's all. It was enough for him to write quite explosive news. On the other side, Li Yang is a Spanish student. It has been 2 years since he came to Spain. For life in Spain, Li Yang is most satisfied with the strong football atmosphere here. As a senior football fan who has fallen in love with football since he was 7 years old. The biggest gain from his 2-year study abroad in Spain is that he met a group of fans who have the same hobbies as himself, and they discuss football together when they are free. The only thing that makes Li Yang a little regretful is in the 5 major European leagues. So far, no Yen country player has been able to become a main player in the team. Li, the savior you've been thinking about, has really appeared. Li Yang, who had just finished work, was teased by his friends who were taking a break today. However, listening to their words, Li Yang was a little confused. What's going on? As a result, when his friends took out the fresh media reports, the whole person opened his mouth wide. Li Yang had only one thought in his mind at this time. Impossible. An 18-year-old young player, directly starting in the Villarreal first team. Even in his first game on the professional field, he directly contributed an assist hat-trick. Looked at the newspaper in his hand. Then looked at the smiling faces of his friends around him. Li Yang couldn't help but doubt. Is this report a prank by his friends? But deep in his heart, he still hoped that all this was true. Not in the mood to chat with friends, Li Yang hurried back to his residence. Turned on the computer and checked Villarreal's official homepage. As a result, when he saw the guy wearing the number 11 uniform really had black hair, black eyes and yellow skin like himself, the whole person couldn't help but tremble. When Li Yang finished watching the full match between Villarreal and Cadiz, he couldn't help but cheer. Half-time. It was just the first half. Li Chu helped the team score 3 goals. As for the second half, it was obviously garbage time. Li Yang believed it. If Villarreal still insisted on attacking, with Li Chu's ability, Li Yang couldn't imagine how many goals he could score in this game. Although Cadiz was a newly promoted team, Li Yang couldn't imagine it. After all, this is La Liga. Awesome. Li Chu is awesome. Soon, Li Yang quickly logged into his own account on the domestic football website Football 8. Surprise! Yen Gua teenager becomes the starting main force of a strong La Liga team. Yen Gua teenager, who stepped into professional football for the first time, performed an assist hat-trick in the first half of the game. Yen Gua's Beckham, the Yen Gua boy from Villarreal, knows the style of Football 8. So Li Yang instantly became a headline party. Instantly attracted the attention of countless Yen Gua fans. Level 4 trumpet. Obviously a water experience post, let him sink quickly. The original poster is a headline party. Identification completed. Experience +3. Farewell. Chapter 34. At this time, it was lunchtime in Yen country. So many bar friends were bored and browsing the posts of Football 8 after lunch. And Li Yang, the title dog. Naturally, it attracted countless people's attention at the first time. However, when everyone clicked on the post, they found that there was nothing in it. So there was the scene above. At this time, Li Yang was still busy editing the wonderful moments of Li Chu in the game. When Li Yang finished editing and was ready to upload it. As a result, he was depressed to find that his 3 posts actually had thousands of replies. Of course. Facing the empty posts, almost everyone was complaining that Li Yang was just gaining experience. Is the OP still here? If there are pictures, there is truth. If there are no pictures, what's the matter? Waiting for the OP to upload the latest news. Hurry up. If it is a post to gain experience, I will report it to the OP. Fortunately, some people are really waiting for Li Yang to upload the information. Li Yang didn't waste any words. He uploaded all the things he had edited. Among them, not only Li Chu's 3 assists. Even the shots of Villarreal striker spitting the pie were uploaded together. In these wonderful shots, Li Chu turned into a world-class midfielder. Almost all of the assists he sent were as accurate as a scalpel. Watching the football kicked out from Li Chu's feet, it drew a beautiful arc, and the landing point was fatal and accurate. Directly, the striker who received the ball didn't even need to adjust. He could shoot directly at the ball. Instantly. Li Yang's post became popular. Very quickly. The comments under the 3 posts exceeded 30,000. You know. This is not a holiday. It's noon on a weekday. Many people habitually come here after get off work in the evening. In just a short time, there are more than 30,000 replies. Li Yang is naturally very happy. The level of my Football 8 account can finally be upgraded soon. What can I do if I am not educated? I can go all out with one sentence. This young player is quite good. Original poster, what is the name of this young player? I don't believe it. I don't believe that the players of Yen country can play such a coquettish pass. Damn. Look at the pass during the second goal. It's like feeding the cake directly into the stomach. I can't vomit it even if I want to. What is the person above thinking? If it's a player of the sea cucumber team, he would have to wash his stomach and vomit it out for you. In addition to these netizens who are discussing, there are also some old fans with great powers. According to Li Yang's suggestion, they quickly ran to the official homepage of Villarreal to confirm. Number 11, Li Chu. Age 18. A superstar introduced by Villarreal from Real Madrid's youth training camp. Really? Li Chu can be a product of Real Madrid's youth training? Fuck. Who can tell me that this is not true? I feel like I'm going crazy. Ah. Not only did he perform well in the adult team, he was actually a youth player of Real Madrid before. What are you thinking about? It's just Real Madrid's youth training. Castilla's youth training level is not La Masia, right? After watching the domestic fans finally accept Li Chu, the superstar who suddenly appeared, Li Yang watched the experience of his account rise rapidly. Satisfied, he closed Football 8 first. Hee. Hiding his merits and fame. On the other side, Li Chu just returned to his dormitory. As a result, he found that Villacho was already waiting here. Li. Although diligence is your strength. But after just finishing your first game in your professional career, shouldn't you have a good rest? Looking at Li Chu's appearance, Villacho was speechless. It was obvious that this kid went to practice again after the game. Other players didn't want to touch the ball at all except for daily training with the team. And Li Chu? He was so diligent that it was a bit unacceptable. It was just a simple exercise. After all, the second half started as garbage time. The intensity of today's game was not as great as I thought. Li Chu was also very happy to see Villacho being in a foreign country. In his first game, Li Chu thought he played very well. He was just worried that there was no one to share his joy. Villacho came to the door. This couldn't help but make Li Chu happy. What do you think about this? Villacho naturally told Li Chu about Ancelotti's words as soon as possible. Villacho naturally took this news very seriously. If Li Chu's mentality was affected by this matter, it would be very disadvantageous for Li Chu. As for blocking this news, how is it possible? The West is a place with freedom of speech. At that time, even if he and the entire Villarreal did not mention this matter, there will always be some reporters who want to make trouble and tell Li Chu. What surprised Villacho a little was that Li Chu did not answer him. However, when Villacho saw Li Chu's eyes, he said nothing more. Because he saw a ball of fire in Li Chu's eyes. And Li Chu's actions also proved Villacho's evaluation of him. This is a very smart person. Indeed. In Villacho's view, Li Chu is still far from joining Real Madrid. But Li Chu is only 18 years old, his future. Who can say for sure? Villacho finally left with satisfaction. This kid. He is calmer than he thought, and his mentality is unexpectedly good. In addition to being thankful for Li Chu's calmness, he also felt a little incredible. Because Li Chu is mature and doesn't look like an 18-year-old boy at all. After Villacho left, the originally smiling Li Chu couldn't help but look a little ugly in the end. just in front of Vallejo. Li Chu was embarrassed to get angry. At the same time, he was moved that Vallejo came to him for such a thing at such a late hour. Although Li Chu's evaluation of himself in his heart. At present, he is indeed not worthy of a giant like Real Madrid. But, just like what Li Chu said to Vallejo just now, others can underestimate themselves. But I must never underestimate myself. Looked at the schedule. In the 7th round of the league, Villarreal will visit the Bernabeu to challenge Real Madrid. Li Chu's eyes instantly turned cold. Real Madrid? I will make you remember me well. Especially you. Ancelotti. Then, Li Chu went to rest. While Li Chu was still asleep. Yen country. It exploded directly because of Li Chu. When night fell, people who had been busy all day could finally have a good rest. When countless Football 8 friends returned home and turned on Football 8, they all widened their eyes. Chapter 35. Li Chu was still in his sleep. At this time, he had no idea that because of him, Yen country was already boiling. To be precise, the football circle was boiling. With the past few years, the decline of Yen country football has led to football slowly becoming a small circle. And this small circle, today, it was all lively because of Li Yang's post. After countless fans clicked on Li Yang's post, the whole person became excited. Looking through Li Yang's post, countless netizens began to sigh. My great Yen country has finally found someone who can play football. But what made all the fans unsatisfied was because of the prosperity of the Premier League in recent years. So basically there are only broadcasts of Premier League games in China. If it is an important match, they will apply for live broadcast. And La Liga? Everyone knows that it is a two-person show between Real Madrid and Barcelona. So in addition to the national derby, the rest of the matches were almost ignored. So, everyone expressed regret. Just watching the highlights is not enough. They left messages to Li Yang, asking for the next Villarreal match to be broadcast live. The liveliness of Football 8. Naturally, it was noticed by those who cared. Football Column Group. Hiwei and others are also old users of Football 8. After a busy day, when they returned home and logged into their Football 8 accounts, naturally, they also noticed the 3 most lively posts in the bar. Hiwei, who was a little indifferent at first. After reading the 3 posts, the whole person couldn't sit still. Leader. I found an absolutely big news. Monday night, when the latest issue of World Football started, Hiwei and Taiwanese flower Ma Fan Shu appeared in the live broadcast room as usual. For this pair, fans naturally laughed and said that this is the combination of Beauty and the Beast. Indeed, the male hosts of the channel, they are all handsome individually. But when they stand together with Ma Fan Shu next to them, the first thing that comes to the minds of all the fans is Beauty and the Beast. Wife. Here I come. Let go of Hiwei, let me partner with you. This leg. TSK. The current ratings of world football are all supported by my wife. As soon as the program started, all the fans of Yen country were naturally excited. Although Yen country's football is not very good, but all the fans have to admit it. Whether it is world football on Monday or football night on the weekend, these 2 football programs are indeed well made. The program is proceeding in an orderly manner. After the highlights of the Bundesliga and Serie A are played, the normal process should be the focus report of the Premier League. Who would have thought? What was beyond everyone's expectation was, for the Premier League matches, Tianxia Football actually chose to play highlights. There shouldn't have been any focus matches yesterday. It should be that there were no strong teams competing in this round of the Premier League, and there were no big scores. Could it be that Tianxia Football is getting more and more perfunctory now? It doesn't even focus on editing and reporting the Premier League. After the highlights of the Premier League section were played, as if knowing what the audience was thinking, Ma Fan Shu smiled and talked to everyone. Dear careful old viewers have discovered that there is no detailed report on the Premier League matches this issue, only the highlights were played. Let me tell you. This is definitely not because our column team is lazy, but because just this past weekend, there was a more important match for our Yen country fans. Said. The big screen behind him also started to scroll the picture. After all the fans heard their wife speak, all their attention was naturally attracted. At this time, look at the picture on the live big screen. Many people are still confused. But soon, all the fans' attention was attracted by a figure in the picture. Yellow skin, black hair and black eyes. This? After thinking about what Ma Fanshu said, the fans in front of the TV watched with anticipation. And the fans who appeared in the forums during the day were excitedly promoting it to the people around them. Li Chu. Our Yen country's young player. Come on, look at this kid's assist cap tricks. The camera in the live broadcast room. Soon it cut to the ceramic stadium. When Li Chu appeared in the camera, Hiwei's voice also appeared at this time. Villarreal's only new player this season is Li Chu, an 18-year-old young player from our Yen country. This game is Li Chu's first professional game. As a result, he directly became the starting midfielder of Villarreal. After hearing Hiwei's words, all Yen country fans naturally cheered up. This kid is a player from our Yen country. With the start of the game, the subsequent screen only had the original sound of the entire game, and Hiwei and Ma Fanshu stopped talking. And the fans of Yen country widened their eyes at this time. Want to see how their compatriots perform in the La Liga. As the game progressed, soon the camera of the game was given to Li Chu. And Li Chu's performance was slowly seen by all Yen country fans. We saw it. Blitzkrieg. It was only a few minutes after the start. Li Chu's first pass directly penetrated Cadiz's defense. 1 o'clock. When seeing this, almost all Yenghua fans couldn't help but shout in front of the TV, beautiful. And when the second goal screen appeared, looking at Li Chu's soul-stirring pass, everyone went crazy. Is this the kind of football that Yenghua players can play? Damn! And when the third goal appeared, all Yenghua fans, they were conquered by Li Chu. This kid. Where did this god come from in Yen country? Strongly request that the channel broadcast all Villarreal games in the future. From today on, I am a die-hard fan of Li Chu. Li Chu's 30-year-old fan came uninvited. In this game, I can only say that Li Chu showed his normal level. A 30-year-old fan. Li Chu is only 18, okay. Backstage. The director watched the ratings of the program play out after the Villarreal game started. It directly presents an upward trend of almost 90 degrees. I almost laughed like crazy. You know, the last time such exaggerated data appeared, it was the report of the Asian qualifiers when Yenghua football entered the World Cup. You know, this was already in the distant year of 2002. I can only say, the appearance of Li Chu gave all Yenghua fans a torch in the dark night. Just like that. While still sleeping. While I didn't know it yet. Li Chu has become popular in Yenghua. Chapter 36. The next morning, when Li Chu just woke up, he found that Villajoy had appeared in his dormitory. He looked at the watch. 5:40 in the morning. What's going on? You mean, you didn't sleep all night, and you were almost always dealing with business cooperation calls from companies in Yen country? After Li Chu heard what Villajoy said, he was stunned. Although he thought that if he succeeded in studying abroad, he would definitely become popular in China. But what Li Chu never expected was, it was just one game. Just one game. There was news about him in the distant Yen country. And now countless companies are flocking to him, wanting to negotiate business cooperation with him. Looking at Villajoy's deep dark circles, Li Chu was very sorry. Alan, I think even if there are commercial contracts now, I believe these contracts are very small. I personally don't want to accept endorsements at this time. What do you think? When saying this, Li Chu was still very embarrassed. Because of him, Vallejo didn't sleep all night. Now he has turned down these endorsements. This means Vallejo worked all night. In the end, there was really no income. This is a very depressing thing for an agent. Who knows? After hearing what Li Chu said, Vallejo was not angry. On the contrary. He also gave Li Chu a thumbs up. Li. You are so mature. I was originally worried about how to persuade you to give up these endorsements. Huh? After hearing what Vallejo said, Li Chu was very surprised. It was the first time I heard that an agent asked his employer to turn down an endorsement contract when signing it. Is this a matter of money? Afterwards, Vallejo explained to Li Chu. As long as you maintain your current level, a lot of big-name endorsements will come to you to sign contracts in the future. Signing these small contracts now is a pure waste of time for you. This little storm just passed. However, after thinking about it, Li Chu still recorded a video and gave it to Vallejo. This is my greeting to the fans of Yen country. Please find a chance to put it online for me. No problem. As I said, you focus on playing football and leave the rest to me. After hearing Vallejo's words, Li Chu really devoted himself to training. After the last game with Cadiz, Li Chu also has a deeper understanding of his current ability in the professional arena. It may be because of his playing style. So when facing Cadiz, whether it is protecting the ball, eating the ball, dribbling and passing, etc., Li Chu feels that he is fully capable of dealing with the current game. As for defense, he looked at his pitiful value of less than 60. Li Chu also knew that defense was his weakness. Fortunately, Carlos trusted him very much. So in the arrangement of positions, his range of activities was quite large. From the center circle to the opponent's penalty area, he could run as he wanted. And after he went forward, the gap left behind. Carlos also specially arranged a central defender to help him defend. I have to say, Carlos's arrangement made Li Chu feel really comfortable. Because of this, his poor defensive ability can be infinitely reduced. In Carlos' words, you kid just go forward and attack boldly, as for defense, you don't need to worry about it at all. When he thought of this, Li Chu made a decision on his short-term attribute points. Now his ability is absolutely qualified as a midfielder. But my personal scoring ability is still relatively poor. So, after thinking it over and over again, Li Chu decided to give priority to improving his long-range shooting ability. He checked his current shooting attributes. Shooting power 80. Shooting accuracy 78. Shooting skills 74. Among these items, the shooting power has reached a value of 80. This value is completely sufficient. At least the football kicked out will not be confiscated by the goalkeeper because of the slow speed. And the shooting accuracy is 78. Although this value cannot be considered very high, but at least it is not far from the average line of 80 for professional teams. Just shooting 74 is a bit uncomfortable. Of course, this shooting skill is actually a large category. There are also comprehensive attributes such as the ability to shoot in front of the goal, the ability to shoot at close range, and the ability to shoot from a long distance. Now Li Chu is only considering his long-range shooting ability. As for the others, I will not consider them for the time being. After looking at his long-range shooting ability, Li Chu was surprised to find that his long-range shooting had a value of 83. So high. Of course. Since the long-range shooting is so high, the other items are probably a bit unbearable. After thinking about it, Li Chu thought, it is probably because of the skill of Tianwei Feishian. So his long-range shooting has such a value. This is good. Because I have only completed the first professional league so far. So the attribute points accumulated are not many. But when Li Chu used all the attribute points to improve the long-range shooting ability, the long-range shooting ability finally reached 88 points. This value, it was really scary. It means that in the future, I will be very threatening in terms of long-range shooting. He looked at his long-range shooting again with satisfaction. Li Chu was finally relieved. As for why Li Chu was so anxious, the reason is also very simple. That is after the last game with Cadiz. Future opponents will definitely pay attention to me. If I don't have the ability to score directly, then the opponent's defense against me will naturally be much easier in the future. In this way, the threat brought by my pass will make the opponent more relaxed in defense. And it will be different after I have the ability to score directly. When I bring the ball to the opponent's half, the opponent must arrange players to mark me. This will leave more space for other teammates. Only in this way can the entire offense be considered complete. Sure enough, in the following few days, after Li Chu showed several long-range shots in the training match, Carlos was even more excited. Before, he was afraid that Li Chu's long-range shot during the trial was more of a magical shot. He was afraid that Li Chu's long-range shot was not as powerful as he imagined. But now, Carlos is finally relieved. Such a comprehensive Li Chu. It is simply the greatest gift God has given him. Chapter 37 Public Opinion. While Li Chu was still diligently practicing long-range shooting skills and training hard to accumulate attribute points, the distant Yan Kingdom. After a few days of fermentation, Li Chu has now become a darling of the internet. With the broadcast of World Football, Li Chu successfully became a hot topic of discussion among football fans in Yen State. The result was quite a coincidence. In the recently concluded group stage matches of the Asian Cup, the Yen national football team lived up to expectations, finishing third with a record of 1 win, 1 draw and 2 losses in 4 matches, due to goal difference. Failed to advance from the group stage. When all the topics related to football are put together, Li Chu naturally became an instant sensation. Countless netizens jokingly refer to it. It's impossible for Yen Gua to produce a player like Li Chu. As for the Yen country's national football team, do these sea cucumbers even deserve to be called the national football team? In a short time, the Chinese Football Association has once again been thrust into the spotlight. In response to this, the Football Association is already used to it. Internally within the Chinese Football Association, a routine meeting is being held at this moment. Everyone is discussing the defeat in this Asian Cup and the sudden emergence of Li Chu. We failed to even advance from the group stage in this Asian Cup. How are we going to explain this result? The person speaking. He was one of the officials who had accompanied Li Chu and the other young players to Madrid for trial training and cooperation. This time, Director Wang also chaired the on-site meeting. Regarding this matter, I will contact the AFC immediately upon my return. I guarantee this will not happen again. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Director Wang nodded in approval. Really? I always thought the Yen national football team was terrible. But it's just a small Asian Cup. Qualifying from the group stage shouldn't be a problem. How would I know? What are these players doing now? Remember, the expenses for bribing officials will ultimately be borne by these national team players. They played so poorly, we shouldn't have to foot the bill. Understood, Director. So, Director, how should we handle the public opinion surrounding our failure to advance from the group stage? What else can be done? Isn't it just those people who don't understand football making a fuss? They only know how to blame the national team for getting worse year after year, but why don't they think about it? Who would rather send their child to play football from a young age than to attend tutoring classes? Chinese football is currently in a slump due to a lack of promising young talents. Everyone, don't be discouraged by this small setback. Yan's football needs everyone. Director Wang's words naturally won enthusiastic applause from the entire audience. Yes. The director is the director. That shows a clear understanding of the issues. These troublemakers, all they know is sending their children to various tutoring classes. I have never sent my child to a soccer interest class. There's a complete break in youth training. Can we still expect the national team to achieve good results? Director, there's another matter I need to ask you about. Explain. Here's the thing. I'm in charge of managing online public opinion here. Recently, a young player suddenly appeared online and became the starting midfielder for an unknown team in La Liga. And in the first round of the new La Liga season, which just ended, this kid performed quite well. First, this kid isn't registered with our football association, he's not one of our people. Secondly, because of this kid's performance, compared to the defeat in this Asian Cup, this has led to even greater public criticism of us. What should be done regarding this player? While giving the report, he distributed the materials he had compiled to everyone present. When Director Wang saw Li Chu's name, after thinking for a long time, I finally remembered. Oh. So it's that kid who was sent to Real Madrid back then. If it weren't for Real Madrid buying out Li Chu for a mere €100,000 at the time, how could Director Wang possibly have any impression of such a petty scoundrel? Do I really need to teach you this little thing? Same as always. Clear. That evening, all netizens in Yen Kingdom suddenly discovered something. That's under all the posts discussing Li Chu. Countless trolls flooded in and began to smear Li Chu. What future of Chinese football? It's just a regular league match. Everyone has their moments of glory, right? We can't deny everyone dumplings for the new year, can we? Playing like this against a newly promoted team, maybe the club deliberately had Li Chu pad his stats so they can make money off an exhibition match in Yen next summer. That's it. That's it. Just 3 assists. And this is being hyped up like crazy. Any midfielder on the national team can do that. Is he some rich kid who hired people to create hype in China? With this level of skill, didn't you see how both sides played like it was a joke in the second half? It's obvious both sides were throwing the game to help him. In a very short period of time. Below are all the self-media articles about Li Chu. The comments were full of similar messages. This is the situation. This once again put Li Chu on the trending topics list in Yen State. Is he a true rising star, or just a publicity stunt? Very soon. This topic concerns Li Chu. It immediately became the #1 trending topic. Countless netizens naturally joined the discussion. Only faced with the unreasonable words of the trolls. Despite the fact that true fans were furious. But many casual fans were successfully swayed by the online trolls. Isn't this just a publicity stunt? I went to watch the game myself. Both sides played terribly in the second half. Could it be some rich kid who hired people to fix the match? What's wrong with your brain, upstairs? This is La Liga. One of the top 5 European leagues, where would you find match fixing? Do you think this is some kind of Chinese country? Why is it over? It's only been a short time since the Serie A Calciopoli scandal. Football associations everywhere are corrupt, okay? Originally, they intended to help Li Chu refute the accusations. I was shocked to hear these fake fans bringing up the Calciopoli scandal. Ultimately, he was so frustrated that he couldn't speak. And seeing that you've left the other person speechless. The casual fans naturally got even more excited. In a short time, the story about Li Chu's identity as a rich second-generation heir became even more legendary. What, the illegitimate child of some real estate developer? What kind of red third generation is this? Anyway, the more mysterious the story, the more it will be spread. Very soon. Domestic opinions about Li Chu have shifted significantly. And after seeing this result, the Football Association was naturally quite pleased. Since you, Li Chu, have the agreement we signed back then. But let's just avoid discussing this topic. They're directly questioning your skill level. Let's see what you say. For those in the Football Association, they simply didn't believe that Yen could produce a player with the ability to start in a midfield position in one of the top 5 European leagues. Chapter 38 5 years without victory. Discussions about Li Chu. The news quickly reached Spain. Because of a lot of bored people. They even went to Villarreal's official website to leave a message. The inquiry concerns whether the introduction of Li Chu was intended to expand into the Yen Kingdom market. Regarding such comments, Villarreal FC naturally launched an investigation immediately. And the results of the investigation. This completely stunned Villarreal. Treating the geniuses of one's own country. Shouldn't they all be cherished like treasures? Especially in football deserts like Yenghua. What happened? Look at the current online public opinion in Yen country. Is it more like an attack on Li Chu? Very soon. The club then informed Li Chu about this matter. What? You mean someone is smearing me in Yen? And this is a big deal? After hearing what head coach Carlos said, Li Chu was completely stunned. What's going on? Just a couple of days ago, Vallejo told me that he had become a sensation in the country. Countless sponsors have come knocking on our door. Very soon. Li Chu then understood the specifics of the matter. A sudden shift in public opinion. The defeat of the Yen national football team in the Asian Cup. The praise he received online before. Several things seem unrelated. But for Li Chu, who was well aware of the nature of the Chinese Football Association, when these things are combined, the matter is now clear. Forget it, boss. Don't worry about it. As long as I maintain my current performance in the upcoming matches, it'll pass eventually. Only. While saying this, Li Chu's heart was in turmoil. This matter. It looks like those old men from the Football Association are causing trouble again. Although we are all too familiar with their ways. But when the situation actually happened to me, Li Chu was still feeling very bad. There's such a troublemaker around. When will football in Yen country finally improve? I came to my senses. Li Chu also made a self-deprecating joke. I'm just an ordinary person. How could one person possibly change something like this by their own efforts? Since we can't change the world, all I can do is focus on doing my best. Very soon. The second round of the league is about to begin. In response to this, Li Chu was naturally quite looking forward to it. After all, their long-range shooting capabilities have just been strengthened recently. I was actually thinking that the training matches weren't enough. Just then, the league welcomed a new opponent. I checked the match schedule. Li Chu also laughed. The opponent is an old friend. Seville. For Sevilla. Li Chu instinctively felt a strong sense of familiarity. He became famous overnight. It all started when they stepped on Sevilla's youth team prodigy, Kel. We're about to play against Sevilla's first team. Li Chu was very much looking forward to it. What kind of good performance can I expect then? On the other side, Carlos and his coaching staff after the match against Cadiz. They had already started researching this match. You need to know. Unlike Li Chu, who saw Sevilla as their opponent. When Carlos and the entire coaching staff saw that their opponent was Sevilla, they didn't look very well. You need to know. In recent years, Villarreal when facing Sevilla, almost all of them are unlikely to escape unscathed. 6 league encounters in the last 5 seasons. The result was a record of 1 draw and 7 losses. You could say that. In the last 5 years, Sevilla is becoming Villarreal's nemesis. Over the past few years, in the Champions League, La Liga giants Real Madrid and Barcelona have demonstrated considerable strength. In the Europa League matches, Sevilla has almost monopolized the market. Some netizens have already jokingly called the Europa League the Sevilla Cup. This is evident. Sevilla's overall strength. Even if it's not at the level of a top European club. But they are definitely among the top teams in Europe. As for Villarreal, during the 2012-13 season, they were even relegated to the second division and struggled. In the 2013-14 season, which was last season, they finally returned to the top division. They finished 6th last season. If it weren't for being defeated twice by Sevilla, the team might even make it into the Champions League zone. This is nothing like the present. We can only fight our way out in the Europa League. The coaching staff is practically going bald from exhaustion lately. The team's morale is also not very high. Because of the current team roster. Apart from Li Chu, who is a newcomer. The rest are all veteran players from last season. As for the upcoming match against Sevilla, nobody was in a very high mood. This has also led to the situation recently. The main reason why the atmosphere is so dull during training is that Santos, what's wrong with everyone? The atmosphere within the team was unusual. Li Chu had already noticed this. I just don't understand why. After all, they just got off to a winning start to the season, shouldn't they be in high spirits at this time? This doesn't look like someone who just won a game. It's more like Cadiz after losing the game. Li, the next match is against Sevilla. Yes. So what? What's wrong? In the last 5 seasons, except for the season we were promoted to the second division, we haven't won a single game against Sevilla. Hey! What was I thinking? Wouldn't it have been better if we had just won this time? That's true, but Sevilla is stronger than us. Li Chu was displeased upon hearing Dos Santos's words. What do you mean by saying Sevilla is better than us? Although this is indeed true. But the match hasn't even started yet. You're all like that. Isn't this just handing 3 points to the opponent? That was before I joined the team. Now that I'm here, I, the nemesis of Sevilla, am determined to lead you to a resounding victory. There was no other choice. Li Chu could only try to glorify himself. Sevilla's nemesis. What does that mean? Really? After hearing Li Chu's words, immediately, a crowd gathered around Li Chu. After all, everyone felt a headache coming on when they heard that their opponent was Sevilla. So, Li Chu turned out to be the nemesis of his opponent. Hee hee. You guys don't know, do you? I became famous overnight because of my match against Sevilla. Then Li Chu started bragging to his teammates. How I felt when facing Sevilla. Although it's just Sevilla's U18 team. But it still felt amazing to his teammates. He kept praising Li Chu for being awesome. The atmosphere within the team has finally improved somewhat. Li Chu was both laughing and crying. It seems so. It's not just Chinese football that suffers from a fear of South Korea. Even European teams have this bad habit of being afraid of certain teams. Chapter 39 Pre-match preparations. Very soon. The second round of La Liga matches is about to begin. Fine. This round they will face Sevilla. Villarreal played at their home stadium. The highlight match of this round of the league. It was a match between Barcelona and Atletico Madrid at Barcelona's home stadium in Catalonia. But the highest-rated match so far is actually Villarreal's game. The most fundamental reason is after Li Chu suddenly appeared, CTV5 ultimately decided to temporarily apply to broadcast this match live. At the same time, starting on Fridays, it appears in the daily sports news programs. The campaign was promoted during both noon and evening hours. Public opinion within Yen State. CTV5 certainly knows about it. And this obvious rhythm. Those of them working in the football industry could naturally tell what was going on at a glance. And unlike others, to all the staff of CTV5's football section. However, the audience in Yen State knows Li Chu better than the audience in Yen State. So they showed even greater expectations and confidence in Li Chu. Didn't the online trolls say that Li Chu was just an accident? Wasn't it said that Li Chu bribed both sides in the competition to deliberately inflate the data? So let's see how Li Chu performs. Especially this match is against Sevilla. Over the past few years, Sevilla's good performance in the Europa League. Chinese fans have a much higher opinion of Sevilla's strength. If Li Chu can deliver another outstanding performance in this match. So at that time, the online trolls' posts smearing Li Chu will naturally fall apart on their own. Then that's how this sudden decision to broadcast Villarreal's match came about. The Yen Kingdom has paid a great deal of attention to this. This naturally attracted the attention of La Liga officials. In recent years, more and more leagues have focused on developing the Far East market. Greater China is the largest and most powerful consumer region in the Far East. The La Liga Football Association naturally attaches great importance to the yen country's market. Then, the two top commentators who were originally scheduled to commentate on the Atletico Madrid vs Barcelona match were instead sent to Villarreal's Estadio de la Ceramica. Regarding the Football Association's arrangements, the two commentators naturally didn't understand. But we can't refuse to accept it yet. Chris, what's the meaning of the higher-ups assigning us to commentate on the Villarreal vs Sevilla match? Shoo. I just heard. Yen country applied for a live broadcast of this match, and I heard that more than 200 million people in yen country alone are watching. Hiss. Ralph was completely stunned by what his partner said. Huh? What did you say? 200 million people. Are you sure it's 200 million and not 20,000? But just thinking about the terrifying population of Yen Kingdom. In the end, their eyes were filled with light. As for the reason why Yen Kingdom applied for the live broadcast, both of them, who had made ample preparations before the match, understood this. Because of Villarreal's squad. An 18-year-old player from Yen country has been selected. Moreover, they performed quite impressively in the first round of the league. Very soon. It was exactly 8 p.m. Because La Liga usually starts in mid to late August each year. So the league started in the summer. In high-intensity matches like football, measures are taken to ensure that players do not faint from dehydration. Therefore, the start time of the early stages of the league was 1 hour after sunset. At this time, the two commentators have already obtained the starting lineups for both sides in the match. Clark was responsible for introducing the squad list for the away team, Sevilla. Ralph, on the other hand, was responsible for introducing the squad list of the home team, Villarreal. On the other side, inside the home team's locker room. At this moment, Carlos was also nervously making final tactical arrangements in front of the tactics blackboard. I'll emphasize this one last time. This match is all about attack. I believe you all know how strong Sevilla's attack is. You can't stop them by relying solely on defense. So, I'm asking you two fullbacks to pay attention to the crossover. Don't be afraid of conceding a goal. Don't be afraid of conceding a goal. As long as we score more goals than them in the end. So the final victory still belongs to us. Did you all hear me clearly? Understood. Excellent. Lee. The team's offense will depend entirely on you in this game. Don't worry, boss. I'm the nemesis of Sevilla. Ha ha ha. Hearing Li Chu say that, Carlos and the other Villarreal players all laughed. Recently, the nickname, Sevilla's Nemesis, which Li Chu casually mentioned back then, is now known to the entire Villarreal team. On the other side, inside the Seville locker room, everyone had a smile on their face. Regarding this match against Villarreal, everyone seemed quite relaxed. No way. The psychological advantage is simply too great. Similar to Villarreal, Sevilla has not seen many changes in its personnel this season. Aside from bringing in a left back, there haven't been any major moves. The team's starting lineup, it was almost unaffected. Let me reiterate. Everyone, remember this. The Football Association has issued a notice. In this match, everyone needs to play cleanly. The Football Association is paying close attention to this game. Having said all that, the head coach was speechless. It's just Villarreal. As for the Football Association's repeated instructions, of course, since the Football Association has already made its position so clear, if anyone dares to make any excessive moves or play dirty, that would be unacceptable. Then it's not just the players who should be punished. Even the club will receive special treatment in later matches. Is the Football Association currently cracking down on unethical practices? I really can't figure out why. Ultimately, Sevilla's manager stopped dwelling on the issue. In the live broadcast room of CTV5 channel. At this point, live footage of the match had already been transmitted. At this time, He Wei and Zhang Lu were sitting in the live broadcast room, analyzing the match for the fans watching on TV. Coach Zhang, what are your thoughts on this match? Hee. Actually, if you follow La Liga, you'll know that Sevilla has been Villarreal's nemesis for the past few years. So in terms of strength, Villarreal is not as good as Sevilla. Zhang Lu, the Hee Emperor, naturally opens his mouth with his signature, Hee. I watched as the two people in the live stream were chatting. Countless fans of Yanghua have already prepared beer, peanuts, and spicy duck neck. This match, it has touched the hearts of countless football fans and casual fans across Yen. Chapter 40 Opening Offensive. It was 8:30 p.m. local time in Villarreal. With a whistle from the referee, Saisler. The second round of the 2014-2015 La Liga season, Villarreal vs Sevilla, has officially begun. CTV5, CTV5. Hello to all football fans across the country. We are broadcasting live the second round of La Liga, the match between Villarreal and Sevilla. I'm the host, He Wei. Hello everyone. I'm your commentator, Zhang Lu. As the match began, He Wei and Zhang Lu's voices rang out. And all the Yen country fans watching on TV. Everyone perked up at this moment. On the field, Sevilla, having won the coin toss, opted for the kickoff. After the referee blew the whistle, Sevilla launched an attack immediately. See here. The fans in Yen country were naturally not calm. He's here. He's here. Sevilla's attacking tactics from the start are here. Ah. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. This is Sevilla's opening attacking tactic. So exciting. My first time watching a La Liga match live. Where's that Lichu guy? Sevilla's opening goal was something they've broken through countless defenses in the Europa League. Even though every team knows Sevilla will attack aggressively from the start, they just can't stop them. What utter nonsense about not being able to defend. It all comes down to a difference in ability. Didn't Sevilla also attack aggressively against Real Madrid and Barcelona? But why didn't they score? Stop arguing. I want to see what kind of person Lichu is, the one everyone's been hyping up. Number 11, right? I remember He Wei mentioned Villarreal's starting lineup earlier. On the field, Sevilla after kickoff. Several midfielders immediately began making runs and cuts. Meanwhile, forwards Vasquez and Carlos Fernandez sprinted towards Villarreal's half. The midfielders passed the ball around a few times. Oscar led the ball towards Villarreal's half. When Villarreal's defenders pressed forward, Oscar didn't stick to the ball. He immediately passed the ball to Gudulj, who was not far away. After receiving the football, Gudli did not delay at all. The ball was quickly passed to the feet of young Dutch player De Jong, who was positioned in front to receive it. Then, De Jong passed the ball across to Oscar, who had moved forward. Oscar then played a through ball forward. They directly attacked Villarreal's defensive gaps. Fernandez started his run the instant Oscar released the ball. The offside trap was successfully broken in the end. They received the ball before the Villarreal defenders could arrive. At this time, Fernandez has already entered the penalty area. They are now facing Villarreal's goalkeeper directly. Just as Villarreal's goalkeeper was still hesitating whether to come out of his goal, Fernandez unleashed a slow, deliberate shot with minimal movement. It pierced right through the net. 1 o'clock. The game lasted for less than 2 minutes. Sevilla's first attack. They broke right through Villarreal's defense. Awesome. Sevilla's attacking tactics are absolutely brilliant. Wow, Villarreal is so weak. During that attack, their players were like wooden stakes, completely motionless. They were supposed to be the young Yen team taking off, but how come they conceded a goal right at the start? I've said it before, that Lichu guy is just hype. The only teams worth watching in La Liga these past few years are Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and Sevilla. That's it. That's it. It's only been a short time since it started. In a short time. The audience in Yen Kingdom. Everyone was on edge after Sevilla's goal. A large number of people stood up. They took the opportunity to launch a smear campaign against Li Chu. "You ruined my expectations. The game turned out like this, I could have done better myself. That Li Chu guy is only good against newly promoted teams like Cadiz. Against a strong team like Sevilla, he's practically invisible on camera." Sidelines. At this point, Carlos couldn't help but want to curse. This has been emphasized countless times before the match. Sevilla's opening attack was just that aggressive. But they conceded a goal in the end. Only. Think about that goal just now. Actually, our players didn't make any major mistakes. However, against a technically skilled team like Sevilla, there really isn't a good solution. Feeling depressed, Carlos could only kick the water bottle away. And the commentators at the scene, Clark and Ralph, seemed quite excited at this moment. They scored a goal right at the start of the game. This means the match will be anything but uneventful for either of them. Goal. A roar that lasted 28 seconds. Clark didn't care whether the home fans would be unhappy at this point. This goal was a brilliant result of excellent teamwork. Clark liked it quite a bit. On the field, Villarreal's players quickly took their positions in the center circle. Regarding that goal we just conceded, actually, no one really cares. After all, that goal just now, it was entirely the result of the Sevilla team's coordinated efforts. Almost everyone completed this attack with a single pass. This kind of ball, even if I wanted to stop it, I was powerless to do so. And Carlos had given them all the instructions before the match. This match, everyone's fighting on offense. Since the defense can't stop them at all anyway, they might as well compete with Sevilla to see who scores more goals. So, at this time, Villarreal's players remained quite calm. Soon, Villarreal then launched their attack. It was almost the same start as Sevilla's. Villarreal kicked off and immediately passed the ball back to their defender. The forwards and midfielders then began making runs. When the ball came from Villarreal's backfield to near the center circle, Villarreal's midfielders began to coordinate their attacks. Li Chu was the one who mainly controlled the ball. They each started a 1-2 pass with the players next to them. Very soon, Li Chu then advanced the ball to the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. All of this, it's a bit complicated to explain. However, it was actually completed in the blink of an eye. When the ball reached the edge of Sevilla's penalty area, the Sevilla players seemed to only then realize that something was wrong. But Li Chu wouldn't give his opponent time to react. Almost identical to Oscar's low, through ball, Dos Santos successfully beat the offside trap. Then he kicked the ball. Pity. Dos Santos's shot was too angled. Ultimately, the ball slid out of bounds, just past the goalpost. I watched as the pancake I was about to put in my mouth was suddenly spat out. Dos Santos also held his head in disbelief. Chapter 41. Another goal. After the football flew out of bounds, Sevilla finally breathed a sigh of relief. Villarreal's attack just now was really too sudden. Facing such a ball, fortunately, it was eventually kicked away. If the shot is within the goal area, it's almost always a guaranteed goal. Therefore, the Sevilla goalkeeper was very dissatisfied. He yelled loudly at his defender. "What the hell are you all doing? Get your act together." Very soon, Sevilla took the goal kick. Then, the two sides then began a fierce battle in the midfield. At this time, both head coaches basically understood each other's plans. Carlos was naturally quite familiar with Sevilla. Meanwhile, for Seville, it was indeed a bit unexpected that Carlos would choose to fight him head-on. Only, he glanced at the field with disdain. With Villarreal's bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? Or are you saying that just because you brought in a kid from a football wasteland, you think you're all set? For a long time, Sevilla has always stuck to attacking football. The overall style is more inclined towards a technically oriented Barcelona. Sevilla's greatest asset in dominating the Europa League these past few years is their ability to break through defenses in tight spaces through coordinated attacks. On the other hand, in the past 2 years, Sevilla's counter-attacking style is also quite impressive. Thinking about this, Sevilla's coach really wants to ask Carlos, "What makes you think you can fight me head-on?" As time goes by, the technical superiority of Sevilla's players gradually became apparent. Because of Lichu, Sevilla gradually gained the upper hand in the midfield battle. Regarding this situation, Carlos was naturally somewhat helpless. No way. Lichu can provide significant assistance to the team on the offensive end. But on the defensive end, Lichu has not yet played any role. Regarding this point, Carlos secretly made up his mind. From now on, the coaching staff will need to provide Lichu with targeted defensive training. They're already struggling so much just playing against Sevilla. What should we do when facing Barcelona and Real Madrid in the future? Because his defensive ability is absolutely terrible. So, Sevilla quickly identified Lichu as their target. As long as we break through Lichu's defenses, then we can directly face Villarreal's defense. Therefore, during this period, Lichu has become the busiest and most disheveled person. 24th minute. After Sevilla broke through Lichu's defense again, several forwards quickly charged towards Villarreal's backline with the ball. After Oscar got the football, he advanced rapidly forward. Meanwhile, Fernandez and Vázquez plunged headlong into Villarreal's penalty area. When the ball reached the edge of Villarreal's penalty area, Oscar passed the ball directly through the crowd into Villarreal's penalty area. Fernandez, who had been waiting, immediately broke the offside trap. He made a late run and got the ball. Facing the onrushing Villarreal goalkeeper, he deftly slotted the ball into the Villarreal net once again. 2 o'clock. After the ball went in, the entire ceramic stadium fell silent for a moment. Although some fans had anticipated this result before the match, Villarreal fans still found it hard to accept when it actually happened. At the same time, inside the CTV5 live broadcast room in Yen country, after seeing this goal, many fans are starting to lose their temper. What's the use of Lichu? He's a complete liability. Sevilla specifically targets him for attacks. And they're bragging about this? This level of defense has become their Achilles heel. Does this kid come from a wealthy family? With this level of skill, how come the team still started him against Sevilla? I've said it before, Yen people are just bad at football. And you guys just had to keep praising someone who got in through connections. Now I ask you, aren't you embarrassed? During this period of time, Sevilla has always focused on Lichu. So, everyone could see it when that goal came. This goal was conceded. It has a lot to do with Lichu. In a short time, the fans who previously supported Lichu were at a loss for words. The match continued. However, to everyone's surprise, Carlos made a substitution at this point. Villarreal made a substitution, replacing a midfielder with a defender. What's going on? Aren't you going to bring Lichu down yet? Lichu definitely took a bullet for this head coach, otherwise he wouldn't still be on the field. Just how much money did this guy donate to Villarreal? That's incredible. At the same time, even the two commentators from Sky Sports didn't understand. Clark was getting increasingly agitated by what he saw on the field. Has Carlos gone mad? Shouldn't he be replacing his weakness, Lichu, right now? What is he thinking? Perhaps Carlos thinks Lichu has other uses for staying on the field. He glanced at his partner. At this point, Ralph was at a loss for words. He shared the same idea as Clark. Now, Lichu has become Villarreal's weakness. The best course of action at this point is to remove Lichu to reinforce the defense. Very soon, the match continued. At this time, Carlos was also watching the field intently. After the change of personnel, clearly, the 5-defender tactic has significantly improved Villarreal's defensive strength in the midfield and backfield. Only in this way, at best, they can only maintain the status quo. Lee, don't let me down. At this point, the team's offense can only rely on you. And this was accompanied by Carlos's change of tactics. Villarreal's attack has finally improved. After Lee Chu stopped running back and forth for defense, his offensive talent slowly began to emerge. 27th minute. Villarreal intercepted the ball from Sevilla in their own half. With the cooperation of several teammates, the football quickly came to Lee Chu's feet. After briefly observing the situation in the frontcourt, Lee Chu chose to dribble forward. We just arrived at Sevilla's half of the field. Lee Chu was stopped by De Jong. Facing this future Barcelona player, Lee Chu showed no fear and used his body's center of gravity to easily shake off his defense. Chapter 42 Bringing back a ball. Facing De Jong, Lee Chu's eyes were also filled with anger. For a while, Sevilla had been putting me under constant pressure at this point. Lee Chu's defense rating is less than 60. Naturally, they couldn't withstand Seville's relentless bombardment. Ultimately, this led to the second goal conceded. As the person directly involved, Lee Chu naturally felt this more deeply than others. Fortunately, Carlos made timely adjustments. It changed from 442 to 532. After abandoning the midfield battle with Sevilla, another defensive player was added behind Lee Chu. This put them on the back foot in midfield. But with an extra defender in their own half, Villarreal's defense finally stabilized. Looking at De Jong in front of him. This is another tulip, which the Dutch call the four little swans. Lee Chu, now free from defensive burdens. We decided to start here. Facing De Jong, who stepped forward to block his way. Lee Chu slowed down his dribbling pace slightly. When I came into contact with De Jong, butterflies began to flutter beneath Lee Chu's feet. The rapid footwork quickly shifted De Jong's center of gravity to the side. Looking at the gap that De Jong had created, without the slightest hesitation, Lee Chu dribbled the football swiftly past De Jong on the other side. Then, before De Rossi could fill in, they continued their high-speed advance. We've arrived at the edge of Sevilla's penalty area. When the Sevilla defenders moved forward, Lee Chu keenly seized the gap left behind him after he stepped forward. A light, deft poke with the toe. The ball went straight through the Sevilla defenders. Meanwhile, Uche, who had been waiting on the sidelines, started moving the moment Lee Chu kicked out. They got the ball before the Sevilla goalkeeper could come out. Then, facing the goalkeeper, a powerful shot from about 5 meters away from the goal. The soccer ball flew straight into the bottom left corner of the goal. 1:2. Villarreal have managed to pull one back. When Lee Chu received the ball near the center circle and faced De Jong, the two Sky Sports commentators were immediately drawn to Lee Chu. The two men were just complaining about why Carlos didn't substitute Lee Chu. As Lee Chu dribbled the ball forward, they were all staring intently at him. Oh my God! Look at that ball. Beautiful. Lee Chu's footwork is so skillful, that fancy Rabona left De Jong completely bewildered. At this point, Clark began to praise them. He's incredibly fast. After breaking past De Jong, Lee Chu immediately increased his speed. Oh my! De Rossi didn't have time to cover, and De Jong behind him couldn't even catch up with Lee Chu. Too selfish. He had a chance to pass to Dos Santos just now, but now all angles are blocked, and Lee Chu is surrounded by 4 Sevilla defenders. My God! Unbelievable! The football came out of the side goal. Uche has a one-on-one chance now. GAL. Ralph couldn't hold back his excitement after Uche scored. That goal just now. Lee Chu received the ball near the center circle. He scored a goal against Uche. The entire process takes only about 10 seconds. If Villarreal hadn't had so few players in the midfield and forward positions to receive the ball, allowing Lee Chu to dribble the ball for quite a while, the ball will travel faster. I was wondering why Carlos left Lee as a defensive vulnerability, but I didn't expect Lee Chu to give us the answer so quickly. Although Uche scored the goal, Lee Chu deserves 80% of the credit. Alright. I take back what I just said. Now I finally understand Lee's role on the field. It has to be said. It's just this one ball. As a result, Li Chu directly won over these two top commentators. And here at CTV5. After Uche scored, He Wei jumped up immediately. This ball. Li Chu played a particularly important role in it. Start by receiving the ball in the center circle. Dribble and break through. He drew the attention of 4 Sevilla defenders near the edge of the penalty area. The fatal blow finally came through a gap in the crowd. At that moment, He Wei couldn't help but start shouting. At the same time, in the live stream chat, fans who had previously supported Li Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is Li Chu. His offensive skills are absolutely genius level. Haters, take a good look at this. What else do you have to say about that goal? Li Chu. Li Chu is awesome. Of course. Although Li Chu's performance on that ball was already impeccable. But the haters are still struggling. I don't care, Li Chu didn't score that goal. No matter what you say, Li Chu is still Villarreal's biggest liability. It's just an assist, what's the big deal? Even now, Huang Qian is still lagging behind because of Li Chu. It's unbelievable that the haters are still being stubborn. Li Chu's supporters finally couldn't sit still any longer. The counterattack has begun. On the field. After the ball went in, Uche arrived in front of Li Chu immediately. Li. Well done, that's it. Don't worry about the goals we conceded earlier, the team needs your attacking talent. That's right, Li. We'll handle the defense, and you'll take care of the offense. The teammates who caught up also offered Li Chu words of comfort. Everyone knows that. This match was only Li Chu's second official match. Just before Li Chu's outburst, everyone thought that Li Chu was being targeted by Sevilla as a weakness, which made them lose confidence. Fortunately, Li Chu is Li Chu. It now appears that he was not affected at all. The game continues. Sevilla kicked off from the center circle. Regarding the goal conceded just now, the Sevilla players didn't seem to care. It can only be said that before that goal was conceded, it was our side that was careless. Because during that period, they're putting pressure on Villarreal. It was just a counterattack by the opponent. This is all normal operation. Sidelines. Carlos was very excited at this moment. That's it. That's how you kick. It's amazing to see Li Chu still performing so well on the offensive end. He believed it. This match, Villarreal still has a considerable chance. I secretly glanced at the Sevilla coach not far away. Carlos noticed that the other party did not give any special instructions. See here. Carlos was even happier. It would be best if you always stayed like this. Let's continue to underestimate Li Chu. Hey. Carlos was secretly gloating to himself at that moment. Chapter 43. Another goal. In the time that followed, this was accompanied by Sevilla's deliberate counterattack against Villarreal. This resulted in Villarreal's attacks posing little threat. In response to this, and Villarreal here, because of the 5 defenders. So for a while, Sevilla didn't have a good solution. And so, the first half ended. Inside the locker room, Carlos was still giving the players tactical instructions at this time. In the second half, we maintained our current formation. While solidifying our defense, we immediately looked for Li as soon as we got the ball. Li, the team's offense is all in your hands now. Is everything alright? Don't worry, boss. Sevilla's defense isn't that great. Ha. It's good that you have confidence. Subsequently, Carlos gave instructions to several defenders regarding Sevilla's attacking players. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half of the game has begun. I'm Clark. Hello everyone, I'm Ralph. At the start of the second half, neither side made any personnel changes. It seems that both coaches are quite satisfied with the current situation on the field. That's true. But I believe the score won't stay like this forever. Oh. Why? Because I believe that Villarreal will definitely try their best to get the score to half the screen. That's true, especially since Villarreal has kept Lee on the field, they definitely hope he can continue to contribute on the offensive end. At this point, the Clark and Ralph brothers completely changed their opinion of Lee Chu. So what if the defense is bad? La Liga matches are inherently more attack-oriented. And what Lee Chu showed in that goal just now? Both of them felt that Lee Chu wouldn't just remain silent like this. On the field, both sides are still engaged in a fierce battle. Only because Sevilla has an extra player in midfield. Therefore, Villarreal was consistently at a disadvantage in the midfield battles. The most direct impact is the difference in possession time between the two sides is gradually widening. Villarreal 38%. Sevilla 62%. With possession exceeding 46%, it's clear that Sevilla had taken control of the game. 63rd minute of the match. On the Seville side, Oscar easily broke through Lee Chu's defense and carried the ball into Villarreal's back half. Facing Jokic's defense, Oscar immediately passed the ball to De Jong, who was not far away. Under pressure from Jonathan, De Jong delivered an imaginative over-the-top pass into Villarreal's penalty area. Facing the incoming ball, Fernando's unleashed a powerful volley before the ball even hit the ground. 3:1. After seeing the ball go in, De Jong retreated while waving his hand provocatively at Lee Chu, who was looking over. Sevilla scored again. At this moment, in the CTV5 live broadcast room, the haters have finally perked up again. Ha ha ha. Look, this ball started with Lee Chu again. Is that all? Get lost. Lee Chu is still near the center circle, what does this have to do with him? How can it be unrelated? Lee Chu's midfield was practically undefended, allowing Oscar to get past so easily. Lee Chu should be blamed for this goal. We were just lucky earlier, but now we've conceded another goal to Lee Chu. What do you guys say? In an instant, the haters have found their motivation to criticize again. On the field, after Sevilla scored again, Villarreal's morale has inevitably been affected. Even Carlos on the sidelines seemed a little discouraged. He stood listlessly on the sidelines. See here. Lee Chu was naturally unwilling. While waiting for the kickoff, he pulled past Uche next to him. Do you remember your goal in the last game? Seeing Lee Chu's determined expression, Uche understood. Then, Uche excitedly went to make preparations. The Sevilla players, who were walking towards their own half, naturally missed Lee Chu and Uche's subtle maneuver. Drop. The referee blew his whistle. Villarreal immediately launched the ball out. Uche, on the other hand, immediately sprinted towards Sevilla's half. However, none of the Sevilla players seemed to care about Uche's actions. What a lunatic. How can he still have so much energy at a time like this? Wouldn't it be better to save it for defense? On the other side, after Villarreal kicked the ball out, after a simple back pass, the ball quickly returned to the vicinity of the center circle. Pina received the ball near the center circle. The ball was immediately passed to Lee Chu, who had already reached Sevilla's half of the field. After Lee Chu received the football, suddenly he started accelerating with the ball. The Sevilla players were caught off guard by Lee Chu's sudden acceleration. When Lee Chu brought the football to the vicinity of the penalty area, Sevilla's defenders only then began to move forward to intercept. He glanced at the positions of the defenders in front of him. And then there are the positions of Uche and Dos Santos. Lee Chu did not slow down. He continued charging towards the Sevilla defenders with the ball. When two people are about to come into contact, Lee Chu executed a skillful Marseille turn, easily getting past the defender in front of him. Then, he started cutting inside from the right side of the penalty area. This time, the other Sevilla defenders finally started to get nervous. Everyone, including the goalkeeper, was watching Lee Chu intently at this moment. He watched as the defenders, successfully drawn to him, came over. Lee Chu made a feint shot and then a pass before the two Sevilla defenders could close in on him. When several Sevilla defenders realized they had been tricked, Uche had somehow appeared in the passing lane. Facing the incoming ball, Uche aimed at the bottom left corner of the goal and shot. 2:3. Less than a minute after Sevilla scored. Under Lichu's planning, Villarreal once again pulled one back. Goal. After the ball went in. This time, Ralph started a volcanic eruption. An exhilarating roar echoed throughout the stadium from the stadium's loudspeaker. And now, the fans are also drawn to Ralph's shout. The exciting celebration began. Uche has scored twice. And Lichu has already provided 2 assists. Now the game is even more exciting. I believe Villarreal won't give up so easily, and both sides will continue to attack for the rest of the time. At this moment, Clark also shouted excitedly. Chapter 44 tie the score. At this time, Clark and Ralph were both getting restless. The two were originally quite unhappy about missing the Atletico Madrid vs Barcelona match. By this time, all previous emotions had long been forgotten. This match, although it doesn't have the same star-studded atmosphere as Camp Nou, but up to now, the goal fest between the two sides left both players completely mesmerized. If we add the joy of discovering a superstar like Lichu, both of them felt that they should thank the Football Association leaders who arranged for them to commentate on the match after it ended. This match, it was a great watch, and the commentary was also quite entertaining. Yen Kingdom. In the CCTV5 live broadcast room. After this goal was scored, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Just now, Lichu employed Sevilla's signature blitzkrieg tactic, which was used less than a minute after Sevilla had extended their lead. This helped the team close the gap in the score once again. Especially in that goal just now. Lichu is near the midfield. They achieved a breakthrough that was almost a complete success. Finally, when faced with the blocking efforts of the opposing goalkeeper and defenders, Lichu's final feint was actually a pass to the opponent. Not only did it cause Sevilla's goalkeeper to panic and fall to the ground, but it also, the defender next to him even made a diving tackle to block the shot. That is precisely the reason. So when Uche received the ball, he was facing an open goal. You could say that Lichu practically fed the biscuit directly into Uche's stomach. Even if it were someone else, as long as it wasn't Sterling, they could still score. If it's Sterling, if this gentleman is unhappy, he might have to have his stomach pumped to vomit up the pancake. After scoring a goal, all the Sevilla players stared blankly as Lichu and Uche embraced. That goal just now, that was absolutely a classic example of a lightning-fast goal from Sevilla. Only, in the past, we were always the ones watching our opponents' frustrated faces. And now, Sevilla's players finally experienced what it felt like to be caught off guard. I'm very unhappy. But mostly I felt frustrated. In an instant, the mentality of the Sevilla players began to change. Villarreal's tenacious style of play. A question popped into the minds of the Sevilla players. The opponent is like an unkillable cockroach. This is the kind of opponent we'll face in this match. Is it still possible to win? Sidelines. Sevilla's head coach was also frowning at this moment. Up to now, the teams are all playing according to their own ideas. Moreover, they are still in a leading position in terms of score. Regarding the 2 goals his team conceded, actually, he didn't care much. The reason is simple. One of them was scored on a counterattack. This goal can only be attributed to the team pressing too far forward and being careless. And this second ball? Oh shit. You can't afford to play this game, you resort to plagiarism. Little piece of trash. These 2 balls. It really can't all be blamed on our own players. So, after thinking for a moment, he did not give any instructions to the players on the field. It was the head coach's negligence. Ultimately, the match took an unexpected turn that surprised everyone. Morale. This thing is invisible and intangible. It's something that sounds rather mysterious. Therefore, neither the coach nor the assistant coach at Sevilla noticed any change in the players' morale. But morale is something that truly exists. At least, After the ball went in, Sevilla's players gradually lost their fighting spirit on the field. Slowly. Despite Villarreal being down a midfielder. However, they finally stabilized at midfield. They are no longer easily defeated by Sevilla. At this moment, the Villarreal players were in high spirits. They displayed a very strong defense in midfield. In a short time, the referee's whistle blew frequently. Villarreal, having taken such an overly aggressive approach, will inevitably receive a warning. During this period of time, the referee became the busiest person on the field. When the match reached the 77th minute, the score changed again. During this period, although Sevilla had already taken sufficient measures against Lecce, but they faced a Villarreal team that had regained its morale. All the Sevilla players felt quite awkward playing midfield and forward positions. De Guzman received a pass from Lecce at a distance of about 35 meters from the goal. He decisively unleashed a powerful shot. Unfortunately, the angle was too straight, and the Sevilla goalkeeper managed to glide the ball out of bounds with his fingertips. Corner kick. Lecce is standing in the corner area. They are observing the situation inside the restricted area. Only. Seeing the crowded situation inside the penalty area, Lecce finally gave up on passing the ball in. After raising 3 fingers to his teammates, Lecce signaled to the linesmen that they were ready. And at this time, Villarreal's players were completely bewildered. What is that? What was that gesture Lee just made? At the same time, having clearly seen Lecce's gesture, the Sevilla players became even more tense. Result. Lecce sent the ball directly to the edge of the penalty area. Both teams' players were crowded around the 6-yard box. So, at this time, apart from De Guzman of Villarreal, there is no one else in the penalty area. Faced with such a great opportunity, De Guzman, of course, wouldn't miss it. Facing the falling football, the same volley went straight toward Sevilla's goal. The football is flying in the air. The hit caused De Jong's body to change direction. Finally, amidst the despair in the eyes of the Sevilla goalkeeper, the ball darted into the net. 3:3. De Guzman after scoring a goal. He rushed towards Lecce like a madman. He picked up the black-haired boy in one scoop. Then they carried Lecce and began to celebrate. The other Villarreal players then gathered around. Everyone excitedly gathered around Lecce. After Lecce's feet touched the ground, almost everyone touched Lecce's head in unison. This ball. It's absolutely gorgeous. That's so inspiring. The live broadcast room of CTV5. After the ball went in, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Even those haters. At this point, I don't know what to say. This ball. Before the corner kick. It was Lecce's breakthrough that drew De Guzman's attention, giving him the opportunity to shoot from just outside the penalty area. And then this corner kick. It even arrived precisely in front of De Guzman. 3 goals. Every single ball was planned by Lecce himself. In a short time. The haters don't know what else to say. When the score was finally tied, all the Villarreal players could hardly contain their excitement. Their opponent is Sevilla. But in recent years, the victims on our side have been suffering. And now, no matter how many goals the opponent scores, we have Lecce. This brings to mind what Lecce said before the match: he was Sevilla's nemesis. By this time, everyone was convinced of it. In a short time, everyone was confident of winning the game. On the other side, on the Seville side, at this point, no one could accept the outcome. They were leading by 2 goals, but now the score is tied at 3-3. No matter how hard you try, your opponent will eventually catch up. At this point, almost everyone had lost all confidence in the game. Our opponent, Villarreal, is invincible. After Sevilla restarted the game, it was clear that the Seville players had lost all desire to attack this time. The ball began to be passed back and forth in Sevilla's half. All the players were very confused. Offense alone is no longer enough to win the game. Instead of doing that, we should focus on defense in the final moments of the game. At least. We can't afford to concede another goal. A few players still had some fighting spirit, and although they wanted to attack. But, seeing that the opponent's morale was high at this moment, they all chose to slow down the pace of the game first. Sevilla deliberately slowed down the pace of the game. But Villarreal's players were unhappy to see this. What do you take us for? You can attack whenever you want, or drag things out whenever you want. Then, there was no need for Carlos's instructions at all. Villarreal's players began pressing high up the pitch in Sevilla's half. Although Villarreal's high-pressing tactics are not as oppressive as Atletico Madrid's. But at this point, Sevilla had lost all their fighting spirit and looked at the aggressive Villarreal players. In a short time, they were all very flustered. It was only a matter of time before we lost possession of the ball. The 83rd minute of the match. After nearly 10 minutes of entanglement, Villarreal has finally had another chance. Midfield. The Sevilla players have just organized the ball and moved it to the vicinity of the center circle. Oscar's pass was a little too weak. De Jong, who was there to receive the ball, didn't even have time to get his hands on it. As a result, Li Chu anticipated the route and grabbed the football first. They didn't give De Jong, who was charging straight at them, any chance at all. Li Chu passed the ball directly to Uche, who was not far in front of him. Uche then passed the ball to Dos Santos on the left wing. Dos Santos received the ball. He touched the ball again before the Sevilla defenders could press him. The ball returned to Uche's feet in the middle. Uche didn't stop at all. Choose to face away from the goal. The ball was passed back to Li Chu, who was striding forward. As a result, Li Chu faced the football and adjusted his footing slightly. He raised his right leg and slammed it hard into the bottom of the soccer ball. Bang! The football flew like a cannonball towards the top right corner of Sevilla's goal. This kick. But this is the result of Li Chu's hard work and the recent improvement in his shooting skills. In the despairing gaze of the Sevilla goalkeeper, the football hit the lower edge of the crossbar and deflected into the goal. 4:3. When Li Chu saw the ball go into Sevilla's goal, he started running like a madman. He spread his arms wide and ran excitedly across the field. The other Villarreal players. At this moment, everyone was unable to contain their excitement. He started running alongside Li Chu. Finally, when Li Chu led everyone to the corner kick area, Li Chu threw himself out violently. It glided a long distance on the grass. The other people behind them. After seeing Li Chu's actions, everyone followed suit and became human gliders. Moment. 7 or 8 more marks appeared on the grass. And when I saw this scene, all the Villarreal fans in the stadium went wild. They shouted the team song loudly. On one side, people started doing the human wave. In a short time, the entire stadium echoed with the excited shouts of Villarreal fans. Goal! 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 When Li Chu's world-class shot went into the goal. In the CTV5 live broadcast room, He Wei shouted it out. With the strength to lift 1,000 pounds and the spirit to overwhelm the world. This is the very essence of Xiangyu, the hegemon of Chu. Seeing Li Chu score such a powerful goal, He Wei instantly switched to poet mode. At this point, only He Wei knew the truth. He Wei had countless words of praise in his mind, but in the end, he felt that the title, Overlord of Chu, was more appropriate for Li Chu. Who hired the trolls targeting Li Chu online recently? As someone in the industry, He Wei was naturally well aware of this. But because of his status, he couldn't stand up and say anything in Li Chu's defense. He Wei just hoped that Li Chuyuan, being in Spain, wouldn't let the situation in China affect his performance. In He Wei's eyes, isn't Li Chu just like Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Chu? Before this match, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Fortunately, after the ball went in, He Wei finally felt the exhilarating feeling of triumph. No matter how much you try to control it, It's utterly useless against absolute power. Wei's guess was correct. After the ball went in, fans in Yen were naturally ecstatic. At this time, even some seasoned critics were silenced after seeing Li Chu's performance. After all, nobody's stupid. If we still insist on criticizing at this point, not to mention the possibility of it not working well, it might even offend people. If things go wrong, we'll face the wrath of hundreds of millions of netizens. This is also something they cannot afford. Then, these haters very consciously acted like cowards at this time. On site, after Li Chu scored that goal, Clark's roar echoed through the loudspeaker once again. The two brothers were able to become the official top commentators for La Liga. That 30-second roar alone is a signature move. Now, after seeing Li Chu's goal, the two of them. She was also so excited that her face turned completely red. This ball. So beautiful. Li Chu. Li Chu. This goal will absolutely be the best goal of this round of the league. Absolutely. Chapter 45 became a hit. After the ball went in, the morale of Seville has been completely destroyed. At this time, the opponent scored such an incredible goal. At this point, all the Sevilla players began to question their existence. That's just how it is sometimes. When morale is high, no matter what the situation, it's quite common for them to turn the tide and create memorable moments. But if morale is completely lost, the scene could only be described as a disaster. The most typical example is the semi-final match between Brazil and Germany in the World Cup that year. After Brazil used up their initial three-pronged attack and failed to gain any advantage, Brazil initially put up some defense against Germany's counterattack. After the third ball went in, the team's morale was ridiculously low. In front of his hometown fans, he was dispossessed by the German team in his own half. Then the three German players combined their skills and broke through the Brazilian goal again. Then, on the scene. Basically, it was the German team that dominated Brazil. This was the most obvious match after the morale collapsed. And now, Sevilla's situation was almost identical to that of Brazil at the time. On the contrary, Villarreal at this time were even more ferocious than the German team at that time. The main reason is that Villarreal wants revenge. No way. In the past few years, they had been terribly bullied by Sevilla. Now we've finally seized the opportunity to kick a man when he's down. Villarreal's players were naturally not going to let such a good opportunity slip by. Then, what happened on the field was a scene that broke the hearts of all Sevilla fans. The game turned into a half-court offensive and defensive drill. Sevilla were trapped in their own half and couldn't get out at all. They were also unable to organize an effective counterattack. They could only passively defend against Villarreal's attacks. And Villarreal here, facing Sevilla's defensive, turtling style. Under normal circumstances, if you launch a few attacks and see the opponent park their bus, that's one thing. As a result, because of the combination of old and new grudges, everyone kicked particularly fiercely at this moment. Facing the opponent's bus, everyone ran with all their might. As long as the ball doesn't go out of bounds, regardless of whether Sevilla can intercept it, the second ball will always be at Villarreal's feet. Only, breaking through a tight defense is a problem that plagues all the world's top teams. Meanwhile, Villarreal. There is no team with the same level of strength as Barcelona. You can pass the ball into the opponent's goal. As for Li Chu's passing ability is not bad now. But we want to achieve the same effect as Barcelona. With Li Chu's current abilities, it's still impossible for him to do so. Final. When the match reached the 92nd minute, the referee finally blew the whistle to end the match. The moment I heard the final whistle, several Sevilla players lay down on the grass. The 10 minutes or so just now. It was a nightmare for all the Sevilla players. Even many people think so. If this continues for a while, it won't be long. It only takes 5 minutes. The Sevilla players felt they couldn't hold on any longer. After a short rest, All the Sevilla players lowered their heads and hurried back to the locker room. This stadium. It has now become a nightmare for the Sevilla players. Even a glance at them would make them feel extremely uncomfortable. And Villarreal here. The joy of winning. And finally, they defeated their longtime adversary. In addition, the last 10 minutes were used to completely humiliate the victims. At that moment, everyone felt they had inexhaustible energy. At Carlos's suggestion, the whole team eventually came to the stadium together to thank the fans. And the fans, of course, didn't hold back their applause. Wherever the players go. Wherever you go, you'll hear the loudest applause. And Li Chu. As the best player of the match, he was pulled aside for an interview by reporters at the scene. Li. First of all, congratulations on the victory. As the best player of the match, is there anything you'd like to say? Looking at the blonde, blue-eyed beauty beside him. Li Chu was naturally in a very good mood at this moment. Thank you. I was a little surprised to be named the best player. I think this victory was the result of the whole team's hard work. All I can say is, having teammates like these is absolutely wonderful. After saying that, Li Chu then ignored the reporters. He joined in the interaction between his teammates and the fans. Villarreal fans erupted in enthusiastic applause upon seeing the hero of the victory. Even there are some daring female fans. He simply took off his underwear and threw it among the players. Very soon, the result of the Villarreal vs Sevilla match was then announced. Regarding the result of this match, everyone was taken aback. No one expected that the two teams would actually put on a goal fest. The expected easy victory for Sevilla did not materialize. On the contrary, Villarreal, who had been bullied by Sevilla for so long, actually had the last laugh. Of course. What excites these media outlets the most is this match. Li Chu contributed 3 assists and 1 goal, accounting for all of Villarreal's goals. Following his outstanding performance in the previous match against Cadiz, Li Chu once again delivered a stellar performance. In a short time, the media began to lavish praise on Li Chu's performance. Genius. They will be welcomed everywhere. Especially the many reporters who knew that there was still an unresolved entanglement between Li Chu and Real Madrid. They grasped this point directly. The reports began to exaggerate the relationship between the two. Unfortunately, Real Madrid after a resounding victory in the first round. They almost suffered a major upset in this round of the league. Although they ultimately came from behind to defeat Real Betis 2-1 away from home. But Real Madrid had a very difficult time in this match. It wasn't until the 73rd minute of the match. Real Madrid only managed to score a free kick thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's individual skill. And at the 91st minute of the game, Ramos scored with a header. They barely managed to secure 3 points away from home. Regarding this result, especially when Real Madrid's midfield performs poorly, Li Chu's outstanding performance in these two matches, this naturally gives reporters plenty to write about. In a short time, Li Chu has become a sensation in Spain.